Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku became her clan's secret weapon part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 from fanfiction. So let's start the video. Being a part of a Yakuza syndicate meant certain things. One such thing was loyalty. Loyalty, above all else, was crucial for the inner workings of a syndicate to function properly. No loyalty, no syndicate. Though there were a plethora of other rules, that one remained at the top of the meticulously inked list. Now, when one breaks the number one rule, well, let's just say it doesn't end very well. Once the rule has been broken, there is no hope of redemption. You're either taken on a very long walk, going to get gardening supplies, or a personal favorite, nighttime fishing by the shore. Many break the rule unwillingly by simply having a drunken talk to another, not realizing their own syndicate affiliation. Some do so willingly out of spite, scorned by another member and their higher skill set, or simply just sick of being ordered around. In the city of Musutafu hid a very well-known, dangerous Yakuza clan known for extreme torture methods and fierce belief to their sworn oaths. Those who crossed their path often vanished from daily life without a trace. Citizens who owed a hefty sum became enslaved until their debt was paid, or they were cut loose from life. Any who laid eyes on the members in public immediately dispersed from sight, too afraid to risk their lives for an honest mistake. Even the police task force avoided any interaction simply due to the fact that even if charges were filed, they were dropped the very next morning, and the member was released from jail. An endless cycle of fighting the justice system. Not even the government dared to throw the book at them. The clan Uraraka reigned supreme for hundreds of years, meticulous bloodlines maintained strictly in order to have the strongest of heirs. All male heirs ruled the syndicate with an iron fist, until the first female successor was born. Many were shocked. The higher-ranking members protested heavily that she, a woman, could not lead such a strong syndicate. Males were the strong back that carried the burdening weight of a large family. Women bore strong, male heirs. For weeks they fought amongst themselves, throwing every reason they could at the Yakuza head, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 Uraraka, only to be shut down vehemently with 2 words. It's final. As the future Yakuza leader grew, she learned to be strong, confident, firm-handed, yet also kind and considerate, fair with corrections yet authoritative. Young Ochaco Uraraka embraced the lifestyle with her entire being, becoming the perfect epitome of the infamous Uraraka namesake. Some still had their doubts until the young woman inherited the title of leader, yet she strove to prove the naysayers wrong. Day after day, she dedicated to studying the Yakuza way to prepare for the blood rite of ascension, ignoring the normal leisurely pleasures of a teenage girl. For as her 21st birthday slowly crept closer, an opportunity appeared to step back from clan duties. Her mother, Fumi Uraraka, persuaded Yakuza leader 𝐭𝐚𝐲 Uraraka to allow a single day of freedom, a brief taste prior to a lifetime of obligations. A brief contemplation was held. Then a simple yes. No explanation, no lecture on how to be safe. A single, trusting yes, and freedom was gained, albeit fleeting. 24 hours. No restrictions. A handful of members would escort the fierce brunette on her gallivanting around town. For as innocent and gullible as she may seem, Ochaco Uraraka was an expertly trained martial artist. Neither man nor trainer could pin the young woman to the floor. Their moves reflected mere milliseconds before their bodies hit the floor. She was a force to be reckoned with. Yet somehow, as she laid upon the muddy ground in a stunned stupor, rain pouring down over the young woman, she realized how little of the real world she truly knew. A sudden attack by an opposing gang had taken her by surprise, the weather covering the sounds of his heavy footsteps and eager breathing. A large, calloused hand slapped over the lips, whistling a happy tune, and dragged the Yakuza member down an isolated alleyway. Despite struggling and using every technique Ochaco knew, she was outweighed, outmatched, outmuscled. They were a professional at kidnapping. That much she learned from the first few seconds of interaction. Tightly clamped mouth, arm pulled back painfully behind the back, fast, calculated steps, an isolated area where only the rats and starving street cats resided. Struggling was fruitless. Until another member sent out an alert for her missing appearance, 𝐒𝐿𝐴co was nothing more than another victim for the predator dragging her down a dark, narrow passage to hell. He whispered nasty, vulgar threats while deeply inhaling against her nape, a hard mass pressed against her in hip-thrusted intervals. Oh, the dirty things he wheezed about doing to the future head of the Uraraka clan. Revenge, he said, for denied admittance to such a prestigious gang of forgotten Yakuza. Tainted lineage from a pair of tits and lips. No one would belong to a clan led by a woman whose purpose was nothing more than fucking and spawning, he cackled. Before even a finger could be lifted from the delicate flesh, a loud crack filled the rainy air and sent 𝐒𝐿𝐴co sprawling into the filthy alley water. Spitting out a mouthful of the putrid swamp concoction, she turned to see who had come to her rescue. Auburn eyes widened in shock. It wasn't a clan member. A brawny, dark-haired man stood above the perpetrator with a scarred hand cocked back in preparation to strike again. Another sickening throw concealed the sound as thunder rolled across the stormy skies. 2 punches and the attempted rapist was downed. Impressive. If it weren't such a shitty experience, 𝐒𝐿𝐴co would almost commend him for his brave yet reckless action. Any who crossed the Uraraka clan, especially of higher ranking, would. Are you all right, miss? Such radiating kindness had the woman blinking from the stupor she'd slipped into, Auburn looking over to see a hand extended forward. Trailing further upwards, 𝐒𝐿𝐴co took in his features. A young face just barely hinting at bordering a chiseled outline, vibrant emerald eyes, brows furrowed slightly in concern. Even through the sheets of droplets the freckles adorning each cheek was visible in the clouded light of day. A masculine brawny body that looked almost hilarious against his slight baby face. If she didn't know any better, he easily outmuscled the unconscious man lying in a heap of garbage with a half-mast pole and saturated pants. Wary, 𝐒𝐿𝐴co reached for his hand. I'm fine, thank you. You're more than welcome. This isn't the first time he's tried the same thing. His mistake was coming back to the same alley. Are you sure you're all right? Can I call someone for you? He asked, a silky baritone slipping out. Despite his appearance that would be intimidating to some, not an ounce of immorality seeped out. Cautious, yet tired of sitting in a piss puddle in the very new outfit, 𝐒𝐿𝐴co accepted the offered hand firmly. I'll be fine, don't worry about me. I should get going. Thanks again for your help. 𝐒𝐿𝐴co replied evenly. Giving him a reason to stick around longer would only spell disaster for the man. Another member would start ripping him apart the moment they made the correlation of soiled clothing. And for what it was worth, losing another kind soul in this wretched world wasn't something she'd allow. He pulled her up with ease before dropping his hand back to his side. Are you sure? Yes. I suggest making yourself scarce. Have a good night. Without another word, 𝐒𝐿𝐴co spun in her sopping wet heels and headed for the alley entrance. Barely 15 feet away, he called out. Will you at least tell me your name? Mine's 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏. Izuku called out over the rolling storm. 𝐒𝐿𝐴co faltered, debating. An alias would be suitable for her savior, right? Revealing her full name would shoot a red flag up faster than the now-dying erection that thrusted into the swell of her ass. Slowly, she turned back towards him. Not even a speck of maliciousness oozed from his bulky frame, the white button-up shirt clinging to every curve and dip of his body. Auburn narrowed slightly in thought. What would the harm be for a stranger she'll never see again? My name is 𝐒𝐿𝐴co. That's a beautiful name. Have a good night, 𝐒𝐿𝐴co. Please be safe out there. Izuku beamed brightly, waving a hand prior to turning his attention back to the limp body. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏, huh? Izuku waited until the young woman was gone from sight before pulling out a phone and speed-dialing a heavily used number. It rang once before connecting. Target acquired. About had another victim to add to his lists. Requesting pickup. Roger. She stick around. Negative. Emerald eyes lingered towards the entrance of the alleyway, hoping for a glimpse of the mysterious woman once more. Who is she? Good work today, Detective 𝗵𝗃. She could have been. We got separated in a big crowd. It wasn't intentional. Over and over they bickered, clamoring to be the last voice in the prolonged argument. 𝐒𝐿𝐴co sat with an impassive face as the men fought over who should have been watching her. Truthfully, she slipped away to get a moment of peace from their daily quarrels. 2 of her guards, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗵𝗃𝗏, were a constant attention-drawing duo when out in public. More eyes than what she deemed comfortable had averted their direction, meaning she became part of the spotlight. Those who rivaled the Uraraka clan always had sentries out for public appearances, and it seemed earlier was no exception. Arriving home, soaked and smelling grotesque, Ochaco immediately garnered the attention of her mother, who pursed her lips in knowing. No lectures, no reacting emotionally, just escorting her one and only child to the bathroom to clean up. 𝗵𝗲 allowed her daughter to open up at her own pace, warming a bath as the freshly bought clothes were tossed in an incinerator. Literally. Both the laundry and incinerator chute resided in the overly spacious granite-lined bathroom. In the event of severely soiled or damaged clothing, they were to become charred pieces of fiber to prevent potential biohazard contamination. People would love to take out the only heir to the Uraraka clan in a heartbeat, by any means necessary. Enough. All fighting sharply ceased, and the guards immediately dropped to their knees submissively. 𝐭𝐞𝐲 loomed over them both with arms crossed across his chest and brown eyes nearly incinerating those quivering before him. While his voice was stable and contained, the underlying tone pierced far harsher. You failed in your duties. You had one job: protect my daughter from being attacked, kidnapped, murdered, nearly raped. You know what must be done. Count your blessing, there won't be more bloodshed on these floors due to your blatant negligence. Yes, 𝗲𝗄𝗏. Both guards replied solemnly. They began loosening the sleeves of their yukata, tucking them out of the way as two other members arrived with supplies. Ochaco withheld the grimace threatening to surface. While they weren't being outright killed for their heinous actions, this punishment would be a stark reminder to all who saw. Clean white cloths were laid carefully upon two shibudai tabletops. A rolled-up handkerchief stamped with the Uraraka crest, a sakura embraced by a dragon, split in half as the two sides were unfolded to reveal a gleaming tanto blade. The second blade was revealed as 𝗧𝗂𝐴 firmly wrapped his fingers around the 𝗧𝗂𝐴. Holding his pinky finger out, curling the others inward, the tanto came to firmly rest against the skin of the top joint. Once 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was readied, both looked up at their boss with repentance. 𝗲𝗄𝗏, please forgive us for failing to protect your daughter, future heir to the Uraraka name. I offer a section of my finger and beg for your forgiveness. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 awaited the cue mark, yet 𝐭𝐲𝐲 just stared him down harder. Swallowing hard, the guard lifted the blade and shifted it down another knuckle. I offer 2 sections of my finger and beg your forgiveness for transgressions committed. 𝗲𝗄𝗏, I beg for forgiveness as personal feuds clouded our judgments. The blood heir to the Uraraka clan must be protected at all costs. For my sin, I offer you 2 portions of my smallest finger. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 proclaimed strongly as his blade shifted down to match that of 𝗧𝗂𝐴. Neither shared a look as 𝐭𝐲𝐲 cracked his neck back and forth, contemplating their punishment. Stay strong, 𝗵𝗲𝗄 murmured to the on-edge daughter, watching the unfolding scene with hardened eyes. You must allow this to happen, Ochaco. Your protection was crucial for the agreement, freedom with shadows always lurking. You may not agree with it, but at least your father is going easy on them. We both understand there could be far worse consequences than missing fingers. I was the one who slipped away from them intentionally, mother. Too much attention was being drawn, and it created a hazardous environment. In doing so, I let my guard down and became attacked. Ochaco replied lowly, quickly glancing over at her mother. Marrying into the Uraraka family wasn't for the weak. While this was gruesome to most, it was the way of life for the Yakuza. Her mother was the strongest person she knew, always remaining calm and collected in the presence of others. Even behind doors, she seemed so composed and regal, as should the wife of a Yakuza leader be. Your survival instincts saved you from the lashing fire while directing you straight into the pot of boiling oil. Regardless of whose fault it was, this is the price to pay. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 motioned for silence with a finger pressed against crimson lips. Ochaco pinched her lips shut and focused on her father. For the heinous act you have committed today, 2 segments shall suffice. The tip of your finger shall remind you that work and personal must remain separated for good reason. The second joint shall remind you to persist in improving yourself to avoid such a close call. Together, they illuminate your blaring failure to protect the one and only heir to the Uraraka clan. 𝐭𝐲𝐲 laid down his judgment with a coarse voice, arms seemingly tensing tighter. Both segments together also serve as a reminder that your punishment could be far, far worse than this. You will both be removed from field duty and put to work scrubbing the grounds from top to bottom. Understood. Yes, 𝗬𝗓𝗏. Thank you for your generosity. Both 𝗧𝗂𝐿 and 𝗵𝗃𝗏 bobbed their heads, then readjusted the tanto blades. Ochaco watched with numb indifference as blood splattered onto the pristine cloth. Neither guard flinched, fully accepting their punishments without so much as a facial twitch. Once the blades tapped against the table, signifying their fingers had been severed, both carefully wrapped up the isolated piece in the bloodied cloth. Gruesome as it was a necessary cost. Her life would have easily been snuffed out, meaning the powerful clan no longer had a stable footing in Musutafu. Over the years, countless smaller rivaling clans had attempted to overthrow the mighty group to no avail. Her father remained rooted with iron. 𝗧𝗏 bolted to the very throne he inherited. 𝗬𝗏𝗏, we offer these fingers with wholehearted regret and beg for forgiveness. Both guards bowed before the boss with packaged appendages lifted up for offering. Kenji made a small nod with his head, and two other members swooped in to retrieve the gifts before taking them out of sight. He uncrossed his arms, turning away from them both, then headed for his seat. You are both dismissed. Learn from your egregious gaffe. I will expect you to begin your duties by morning, Kenji sharply stated with clear dubiety. 𝗧𝗂𝐿 and 𝗵𝗃𝗏 slipped into a 𝗔𝗂𝐬𝐺 until their leader took his seat, quickly shuffling away with heads down and bleeding hands cupped to prevent staining the tatami mats. Fumi let out a low, strained breath. Even after all these years, the harsh punishment was a stark reminder of the Yakuza lifestyle. Ochaco waited until the mess had been cleaned up prior to shifting a glance at her father. His face was set in a stony expression, brown eyes filled with anger about nearing losing his daughter and justification in serving suitable punishment. While previous leaders would have gone with the harshest of punishments, Kenji Uraraka tried his best to be a more steadfast ruler. Ochaco, he spoke roughly. Yes, father? I wish for you to learn from this experience as well. The world you were raised in creates many opportunities and targets upon your back. What you witnessed today was just a sampling of what could be done if your guard were to ever drop the slightest notch. Understood, father. Good, Kenji replied, eyes closing as he leaned back against his chair. Only a few moments passed before he turned a tired gaze back to his daughter. Knowing what is to come with your 21st birthday in a few short months, I wish for you to crack down on studies to become a strong leader. New guards will be found to replace those incompetent enough to allow an attack. Yes, father, Ochaco replied softly. New guards meant even stricter guidelines when exploring the city, if that was even permitted after today. May I speak freely? Later. There are other matters that need attending to on the business side. I promise, my little 𝗏𝗍. Kenji gave a rare smile that slipped quickly from his fatigued features. Fumi tapped the back of her hand, signaling it was time to go. Bowing respectfully, the two women made their way down the slightly elevated platform towards the quarter wing of the mansion. As they passed, all members stopped their tasks and conversations to pay their respects. Not a single soul dared a hint of disrespect after the 𝗬𝗏𝗔𝗵𝗲 ceremony. Ochaco barely paid attention to it and shoved her hands into the kimono sleeves a little deeper. Nearly all of the remaining members had grown up with the brunette, nurturing the child to become strong and independent, though with a tight link to family. And in a way, they were all a part of her family. Often when her parents were busy, she'd turn to them for help or entertainment. Especially a certain man who guided the young woman along the straight pathway. Return to your quarters, I will need to attend to some business as well. Fumi spoke up in the silent air between them, earning a curious auburn gaze. Nothing you need to worry about, Ochaco. We'll meet up again in a few hours for dinner. Go. Try to relax. Yes, mother. Ochaco replied lightly with a bow. Waiting until their paths split, the teenager followed the long-memorized hallway back to her room. Senses honed over an entire lifetime picked up on the discreet footsteps following more than a few paces behind, though within the walls of the Uraraka palace, she was safe. More times than not he followed whenever a punishment ritual occurred, or turbulent thoughts crashed over. Tilting her head the slightest bit to the left and up, Ochaco indicated she was aware of his presence. The footsteps increased pace until the two were walking side by side down the spacious corridor. You seem to be handling the situation well, he gruffed in a low voice. Ever the observant Yakuza, she thought with a pinch of amusement. I'm handling it to the best of my ability. Today was nothing more than a wake-up call that I'm still naive and inexperienced about the real world. If I hadn't been distracted, that man would be lying in a hospital, dying or dead. Your skill set doesn't involve the nerve to kill, merely to deflect and subdue. Even if he was the most vile villain on the face of the planet, could you honestly say you'd kill him? No. Ochaco replied softly, earning a throat noise of confirmation. Her teacher was right like always. Killing wasn't in her heart despite the extensive bloodline that spoke otherwise. A deep breath in and out. The man who saved me informed me of his name. Oh, and who do we need to pay a visit to for gracious thanks? The teacher asked with a bare hint of interest peeking through the hard, emotionless exterior. Despite knowing him all her life, Ochaco still didn't know much about the mysterious thug. Often he would go on trips with her father and could be gone for days to weeks at a time. Somehow he always made time for her in between his busy schedule to offer guidance and support. 𝗧𝗑𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗏. Ochaco felt the brief change in his demeanor, yet by the time she turned to look at him, the mask was covering any display of emotion. His hands were shoved deep into the pockets of the midnight black suit, slightly narrowed gaze locking onto an unseen spot further down the hallway. It wasn't a look she'd seen often, and it burbled a bubble of anxiety into her chest. You know him? In a manner of speaking, yes. He replied tartly, as if the name was a sour piece of candy touching his taste buds. They didn't seem to have a great relationship based on the reaction, and now it evoked a high level of interest. Maybe he'd tell her more about this mysterious savior, or run off to silence him depending on information gathered. What do you know of him? Due to my current assignment, I am unable to provide you with further details. Apologies. Though it's for the best if you forget that name completely, it'll bring nothing but trouble to you. A brief glance at her finished the conversation, much to concealed disappointment. Arguing with him would just lead to an endless loop of redirection. One such incident had the man redirecting for nearly an hour straight without so much as moving a muscle. Very well, I trust your judgment on the matter, 𝗧𝗏. I believe a rest is in order prior to dinner. Thank you for your time and wisdom. You were always the best listener. Ochaco broke the formality to give him an endearing smile. Anytime. Don't beat yourself up over today. It was still a valuable lesson to learn. 𝗧𝗏 tapped a finger against the center of her forehead with a small huff, the tiniest of curling lips appearing. You've got a good head on your shoulders, one that will lead this clan into a bright new future. Once they reached her quarters, he bid farewell to return to his normal duties, whatever they were. Not even her father would supply what the top-ranking thug did during the day, though, she supposed, perhaps it was for the best to not be informed of the work he performed. Between the numerous Uraraka-owned businesses and ventures, side errands were plentiful in the debt recovery department. Everyday citizens of Japan would seek desperate, last-option loans to prevent from sinking fully into the sandpit of debt, yet their oversight of the workings with the deals made only secured them in place with an iron anklet. Those who paid off their debts fully were released with the warning to never reveal any details to the authorities or suffer an unexpected home visit in the middle of the night. Those who didn't return the money were erased from existence. There was no denying that some of the work done by the Uraraka clan soaked crimson into each and every finger that dipped into it. Compared to hundreds of years ago, when the original Yakuza leader 𝐒𝐭𝐲 Uraraka reigned, punishments had become lenient. Records indicated that most crimes against loyalty and the Uraraka name resulted in a beheading or seppuku. Nowadays, with her father leading the mass of nearly 15,000 active and non-punishments such as losing fingers was more common. Very rarely had anyone been off due to their offense, but the last time she recalled was at the young age of 6. A thug had revealed imperative information to a rival gang who threatened to blackmail them into submitting. One day, nearly all of the members slipped out for what her father called a business meeting. The next, they all returned looking solemn and downcast. Untying the golden shimmering silk obi from around her waist, Ochaco stripped the formal attire off for something more comfortable. Official events such as punishments and meetings required formal wear to maintain presentation and professionalism. Becoming the next head demanded to be presentable at all times. No leggings outside the confines of her room, no sweatpants, tank tops, crop tops. Nothing that could be used to slander against her authority and make those beneath believe she was unfit. In public, She was required to wear long dresses, long pants, modest blouses. The rule became lenient in the summer months, but from then onward until spring, coverage was required. With summer finally dying off to become fall, Ochaco couldn't wait to get out of the sweltering weather. But there was another reason for such strict apparel guidelines. As the sakura-patterned kimono slipped down her back, the vibrant ink revealed itself in the mirror. A twisting, fierce dragon with eyes of crimson and scales of steel covered nearly every inch of her back. In its white claws was the sakura symbol, the family crest for nearly 300 years straight. History had been painstakingly marked into her skin by 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐴𝐵𝐻𝐵, a bamboo stick with needles to traditionally give tattoos, that began at the young age of 16. Once Ochaco began delving deeper in the roots and history of her lineage, the markings began. Bit by bit, shorter sessions at first until it became a soothing motion that brought no pain. While there were still a few spots needing completion, they would have to wait until she ascended to the throne. Once she aged into a full adult was when the extensive work would continue down her front side, leaving only a clear path between her breasts free of ink. Grabbing a comfortable pair of lounge clothes, Ochaco slipped on the pants and made to throw the shirt on when her reflection stopped the motion. Everything she knew about her life was carved into her back. The very beginnings of the clan, hundreds of years of survival and flourishing, stone-written laws fiercely protected and honored. Auburn traced over the drawing with pride swelling her chest. Prestigious lineage, her lineage. This was her family, her life. Others had normal families that went on vacation and took their kids to theme parks. The Uraraka family nurtured, guided, and protected her every step of the way in becoming a strong leader. Ochaco's eyes softened at the sakura centered between the dragon's claws, the very essence of life. A crest that carried them through the generations with prosperity and strength. A gentle smile adorned the teen's face as the shirt concealed the tattoo. As long as she had her family by her side, there was nothing to fear. Izuku Midoriya sat absent-mindedly at his desk chewing on a pen, pondering over the girl who'd walked away from a near rape without such much as a trembling voice. In fact, the expression he saw through the downpour and thundering skies was that of resilience, strength. He wouldn't describe her as nonchalant about the whole situation, judging by the surprise littering her face for a few moments, albeit more prepared for such an attack. The brief struggle between them was captured out of the corner of his eye, and it seemed like she was definitely fighting back. Maybe it just came down to the fact that she was out-muscled or that he was becoming a pro at isolating unsuspecting women down an alleyway. Nakai Okura was known as a serial attacker with more than a dozen under his belt, including 7 of those incidences with confirmed sexual assaults or rapes. UA Special Police Force had been tracking him down for months, ending up with dead ends or attack patterns that seemed unorthodox. Until today. The sudden onset of rain had deterred Izuku in leaving his favorite coffee shop for his morning brew prior to work. That fateful delay ended up saving another life and throwing a criminal behind bars for years to come. This part of town wasn't the nicest by any means, not ghetto yet not the suburbs, so it was perplexing that a young woman dressed practically to the nines was wandering the streets. A button-up cream blouse with a necktie and long sleeves, black slacks, white heels, and a pink jacket resting over her shoulders. It wasn't uncommon to see that every now and then, but someone dressed up as formally as that? Out of the ordinary. It could have been why she was targeted in the first place. Women like that tended not to be able to defend themselves. But the woman, Ochaco, managed to fiercely fight back for at least a bit. He didn't even need to know anything about her to see she was a fighter. The wary look she gave as he offered a hand partially raised another red flag. True, he probably looked just as scary as Nakai with the sudden rescue, though it seemed her guard shot all the way up. Even when he asked about calling someone for her, she vehemently denied and suggested he drop it in a warning tone. Emerald eyes narrowed at the Nakai case pulled up on his monitor. The man acted stranger than his normal behavior. He seemed much more aggressive with Ochaco, more hands-on, definitely more turned on than he'd seen prior. Something about it seemed personal. But what correlation could the two have? Former partners? Scorned business deal? Declined love confession? If you keep staring at your screen, it's going to burn onto your eyeballs. Izuku broke free from the spiraling thought train to look up at the newcomer. Sorry, there's just something about this latest attack that doesn't make sense to me. Nakai seemed more aggressive this time, and the girl, Ochaco, almost seemed unbothered by the whole thing. She was more surprised to see me there, like I wasn't expected. "Oh, here. I have a copy of my report for you, Sergeant Aizawa." "Thanks. I'll get this filed in a bit." "Any other information pertaining to the attack?" Aizawa asked with his usual tired tone. Internally, he was calculating out how much of a threat Midoriya was to the Uraraka clan. The document in his hand was going to be burned and his computer wiped of the files by end of day. It seems the heiress slipped up and gave her real name, most likely thinking nothing would ever come from it. Luckily, her name wasn't too uncommon, so it's possible to link it to someone else as a last resort. Not anything that really stands out. The woman seemed to be unaffected by the attack, which is why it's sitting odd with me. But that's probably just me speculating about someone I don't know. It could just be a bit of shock. Young, inquisitive Izuku Midoriya. His fast thinking and logical mindset made him both an asset and danger. Aizawa lazily scratched at his scruffy beard that never grew into more than a fuzzy patch. "Go ahead and drop it for now. There's a crime scene that needs you downtown. Looks to be an attempted suicide with all the wrong indicators. Possibly a hit." "Right. I'll get ready and head out." Izuku gave a fast salute before hurrying off to change into different work gear. Aizawa waited until he was around a corner before sitting heavily in the computer chair, locating the main file in his folders. A phone slipped from his pocket, and with a quick dial, the line began to ring as he deleted the file from existence. Wasn't the first time, wasn't going to be the last. "Yo, Aizawa. What you got for the mixer today?" The obnoxious voice of his best friend blasted through the speaker, and the officer pulled it away from his ear to prevent deafness. Dude needed to learn to lower the volume. Complete wipe of Midoriya's system. Chalk it up to an update gone wrong. He's getting a little too involved in the matter, no doubt already planning on digging deeper once he's off. Aizawa spoke lowly. A finger tapped on the keyboard, signaling the file to erase. The small bar across the screen quickly filled up as the data was deleted, flashing quietly once finished. "Already on it. I can send a virus to that bad boy in 3 seconds flat. What's the skinny on the slipped info?" "First name." Aizawa could hear Yamada spewing his drink everywhere, the answer highly unexpected. It took a few moments of coughing and hacking before his friend returned to the receiver with a now scratchy voice. "By force or willingly? Doesn't she know her name isn't super common? It could easily trace back. That's why we're wiping information." No doubt Nakai Okura was fully aware of her correlation, which is why he struck. "That problems needs to be handled as well, Hisashi. Tonight." "Understood. I'll see what I can do about him. Let me know when it's done." Shota Aizawa hung up the phone without awaiting an answer. Hisashi Yamada was one of the best, if not the best, hacker in the country. While managing the police system by day, he controlled the underground networking by night. His experience was imperative to keeping Uraraka clan secrets under wrap, and yesterday was no different. After getting word of the incident, Shota immediately got to work in wiping leaks. Cameras on every shop along her path had connection issues while Yamada purged the recordings. It was more difficult to prevent onlookers from gawking, yet that's what the two now incompetent guards were for. They were lucky Kenji was in a gracious mood, otherwise they'd be sinking to the bottom of the harbor right about now. Allowing the only heir to the Uraraka name to be attacked in broad daylight was a massive fuck-up. If he'd gone with, the body would have been found slumped over a dumpster in an apparent alcohol or drug overdose. But the problem with working undercover as an officer was the fact that he couldn't risk doing anything to bring shame to the Uraraka name. Every step had to be meticulously planned out. By morning, he was at the police station ready to start the day, and by night he was collecting overdue debt loans on top of maintaining information leaks. Ever since aligning with the Yakuza nearly 20 years ago, Shota climbed up through the rankings under the guidance of Kenji in order to become the best that he could be. It was a time in his life that he'd gotten wrapped up in stupid shit, earning him a spotlight from the Yakuza. Though he proved himself in that trapped moment, vowing allegiance in blood and a solemn vow to uphold their values was what solidified the connection. In doing so, he was given the honor of training Kenji's daughter to become the next head of the household. Ochaco Uraraka was smart, that he'd openly admit, and she remained tactful of her choices and mannerisms. No doubt she'd become the next great leader of a powerful clan that had survived hundreds of years. so it didn't make sense as to why she responded with her actual first name. Distress could have been a factor, though. Even then she knew better. A lapse in judgment was the #1 killer of Yakuza. Assumption the stranger who saved her life would never see her again? Considering Midoriya came to work absolutely drenched, they were out there for more than a few minutes. Something prompted her response, and he was going to get to the bottom of it. Midoriya's computer let out a low tone as the screen flickered blue with a warning, indicating Hisashi had sent the virus, and it now took control of the system. Satisfied, Aizawa clicked the monitor off and set about getting to the pile of paperwork awaiting on his desk. Despite being Yakuza and protecting the clan at all costs, he still belonged to the police department. Whenever incident reports came in regarding another member, he had to decide who bit the bullet and suffered the time, or who got cut loose to face harsher consequences at base. Most of the time it was rival gangs starting the confrontations, and a member got wrapped up in it defending the Uraraka name. While commendable, creating a police report and spending time in jail was generally frowned upon. It took away valuable members that could be used for raids, debt collections, or security details at the mansion and around town. Apart from the usual fund management, the Uraraka clan offered protection services at a fairly steep pricing scale. Depending on the merchandising, location, staff, business revenue, and the most important part, who was after them. Smaller, localized gangs liked to harass family-owned shops due to being easy targets. Product smashing, sticky fingers, occasionally drawn weapons to intimidate into giving payment for protection services. A few Uraraka men show up when they're there, or track them down to isolate and rebuke their bluffs by countering they are the only security system needed. All in all, not a bad side venture for the newer Yakuza. The first few hours of paper handling went fairly well. Only 2 newbies from the Uraraka clan were arrested for fighting another gang, the lowest he'd seen in a long time, so he figured a bit of jail would straighten them out so they could get their priorities straight. Now that they were a part of something bigger, both men needed to learn their loyalties and laws. Not like their loss would affect much in the daily activities. Tossing the completed files into respective folders, Aizawa made for a long overdue coffee break when a slightly concealed piece of paper caught his eye. Just barely tucked beneath another one he set aside to delve further into. "What's this?" he muttered to himself, fatigued eyes scanning over the wording, brows furrowed together as he attempted to comprehend the implication of the letter. It wasn't making much sense, written in a way that the letters could still be readable after some unscrambling, yet not immediately solvable. A dyslexic person could have easily written the singular page, but why? Zero correlation to any of the police reports, yet stuff in there out of sight. Who? Hawks. Shota shot out of his chair, flung his office door open, and sprinted for an isolated area where no cameras or lines were wired. People darted out of his way to avoid being run over. Sergeant Aizawa. Sprinting was never a good thing. The rooftop access was only to be used during emergencies, and right now this constituted as one. Hawks, Kigo Takami, was one of the more unseen eyes-in-the-skies informants between the Urarakas and their biggest rival clan, Shigaraki. Led by a ruthless tyrant who murdered for pleasure and even sent his lackeys to take out contracting clients for an advantage in the business market. Their leader, only known as All for One, had been slowly gaining traction in the competitive market. Not enough to worry about, more than a reason to remain wary. Slamming a key into the alarm bar to prevent it from evacuating the entire force, the sergeant twisted it right, waited 5 seconds, then silently opened the exit. After ensuring it was fully shut behind him, Shota pulled out the letter once more and began skimming through, trying to discombobulate the hidden meaning. A wind picked up as another round of rain threatened to sweep through. Sentence by sentence he went with growing agitation. Hawks really needed to find another way to relay messages. All for One moving closer. Aizawa stopped mumbling to himself as a certain word struck a deep chord. He didn't even have to know what it spelt. Uraraka territory. Fuck. He's slipped under the radar. Damn it. I'm going to need to run back and relay this message. Can't risk it falling into the wrong hands or calling over an unsecured line. For years, even around the time he joined up, the Shigaraki clan had remained fairly dormant. Now, nearly 20 years later, it seemed they were making their move. Crumpling the paper and stuffing it deep into his uniform pant pocket, 𝐎𝐸𝐽 spun on his heels to head back downstairs. He'd chalk it up to heading to a site or an emergency call, something to justify a sudden departure. Yet as he opened the roof access door, a certain pair of emerald eyes met his. Izuku stood with a hand raised to knock on the door, body frozen in place at the sudden opening. Aizawa stared him down for a few seconds before letting out a heavy sigh. Of course he was here. He must have returned from the field job and went around wandering for him. Sorry, Sergeant Aizawa, I wanted to report back on the case I was deployed to. A few people mentioned you running this way, so I figured I'd check. Drop it on my desk, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Short. Simple. Even Midoriya knew not to question any further. Spoken to soon as the green-haired detective opened his mouth to speak. Already done. I did also have a question for you, if you have a moment. Izuku started uneasily. A hand habitually rubbed against his nape. There's something bugging me about the case you sent me to. An odd note was left on scene, and I think it correlates with a local Yakuza gang. Aizawa froze mid-step on his way past Midoriya. That wasn't a normal death, that much he knew already, but the fact that there's a note left on the body? Slowly, agonizingly so, he turned back to look up at the towering officer. His normal neutral expression was beginning to slip into a hardened exterior to prevent any emotions from slipping out. Tell me what it said. It said, "We'll be seeing you soon enough. I look forward to some tea." The letter U was capitalized and bolded. Same for T. The only notes I've seen like that are from a few Yakuza cases I've gone over. Someone sending a threatening message, right? Izuku noticed the twisting facial expression of his supervisor, and unease settled heavily. That wasn't a look he'd seen before, and honestly, it was starting to scare the shit out of him. Heavy moments passed without a response as Aizawa seemed to have gone into a trance. Just when Izuku opened his mouth to speak, a heavy shove forced him against the wall without warning. Listen to me very carefully, Midoriya. Do not get yourself delving deeper into the Yakuza world. No more reports, no more file digging, no more even thinking about it. How many others saw that note? Aizawa demanded lowly, threateningly. When Izuku quietly pulled it from his pocket, sealed in an evidence bag, it was snatched up and intensely scanned over. I was the one who found it in his pocket before the coroners took the body. No one else saw it as far as I'm concerned. What's going on, Sergeant Aizawa? I've never seen you this freaked out. They were there, watching, waiting for someone to find it. Shoto loosened his grip on the terrified subordinate, yet kept him up against the wall. The letter he'd gotten earlier could have been days old. If that were the case, did anyone approach you? Offer a card? Make a deal? Threaten you? And no, nothing like that as far as I'm aware. Izuku responded immediately. Emerald eyes widened. Now he was really freaked out. There was a growing thought bubble that wanted to pop on the tip of his tongue. But if it were true, you don't think? Don't finish that thought. Shoto snapped harshly. Midoriya was now a target of the Shigaraki gang. He'd have to go into witness protection, move far away from the city, erase his current identity. No, they were smarter than that. They'd just go after him on the way out of the city. Take out his mom. Probably already nabbed his father when he was a child based on the coinciding area and cause of death. Clenching the trembling hand a little tighter around the letter, Shoto knew there was only one place to keep him safe. Though even that was a gamble. A handful of police undercovers, and now adding the detective that saved Kenji's daughter and had a vendetta against Yakuza? Don't mention anything else about the case. Not to anyone, understood? If I'm understanding what you're about to ask. Yes, it's highly possible now. The color paled from Izuku's face. Endless inquisitiveness and work diligence had earned him a spotlight for a dangerous Yakuza gang. But which one? The one that ruled the area for hundreds of years, or a rivaling one? Aizawa seemed to realize he was still holding him up and promptly dropped him to his feet, where he stumbled and caught himself on the opposite wall. He'd messed up. Being so preoccupied in the case and not realizing what the piece of evidence meant, Izuku Midoriya had become trapped under a dangerous gang. Aizawa flexed his hand to ease some of the tension. Like he didn't have enough problems going on right now. For years he'd taken the young, enthusiastic police academy graduate under his wing to guide him on the correct path in life. Maybe it was to amend his own mistakes that happened around the same age, or the Yakuza was trying to prevent another young, kind soul from winding up dead on the streets. He taught 𝗧𝗵𝗲 everything he knew about the police force, showed him how to take offenders down, taught him how to defend himself or de-escalate a situation. Ironically, it was the same way he taught Ochaco. Yet, even through meticulous, rigorous training, his student still managed to wind up on the radar of a villainous gang. Pinching the bridge of his nose tightly, there was only one solution to the deadly problem. "I'll figure something out. Just give me a few days to sort things through. In the meantime, Midoriya, you're safest in the building. Don't go wandering out except for necessities. I'll send a few spare officers to check on your mother and monitor the area more heavily, around your apartment as well." "Understood." "Why, yes, sir," Izuku replied in a strangled murmur. A scarred hand raised to clench tightly in the standard white button-up. What could he have done differently? Been less nosy? Ignored the evidence until the hospital submitted it for police records? No, he wasn't the type of person to ignore clues to the crime scene puzzle. It was in his nature after all. A hand plopped heavily onto unruly green locks. "Don't beat yourself up about it. You were doing your job and unknowingly stumbled upon the note. I doubt it was directed at you. Believe it or not, we find these notes more often than not on deceased civilians as a warning to not get involved." Aizawa looked up at the watery eyes of the distraught officer. Just as he did earlier, a single finger tapped the young man in the center of his forehead. "Take the rest of the day off, spend time with your mother. I'll send a few people out after I'm finished with my errand." "Sure." Izuku nodded numbly as the commanding officer tightly nodded his head prior to a fast departure. Emerald stared intensely at the faded and peeling stairwell wall. After his father died years ago in an accident, only he and his mother were left to survive in the rougher part of the city. His mother, bless her heart, did everything she could to ensure Izuku had a somewhat normal childhood, though despite her best efforts, there would never be anything to fill the void of a father figure. Until Chief Yagi showed up and opened a new page into the world of justice. With his house in a former crime-infested area, there were plenty of crime scenes to pass by on his way to school. After the first few incidences, Yagi noticed his fascination with the intricate workings and readily explained each question asked. A slip of a business card into the young hand of Izuku Midoriya sealed his future career and fate. Now it was washing down a storm drain faster than he could comprehend. He should have been more careful. Should have regarded the case with more severity, knowing it was a mysterious death. This was the gravest mistake of his life, and hell if he wasn't going to fix it. A fist slammed into the wall as the resolve solidified. Moping around wouldn't fix things. What he needed to do was get to work on researching the area Yakuza, track down their alliances and enemies, then put an end to the crime syndicates once and for all. Despite what Sergeant Aizawa ordered, it wouldn't stop the detective from following through. Izuku Midoriya wouldn't rest until every single Yakuza in Musutafu resided behind bars awaiting their long-overdue punishment. Shota walked the streets still donning the mandatory police uniform as a light drizzle sprinkled from above. Considering it was easier to stealth through the city under the illusion of a patrol, the plain black suit would remain untouched for now. It also silently warned any troublemakers to watch themselves, at least in his presence, and considering most of the younger youth knew the familiar scowling face and harsh tone, nearly all obliged to the law. A few times he'd have to call it in, though today was different. This was urgent. Urgent situations concealed the public swarming the cramped sidewalks from vision, tunneling in on the goal. It was a good 20-minute stroll just to reach one of the hidden entrances, a still heavily guarded one, and seeing as he was now more than 15 minutes in, it wouldn't be long before delivering the turbulent news. For now, at least, there was no point in bringing up another addition to the family. Considering the fragility of the situation, it would only be dismissed by Kenji. Higher priorities. But he couldn't delay it for too much longer. Shigaraki could make their move soon enough and strike when they were frazzled and distracted. Midoriya was the last person he ever wanted to get dragged through the thickening mud. The kid was too pure and focused on justice to ever make it as a Yakuza. If he ever found out about the truth behind his father's death. Look here, boys, what comes our way? What's a copper doing down in these parts of the ghetto? 6 thugs stood between Shota and the entrance. Casual clothing, cigarettes dangling from their scowling mouths, sunglasses pulled down. They were trying a bit too hard to be Yakuza, but at least he recognized them. Not entirely newbies, not high up on the chain. middle grunts as he liked to label them. They mainly did the more dangerous errands and often ended up discarding unwanted property in the middle of the night. Ignoring their puffed-up chests and pebble-intimidating glares, 𝗧𝗪 strolled right past them without so much as a side-eye. "Oi, where do you think you're going? We ain't finished with this conversation." One shouted at his back. He'd give them credit. They were really trying hard to appear intimidating. And they would be to the average citizens, just not a 20-year veteran. "Bastard. Yo, wait a sec," another one interjected as 𝗧𝗪 stopped to give them an icy stare. At least this one had some common sense. "Forgive us, big brother. We're just doing our jobs. I commend you for protecting the path, but next time, tone down the thug act. You're drawing more attention than wanted." 𝗧𝗪 replied tartly. "Yes." The guards chorused, then returned to their leisurely duties of deterrent. Without another word, 𝗧𝗪 continued on his way. Apparently, they needed to be exercised more. The boredom was getting to them. Things had been a bit slow lately, with higher-ups running more errands and fresh faces taking care of the minuscule issues. Once far enough down the pathway, the Yakuza abruptly disappeared into a rickety old shed fronted with debris. Though it appeared to be overgrown and cluttered, it was a clever disguise. Pulling on the correct set of hidden levers opened the trap doorway to the tunnel. Archaic, perhaps. Worked and kept the locals away from it. And considering the local council was under their protection, any complaints were promptly discarded in the trash can. Waiting for the lock to reactivate, 𝗧𝗪 dropped down into the carved tunnel with flashlight in hand. This wasn't his preferred method of entering the mansion. Rooftop hatches were easier to slide through, and though not as discreet, a few roofing supplies and lower grunts created no questions to those gawking. This was going to be a fun conversation to have, if Kenji wasn't already wrapped up in something else. As far as his schedule was concerned, today was a fairly light load. Voices began filtering in through the door up ahead, a sign that usually meant people were arguing. A heavy sigh slipped past his lips. Seriously? Like he didn't have enough shit on his plate right now? Now he got to play peacemaker? How do you expect me to trust anything you say? The funds haven't been received, and you're sitting here spinning me around like a dog chasing its tail. Get me that money, or else the people you love are going to be disappearing. End of story. Kenji barked at the cowering businessman, saturating the tatami mats with sweat and possibly a bit of piss. Another loner who failed to come up with the cash. Third one of the day already, and it was barely past noon. A flicked hand had the sniveling man dragged away, kicking and screaming. Once the nuisance was gone, a tired face fell against an open palm. "Seems you're a busy man, Oyabun," Aizawa casually remarked as dark eyes stared at the door, waiting for the screaming to die down. Kenji chortled into his hand. "𝗧𝗪, you don't understand the half of it today." "Of course you do, regardless. Forgive the ragged appearance. Long day that's only getting longer. What news do you have for me?" Kenji dragged the hand down his face, fingers digging into the skin slightly before falling back to his lap. As soon as the papers slipped from Aizawa's pockets, they were itching to dig back into the vulnerable flesh. "I was expecting good news, though the graveness of your expression tells me otherwise. Get on with it, I suppose. I have confirmation from Hawks himself that Shigaraki and his men are closer than expected. They've also left a note on a fresh kill that one of my detectives found. I'm afraid that since they've remained under the radar, their movements are getting stealthier by the day. I'll have some men extend the search area by night to push them back. I never doubt Hawk's word. Seems Shigaraki's men are already aware of Ochaco being seen out in public. I'll need to convene with the higher-ups in order to redirect a plan of attack. I'm not worried about our defenses right now. Every entrance and exit are heavily covered by day, even more so at night. Tell me, this detective of yours, does he seem like an optimal target for the Shigaraki?" Kenji asked without taking his eyes off the threatening note concealed in an evidence bag. They were making a direct threat against his daughter. A grave mistake they would soon find out. "Possibly. He's a good kid. Takes his job to heart." Aizawa kept it short, though his boss seemed to notice the lack of more information as he notched a brow. "Soft spot for him, eh? Just like you have for Ochaco. So, care to divulge deeper into this mysterious underling of yours? Izuku Midoriya. He's the one who saved Ochaco from Nakai Okura. Vehemently hates anything Yakuza related, always studying their patterns and habits though. incredibly smart and inquisitive, which is how he got under their radar in the first place. He didn't know any better, but now he's made himself a target, especially being on the force. I've ordered him to go to and from his mother's house, the store, his apartment, and the station only. Extra guards will be deployed as precaution. 𝗧𝗪 studied his boss as he lulled the information around his brain for a minute. There was interest, that much he could see. Yet what he couldn't see were the underlying thoughts to that interest. He wanted to avoid bringing up the topic, though Kenji, like Midoriya, tended to be inquisitive and prod deeper for more information. It made him a great tactician and strong leader. Curious indeed. Hates Yakuza, saves my daughter, from a serial attacker no less, and has now become a target of the Shigaraki clan. Wouldn't you agree, 𝗧𝗪, that he'd make a remarkable addition? The Yakuza leader knew it would prod a flaring nerve and cause it to twitch violently. Already he could tell the undercover cop was hesitant in agreeing to his decision. It was a risky move. The boy could spill internal secrets, attempt sabotage, straight up decline the offer, and tell him to shove it up his ass. I can see your hesitation about it. While my curiosities brew, your answer has already been made. Not necessarily, Kenji. In fact, I was going to bring up the suggestion in a few days, but you beat me to it. I'm pretty sure a rival gang took out his father years ago in a crime spree, so there's possibly a deep sense of injustice he feels the need to rebalance. Earlier, less than 24 hours after the attack, he was beginning to dig too deep into the files. Hisashi had to fry his computer, and I erased the files. Midoriya is persistent when his mind settles. I believe he's trying to correlate the relationship between Ochaco and Nakai while also researching further who she is. Fast learner, a good asset to attain. Though the severity of this sense of justice he has, do you believe it will be an advantage or our downfall? Kenji asked with a flapping of the evidence bag. 𝗧𝗪 shoved his hands deeper into his pockets, contemplating. Could go either way. The likelihood of Midoriya joining the clan is slim to none, except with the offer of going undercover in order to better understand the workings of Yakuza gangs. That's the best idea I can come up with, but at the same time I'd have to claim my undercover status as well to avoid suspicions. It might be something he'd buy if I did the same. Chief Yagi is another obstacle. His sense of justice is even higher than Midoriya's. He'd probably consider it too dangerous considering our reputation. He really needed more time to get things sorted out. The main reason was to come here and relay the urgent message. Now he needed to go before the police chief with the idea he already knew was going to get shot down. Kenji hummed. You said he rescued Ochaco? Yes. Does he seem capable of offering, let's say, a protective services? Kenji. Now, Kenji started, both hands up at the warning tone. Let's be reasonable here, 𝗧𝗪. If he can protect my daughter and subdue a rampaging serial rapist, then that's one less threat on the streets. And that's one less thing I have to worry about with Ochaco when she wanders into public. She's ascending to the throne soon, and rival gangs are beginning to realize there's an actual heir to the Uraraka name. Shigaraki will not hesitate to strike when the day arrives. Give it a few days to think over everything, and when you're ready, come back to me with an answer. For now, I'd like you to take Ochaco out for a bit. While not a completely abnormal request, it seemed risky at best. Though, it wasn't really his place to argue his concerns, was it? Understood. Where to? Cat Cafe. Cat Cafe. 𝗧𝗪 parroted with a notched brow, earning a defeated sigh in return from the powerful Yakuza lord who slumped forward with both hands covering his worn features. You're joking. Yes, I know the ridiculousness of it, but she wants to finish her list of visits. Also, she's going to need to replace her new outfit. Seems that one had to go into the incinerator. Nuisance of a thing, really, though necessary at times. She won't be able to go in normal clothing this time, I'm afraid. The car is waiting out front for you both. Understood. I'll get my response to you within 24 hours, Oyabun. 𝗧𝗪 bowed deeply, then excused himself from the main hall. Escorting Ochaco around was priority despite the horrendous start to the week already. A hand scratched unruly black locks roughly. Man, what the hell kind of a day was this turning into? Although, the fact that Ochaco was willing to go back out meant it wasn't deterring her from the outside world. One good thing at least. It didn't take long to reach the heiress room, and he rapped against the door 3 times, just like he always had. A few moments of silence before the door opened. Shota felt his eyebrow twitch at the scene before him. Seriously? This was what she chose? You think I look ridiculous, Ochaco bluntly stated after noticing the obvious facial tic from her mentor. It didn't happen too often, but when it did, it meant Aizawa was stressed and reaching his limit for the day. The uniformed thug merely pursed his lips in disapproval. Yeah, you're probably right. Too obvious. And what's with your apparel? Public servant day. Something like that. Lose the sun hat, oversized sweater, sunglasses. A hood is fine, put a mask on and keep it high on your nose. Hair dye would be ideal but obvious for one day. Same for colored contacts. You're trying to blend in and not stand out amongst the crowds. I'll call a few others to sweep through for any intruding people on the way. You got 5 minutes while I switch to something less obvious. Fine. I'll try to look like a normal young woman. Ochaco dismissed while taking off the obvious accessories and flapping them his way. Once back in front of the expansive closet, she pursed her lips in thought with slender fingers grazing over the materials. Normal, huh? What's that even supposed to look like? Normal wasn't really in her encyclopedia of apparel. There was ceremonial, professional, loungewear, sleepwear, not to mention business. Business was the only thing she could wear in public to silently assert over the common citizens of Japan. The luxurious fabrics combined with an air of confidence and fuck around find out kept those unaware of her title steering clear from the path, revealing those lurking in the shadows stalking their target. And it felt good to have a boost of superiority, to feel feared. Those who crossed the Uraraka clan would heed well to those walking amongst them. A moment of weakness was a moment of opportunity. A moment she already opened yesterday by getting distracted. Ochaco grasped the pink sleeves of a felted jacket, contemplating. Concealing everything she knew gave way for uncertainty and unease to seep into every pore, cell, and vulnerable opening. The strong wool built up over nearly 2 decades began to crack, millimeters, centimeters, creeping into incremental inches with each ticking minute. The wall was strong, as it was created, molded, but the heavy pressure of not being who she was born to be strained the weakening barrier. Perturbed Auburn turned to the mirror after donning the plain outfit. A plaid, traditionally embroidered dress, gifted by her grandmother prior to her passing. Layered beneath was a fitted black long sleeve to conceal even the tiniest colored etching against milky skin. Sheer tights concealed the bare legs with opaque charcoal. Over the dress, still unbuttoned, resided a slightly too large winter button-up coat tinted quartz pink, elongated black buttons creating fashionable contrast. Fingers slowly traced along the felted edge of the hood before pulling it up and over tied-back chestnut locks. It felt so unnatural to appear so casually. A triple rapping on the door drew Auburn from the foreign reflection. This was a small price to pay for the sake of freedom in a world that vehemently denied her family ways. Slipping on a pair of low, black heels, she was ready. Cracking open the ornately decorated bamboo door, Ochaco stepped out as Aizawa waited patiently. In his hand was a sterile mask still in its bag. She stared at it for a moment before lightly slipping it from his grasp. The Yakuza was dressed pretty much head to toe in black, slouchy pants with matching, scuffed-up boots. A black, long-sleeved shirt with slightly frayed cuffs. A light gray scarf piled around his neck in a sloppy bundle, though she knew it was more than a scarf. Aizawa never went out in public without 3 things: his hunting knife, binding cloth scarf, and a hidden pistol with attached silencer. To ordinary citizens, he looked like nothing more than a person who barely left their apartment, a recluse. But he was so much more than that. Shota Aizawa was her personal assassin. Ever since she was young, all she could remember was him being there guiding, teaching, protecting. While blissfully unaware of what was going on during the day, what mattered most was his dedication to ensuring the perseverance of the Uraraka bloodline. Not very often she saw him in the shabby apparel, and she muffled a laugh behind her hand. Something funny? Shota asked blankly as the heiress began opening the medical face mask. While not the best option for the time of year, he supposed the modest outfit worked. It was beginning to get colder, more people wearing coats as the temperatures dropped to uncomfortable levels. With the additional rain beginning to pick up again, she'd mostly blend in. No. Merely appreciating the fact that your man bun suits your undercover clothes. Didn't realize you were the type, Aizawa. Ochaco grinned giddily as he retorted with a low grunt and shake of his head, the bun bobbling side to side. The grin never slipped as the mask concealed it, fingers pressing the small metal bracket against the bridge of her nose. While not comfortable, it provided adequate facial coverage. "You don't understand the amount of suffering you're putting me through right now, Ochaco," 𝗧𝗪𝗧 grumbled as both hands shoved deep into the pockets. "Whatever do you mean? Surely you jest. Cat cafe? Really? You may be able to fool your father with that strange request, but I know the real reason you want to go back out. Regardless of my warnings, you're going to go ahead with it anyways." Ochaco slowed to a stop as the Yakuza called out the bluff. True, she didn't necessarily have a need to go to a cat cafe, albeit it seemed a good enough cover to appease her already stressed and worried father. The true reason? Going back to that alleyway. To confront the harsh truth of her failures and how they nearly took 20 years of life away. It never should have happened in the first place. Years of honing senses, body and mind, martial arts. A blissful moment tarnished by a vengeful rejected thug. It never should have happened. Yet it did. There's nothing you can do about it now. It's a lesson learned about situational awareness, a painful one, but you've accepted your mistake. Your bloodline has had thousands, if not tens of thousands, of attempts against it over hundreds of years. This is nothing more than a harsh reminder that even now people thirst for vengeance. 𝗓𝗏 Ukura is such an example. Rejected from the Uraraka clan for reckless behavior and unhinged mind, it was only a matter of time before he came around. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 stopped as well, facing forward with an unchanged expression. Blunt reality was the best medicine for turbulent thoughts. If you're going out to seek revenge, forget about it. 𝗓𝗏 has already been taken care of. "You work fast," Ochaco offhandedly mentioned with a guarded tone. "I have to. He knew who you were, and he's a threat to the Uraraka name. Speaking of, care to tell me why you informed a detective of your actual first name?" 𝗧𝗪𝗧 shot back as the tension grew between them. She was frustrated that he understood more than anyone else, and now that Uraraka heritage was slipping through the cherry mask. Finally turning to address the elephant in the room, dark eyes swung on defensive auburn. Good. Instinctively reacting to an interrogation. While he couldn't see her lips through the mask, the subtle shift in her jaw gave away them pursing. "You do realize, Ochaco, that he has now started an investigation into who you are? You should know better than anyone why that's a bad thing. You know the consequences of someone linking back to the clan. I'm going to have to get rid of him." "You wouldn't." Ochaco threatened lowly, straightening her posture to reflect authority. "I'm ordering you to leave him alone. Unfortunately, Princess, until you've proven to be worthy enough to lead this clan without getting upset over a single failure, I won't be abiding by your demands. Your father is the only one I will respond to." 𝗧𝗪𝗧 matched the straightened posture with a hardening of eyes. Anger was brewing within her, yet she kept it contained, switching to a cold indifference. Believe it or not, there was a reason for striking her weak points. In 3 months, she would be taking the throne and title of head of the Uraraka clan. He needed to push beyond the comfort levels to prove she was ready for a heavy responsibility. 10 seconds passed before the brunette finally took in a deep breath, let it out, then promptly strolled past the statuesque bodyguard with head held high. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 fell in line behind her with a growing hunch of where she was going. Not ideal considering his ties. "Fine. I'll handle this myself. Your assistance is no longer needed, Aizawa." "Nice try. What are you going to do? March straight into the police station and demand to see him? Then what? Slay him in a room full of armed officers? You wouldn't kill him. The reason you gave him your real name is because he saved you and something in his actions caused you to pause. Hesitating in the middle of a fight for survival means there's something about 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 Midoriya that prevents you from seeing him as a target, as a threat." Ochaco whirled on the taller man with a finger pointed directly at his face. The other hand ripped the mask down and her mouth opened wide to retort when he brushed right on past without a care. Pursing her lips in frustration, the heiress took in a deep breath and let out a muffled yell against her arm. Damn him. He was the best mentor around yet when he sat there stabbing at her insecurities. It drove the brunette mad. Yanking the mask back up harshly, Ochaco sullenly followed behind with quiet grumblings. He was her ticket out of the house, and after watching the bloody ceremony, she needed the mental break. Reaching the main entryway, Both clan members waited for the doors to open. Aizawa began shuffling around in his pocket for something, and by the time Ochaco realized what he was doing, a square package was flying towards her face. Snatching it expertly, Auburn stared down at the mochi square, then looked up at the messy black locks of her mentor. "Do you always carry mochi squares with you?" "Only on days you argue with me," 𝐎𝐲𝐻 replied with a shrug. "How much of your salary are you spending on these?" "Need-to-know basis." "You don't need to know. You're an asshole, Aizawa. Just now figuring that out? Congrats. I'll send a card and gift to your room for such a momentous discovery." 𝐎𝐲𝐻 could feel the slender fingers reaching for his scarf, so he stepped out of the way before chucking another piece of candy at her. It hit with a satisfying smack against her face. He chuckled as she grumbled about nearly getting him before tearing into the wrapper. Mochi was a weak spot that always seemed to extinguish the roiling flames of anger. All nearby clan members bowed to the two as their movements continued. One followed beside Ochaco with an umbrella in hand to shield from the falling droplets. Their driver, Masahiro Ojiro, waited until they were close, then opened the door while simultaneously accepting the umbrella. Aizawa motioned with his head for the heiress to enter first. She did so silently with an averted gaze. Once settled, the door was firmly shut. "Cat cafe, sir?" Ojiro inquired Aizawa. "That's fine. Keep us away from UA police station. Too hot around there." "Of course, sir. _B_. The rain was beginning to pick up again, and Izuku wanted nothing more than to get home, shower, change clothes, and eat his 𝗧𝗵𝗲 that was made lovingly by his mother. After being dismissed for the day by Sergeant Aizawa, the first thing Izuku did was swing by his mother's house. As always, she knew what was bothering the one and only child of her family, prompting for an answer. He resisted at first. Every day 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 fretted over her child, explaining that he was now being targeted by a large rival gang and that she was most likely going to be tracked. Didn't go well. Tears, screaming, begging. 𝐒𝐭 went through every emotion multiple times over before the mother could be remotely calmed. Izuku had to soothingly reassure that everything would be all right. Things were going to change. More officers patrolling the area, restricted visits, office duty. On the slim chance she needed to be moved, the detective had a spare room that would turn into a living space. But until that happened, Izuku Midoriya was going to remain vigilant. Very few people remained on the streets of Musutafu, due to the rain and sun slipping behind the towering skyscrapers. Crime often increased once darkness fell, something Izuku knew all too well. Countless times he'd been called to crime scenes in the dead of night. Though not uncommon, at least 85% of the time it was gang-related. Skirmishes that often led to at least one person dying on scene or in the hospital. The hardest part was getting them to admit what their affiliation was and who sent the order. Although he hadn't witnessed some of the interrogations, apparently a few thugs killed themselves with hidden cyanide pills to prevent information from leaking out. Were people truly that loyal to a Yakuza clan? Why choose a life of enslavement to a powerful bunch of thugs? Didn't they have families to return home to? "Yo, Midoriya. Long time no see." A deeper voice called out to the detective, who promptly snapped his head up at his name. With an arm waving high into the air, a tall, heavily built man caught Izuku's eyes. His lips turned upward into a painfully wide smile. That build and flaming, spiky red hair were unmistakable anywhere. "Kirishima. Damn, you filled out nicely. What's your PR at?" "Man, it's crazy meeting you here again. Feels like it's been ages." Ijiro Kirishima guffawed, latching onto the outstretched hand tightly then shaking it vigorously. "What are you up to these days? I know we lost contact a bit back, but damn, it's good to see another familiar face." "It's great to see you too, Kirishima. Things have been well. I'm working for the UA Special Police Forces as a crime organization detective, have been for nearly 3 years now, so right after graduation." "What have you been up to? Didn't you get a job working under Toyomitsu Agency?" Izuku replied just as excitedly. Most of his classmates had become engrossed in their newfound careers, so hearing or seeing them was rare. And judging by how much his friend had changed, a lot was being missed out on. "That's amazing. We always knew you'd make it through the academy. It was your biggest dream to work under the famous Chief Yagi, after all." "Yeah, things are great there and all, but there's that nostalgic feeling of being back home. Work is dragging as of late since Chief Toyomitsu has been collaborating with other agencies to crack down on crime. Mina and I are actually planning on moving back here, Kirishima flushed with a hand rubbing the back of his neck. Because we're getting married around the first of the year. That's congratulations. When did this happen? I'm sorry for being so out of touch. I never realized you two got together. Haha, thanks man. We've been together since a bit out of high school, maybe a couple months afterwards. Eventually my charm and ravishing looks wore her down. Then she said yes. So what about you? I heard through the gossip vine you were getting close with Melissa Shield, Chief Yagi's niece. Izuku blushed at the jest, though it quickly turned into a somber feeling in his chest. Sure, he had a bit of a crush on the beautiful blue-eyed, blonde department transfer from the United States, but Melissa ended up returning to the United States due to a completion of her short-term transfer. She really only came to visit her uncle for a while and, to stay busy, requested a temporary transfer. We weren't really anything more than friends to begin with. Sure. Well, as Mina says, the only way to get over a broken heart is to throw yourself back out there. Guess since we're back in town, we'll find you a girl in no time. Kirishima laughed. While throwing an arm around his shorter friend, the two barely fitting under the umbrella. Izuku chuckled with a head shake. Ashido had really rubbed off on him, and the tiniest bit of worry began to build. Mina Ashido was always a supporter of shipping people together. In high school, it was Momoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki, the two smartest people in the class. Then it was Kyokujiro and Denki Kaminari. The list went on and on, the eclectic young woman targeting everyone within arm's reach. Thankfully, he was one of the few spared due to his general awkwardness. By the end of the first month, everyone had been preemptively matched with another. Think I'll pass on that for now. I'm dedicated to my job more than anything, and honestly, a relationship hasn't really been on my mind. There's a lot of Yakuza activity lately, and I'm pretty sure something big is going to happen soon. Since you're moving back to town, what agency will you link up with, Kirishima? Izuku redirected the conversation to a more comfortable topic. Apparently, the redhead felt the opposite as he released the heavy lean against his shoulders and stood tall, hands shoving deep into his pockets. There's another reason we're moving back, Midoriya. Since it hasn't been brought up yet, I'm going to assume you aren't aware. Aware of what exactly, Kirishima? Ojiro has gone missing. No one's seen him for a couple of weeks now. Rumor has it he may have become indebted to a Yakuza group since his family has always struggled with finances. Hagakure is absolutely devastated and reached out to Mina as a last resort. Now the rest of the class is flocking back to figure out what's going on. Izuku stopped abruptly. Kirishima turned his head upwards to the drizzling skies. Their classmate was missing? In the very city he was supposed to protect? A scarred hand began tightening slowly around the handle to the point it cracked from the pressure, splitting the plastic to pieces. What the hell, he'd never known. No one ever told him, reached out to ask. Emerald began burning a hole into the puddled sidewalk. He never bothered to check in with anyone. Stopped trying to communicate as he threw everything into becoming the best, like Chief Yagi. Had he become so blind in following the steps of his idol that the perfectly illusioned world around him was crumbling? When did he go missing? Izuku asked Kirishima lowly. The vibration in his voice couldn't be disguised. Beginning of the month, maybe the end of August. Hagakure figured his annual martial arts training was prolonged by another few days to a week, but when he didn't respond to messages or calls, she got worried. I'm pretty sure she submitted a report to your station, Midoriya. Don't you ever get handed cases like that? Kirishima asked after finally angling towards the silently fuming detective. A fast jerk of the head was his answer. A deep sigh slipped out as a hand ran through the drooping fiery, gelled locks. Fuck. I figured you'd know something about this. Is there someone else in the office that would be given something like that? To review and sort. Sergeant Aizawa. He manages me and a few others. Mostly we handle crime scenes, but occasionally we see smaller cases like that. He had to leave the office earlier for an urgent matter, so he won't be back in until tomorrow. It's only like 3. Aren't you supposed to be working still, or are you on a lunch break? There's a bit of a situation, if you would call it that. I've been instructed to head home for the day. I'll be at the office early tomorrow if you can swing by. We'll look through the files and see what's going on. Izuku felt his jaw click from the pressure of teeth grinding. He couldn't tell Kirishima that he was now targeted by a rivaling Yakuza gang, especially now that he knew Ojiro was potentially part of the local one. Only his mother knew because a target could be placed on her head. Avoiding unnecessary interactions would be best, at least until he took care of the ongoing rivalry. I'm actually headed home now. Where are you staying for the night? I was going to find a hotel for the evening. Stay with me. I've got an extra room, though it'll take a few minutes to prep. Besides, I wouldn't want you going in the areas that are prone to attacks. Izuku interjected immediately. Any hotels in the area outside of police protection were filled with prostitutes, drug deals, gang wars, and plenty of bloodshed. While they did their best to protect the streets, it wasn't always possible. Seriously? Thanks, Midoriya. You're really saving me. Kirishima beamed, excited. Mina was planning on staying with Hagakure tonight once she gets in. Work caught her up at the last minute, so she's running behind a bit. I'll let her know I'm hanging with you tonight. This is gonna be awesome. Oh, did you already pick up dinner? Shoot. I was going to offer to take you out as thanks. It's what my mom made me. I can always eat it for lunch tomorrow if you want to grab something. I'm sure it'd be fine under my rest-work guidelines. They've been cracking down lately with so many Yakuza attacks. Izuku quickly corrected himself despite the notched brow of questioning from his friend. There's actually a great place a block down from my apartment if you want to give it a shot. Sure, why not? Anything to get out of this rain. Lead the way, Midoriya, and I'll fill you in on what you've missed all these years. Kirishima started from the beginning. After high school, when everyone separated to pursue their own careers, he'd chosen to go into the police academy like Midoriya, Bakugo, and a handful of others. While he didn't get a full scholarship to UA Police Academy as his friend, he managed to get scooped up by Toyomitsu Agency a few cities over. Mina had begun working as a fashion designer and lately had been collaborating with famous names. Everyone loved her eclectic fabric and prints, resulting in a designer line being produced. Overall, they were both doing well for themselves. Katsuki Bakugo, Midoriya's childhood foe and Kirishima's best friend, managed to become head of the bomb detonation force in Musutafu. Izuku nearly dropped his precious homemade lunch at that. He hadn't realized Kacchin was still lurking in the city after school. True, they'd both gone to the academy, but things parted way as paths diverted. It was odd they never ran into each other, though that may be a blessing more than anything. Shoto Todoroki followed in his father's footsteps and was working his way up the police rankings in the neighboring town. His father, Enji, was famous as the chief of police 20 years running with nearly 100% success rate of capturing lawbreakers. Crime in his city had dropped exponentially during his service. Apparently Shoto was set to surpass his father in a matter of months or years, his record nearly matching. There was also a public rivalry between him and Chief Yagi, the two going way back and even attending UA High together. Though the former had his record beat by the thousands, until a crippling injury forced an early desk duty. Now he remained the brains of all Yakuza operations, guiding his colleagues to victory via ingenious tactical maneuvers. Momo Yaoyorozu led the city council in the same area as Todoroki, collaborating often to renew and reinvigorate the wellness of the citizens and public areas. Mina mentioned them being the perfect pair, though that was nothing more than speculation without enough information to back it. Tenya Ida followed the path of his elder brother in the family business of security systems and personalized protection. If it didn't have the Ida name, it wasn't a security system. Down the list Kirishima went, and Izuku listened intently with a heavy heart. He'd been missing out on so much of his friends' lives, and he realized how much work had taken over his personal life. While the outside was smiling at his enthusiastic friend, the inside was churning with remorse. Nearly a block from his apartment, something odd struck Izuku Midoriya. A random, back-of-the-mind thought that seemed so out there that it could have easily been a hallucination. Through the now dumping sheets of rain that pummeled them both and any unlucky stragglers, a correlation began to form. Sergeant Aizawa reacted unusually in learning about him becoming a target. It was like it triggered something deep within the old detective. And the fact that he put his hands on him in a somewhat threatening manner, perhaps it was merely speculation, nothing more than misinterpretation. But the deeper Izuku pondered about the strange reaction, the higher the red flag slowly raised. There was something his boss knew, or was involved in, that he didn't want getting out. Suddenly leaving after the rooftop snafu solidified the suspicions. Yet it all sounded so stupid. One of the most proactive detectives in all of Japan possibly having a secret collusion with either the Yakuza or some unknown affiliation. Hey, do you see that car over there? Aren't they usually owned by millionaires? Kirishima knocked the green-haired detective from his disturbing thoughts and pointed across the street. Emerald followed the finger to lock onto a blacked-out SUV rolling to a stop outside of a few shops. In fact, they weren't too far from the alleyway where he saved that girl earlier. Nearly right on top of it, in fact. Izuku spotted a partial brick wall behind them and yanked Kirishima behind it, forgoing the soaked umbrella to the nearly empty streets of Musutafu. His friend opened his mouth to protest, but a finger molded against lips quickly silenced him. A vehicle like that meant someone high on the chain of society owned it. There were a few selections as to who: politicians, millionaires, high-ranking officials, and Yakuza bosses. While normally choosing stealth over obvious, those with enough power and influence in a territory chose to flaunt. "What are you thinking, Mafia boss?" Kirishima asked lowly while pressing himself against the wall as much as he could. Being bulky wasn't ideal for stealthy situations such as this. He was designed more for brute strength. A few times he'd seen cars like this driving around town, or even in the police evidence lot filled with bullet holes and crimson, chunky remnants covering the seats. Possibly. Only a few people in the city own vehicles like that, but they're usually sedans, not SUVs. We won't know for sure until the occupant gets out and shifts into our line of sight. It's possible they know my face, which is why we're hiding. Sorry about the sudden grab. Izuku apologized quietly without taking his gaze from the vehicle. He needed to know who was in that vehicle and what their Yakuza affiliation was. They could just be some wealthy tourists visiting from out of town. It happened every so often. But on a dreary day like this, only locals would continue on through the rain. "Someone's getting out," Kirishima whispered, carefully peeking over Midoriya's head. Not like he really had to strain. He was taller than him. "Arg, it's hard to see through this downpour. It looks like they're wearing black, a suit most likely. Chauffeur hat. White gloves. Black, shine shoes. Whatever hair he has is tucked up underneath, and the hat is pulled lower over his face. He's good, whoever he belongs to." Making it harder to identify, which is probably why they're out in the rain. "Wait," Izuku muttered against his palm, a bad habit learned during childhood. A sense of familiarity washed over him as the driver shifted around the car, and he got a partial face identification. Lighter hair, slightly rounded face, obviously muscular beneath the suit. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Doesn't that driver seem familiar? Until we get a better look at his face, I can't fully confirm, but if you're thinking what I think you're thinking, there's no way, right? It's not like we'd just walk right into him in broad daylight after being missing for weeks. The odds are astronomical. Ijiro bit his cheek hard enough to bleed while studying the driver. There was a bit of familiarity, just not enough to confirm what they were both thinking. But not impossible. We theorized it was possible to be picked up by a Yakuza clan to repay his debts, right? There's only one family in the area that doesn't go right to chopping off fingers and heads when a debt isn't returned. The Uraraka clan. Izuku replied lowly, taking the risk of shifting his gaze back at his friend. They've been around for hundreds of years, and as the generations go on, their level of violence has dropped to around average compared to other cities. If he's good at what he does, then it's likely they'd give him a task such as personal driver or bodyguard. Ojiro isn't the kind of person to kill even with his high level of martial arts. He's walking back around. Kirishima jerked his head forward with visible agitation. As soon as Midoriya snapped his gaze back to the target, the redhead grit his teeth and stood, hands cupping against his mouth. They'd gone long enough worrying about his missing friend. Whatever consequences came, he'd take them head-on. "Fuck this. Ojiro Mashireo. Don't." Izuku hissed with a hand latching onto his friend's shirt, trying to pull him out of sight. This was bad, really bad. Interfering with a bodyguard of a powerful Yakuza almost certainly led to confrontation. Kirishima easily shook off the hand scrambling to pull him out of sight. "If that's Yakuza then, Midoriya, we have to know." Ojiro whirled around with frantic eyes, the hat tilting upward to see who called him out. Flashes of red and dark green caught his wide gaze through the sheets of rain. And those voices, he'd been working for the Uraraka clan for a few weeks now and still in the watchful stage of probation. Joining up wasn't for the reason most thought. His family was desperate for money and on the verge of complete bankruptcy that would leave his family homeless. He'd rather sacrifice himself to prevent his family from ending up that way. Stepping back a few feet to become concealed by the tall vehicle, he pulled the hat back down even further. He knew that bolstering voice anywhere. 𝗓𝗪𝗓𝐻𝐵. The second one belonged to 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Realization dawned. 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐳 most likely reached out to Mina. True, he'd been gone only a few weeks, yet he tried to find a way to send a letter without the clan noticing. Easier said than done. One of their strictest rules was to not contact friends or family during their contracted time, and considering he still had nearly a year on his. "Someone recognize you?" came the gruff, spine-tingling voice of 𝗧𝗪𝗓 Aizawa, the high-ranking Yakuza in charge of him. A fast, trembling nod was his answer. A heavy sigh slipped past sneering lips as he turned to the young woman awaiting a foot away. "Do you know who it is?" 𝗬𝗪𝗓𝐻𝐵. "I can't for sure confirm who the second person is, but it may be a former classmate 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Aizawa snapped his fingers at the woman who promptly climbed back and out of sight. Grabbing Ojiro by the arm, he swung him around and nearly shoved him into the back with Ochaco. They'd been compromised by none other than his nosy detective and possible unknown accomplice. Jumping into the driver's seat, 𝗧𝗪𝗓 had barely shut the door before slamming the ignition on while pulling a gun from his waist. The passenger window rolled down and aiming in the general direction where the voice came from, he fired. High enough to graze walls, not heads. If his detective was over there, then it meant he either got caught up on his way home or was actively looking into the Uraraka clan. One shot after another rang out. Pow 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 pow. He shifted into drive and pressed his boot heavily against the gas pedal. Citizens scattered off the sidewalks to avoid being hit by stray bullets, though they were safe. Years of weapons training meant 𝗧𝗪𝗓 could pinpoint any target. The window rolled back up with one finger against the button. 𝗧𝗪𝗓 veered the vehicle around traffic, earning honks and shouts of outcry through the downpour. They'd need to go to the secondary entrance and possibly ditch the vehicle if a plate number was recorded. He knew this was a horrible idea. "Both of you still alive? You're making me 𝗵𝗃𝗃 𝗧𝗏." Ochaco weakly muttered with a palm sealing the escape route for her stomach. "Deal with it." "Ojiro, are you positive on the identifications?" "Fairly positive." "Yes or no?" "Yes." 𝗓𝗪𝗓𝗗𝐻𝐵 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Ojiro swallowed hard as he passed the heiress a bottle of water. How he prayed they wouldn't get involved in the matter, yet 𝗓𝗪𝗓, being strong-headed and straightforward, blew both of their covers in front of the one person not to do so. He never should have responded in a way that gave away his identity. "Forgive me. I didn't realize they would be nearby. 𝗓𝗪𝗓 doesn't even live in this city. 𝗵𝗃 I knew lived in the same area, I just didn't think." "It's not your fault, kid. Shit like this happens all the time, you learn to deal with it." "We'll handle it." 𝗧𝗪𝗓 replied with repressed strain. 𝗵𝗃 he couldn't do anything about yet. His friend, though, if he belonged to another agency outside city limits and was suddenly showing up, it was possible he would transfer over. Most likely the paperwork was on his messy desk. "You'll be taken off driving duties until things cool down. Kenji won't be mad, he's been in the same position before." "Aizawa." Ochaco started once the erratic driving died down, and after a few sips of water. Dark eyes glanced back at her through the rear view mirror. Why would he be lurking around this area, where the attack happened? Also, why the hell did you shoot at him? "Lives in the area, not too far in fact." "He's fine. I aimed high enough to avoid any damage." "Why are you so nonchalant about it?" "Decades of experience." Not an answer. Izuku pushed himself off 𝗓𝗪𝗓 after tackling him into a dirty puddle as soon as the window rolled down. Instinct and experience warned him of incoming gunfire. Glancing around the corner to ensure the coast was clear, the detective pulled out his cell and quickly dialed a number, heart thrumming wildly. "UA Special Police Force, this is Detective 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Badge number MH050518. Shots fired in front of the Musutafu shopping center. Black SUV with tinted windows. High probability of Yakuza connection. Unknown plate number. Headed eastbound away from downtown. All available units will be dispatched to your location. Any civilians injured? The operator replied as more voices picked up in the background. The radio channels were going wild. No injuries to report. It was a targeted attack against me and an officer visiting from another precinct. Patch me through to Sergeant 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Sergeant 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 is unavailable at the moment due to an emergent situation. I'll transfer you to the next ranking officer. Please hold. Unavailable? How in the hell was his direct superior unavailable at a time like this? Cheerful classical music filtered through the phone as the line transferred. Kirishima stood and brushed himself off the best he could, but his clothes were sopping wet and now covered in alley dirt. Pinching the bridge of his nose tightly, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 tried to calm down. He understood where his friend was coming from, truly. Yet they both just about got mowed down by a powerful gang member. Already he was a target for Shigaraki. Would Uraraka be after him as well? Sorry, Midoriya, lost my cool there. I should have listened to you in the first place, but now we know for sure. Ojiro is under the control of a Yakuza clan. Question is, which one? Kirishima clasped the back of his neck, ashamed for the outburst that nearly got them both killed. Midoriya stood up as the line continued to try and connect. I already know which one, he replied lowly, emerald narrowing at the ebbing phone screen. You're talking about the local one, Uraraka, right? Yeah. If that's the case, then Ojiro should be safe for the time being. But I wouldn't be surprised if they started sending men after us. You're going to have to stick with me everywhere, including the office in the morning. Are you carrying? Izuku placed the phone on speaker while turning to his friend. Kirishima nodded tightly and hiked up his shirt to show. Good. Stay armed at all times. I'll map out areas to avoid since they're known for gang activity. Are you having luggage shipped somewhere? Yeah, my new place. It's probably not too far from here, actually. I made sure to keep it by my parents' house. Here. This is the address. Holding out his phone to see, Kirishima waited until Izuku copied it down before going to lock the screen when a familiar name popped up. Shit. Forgot to let Mina know I was here. Call her back. Chief Yagi here. Both men startled at the sudden voice. Izuku took the phone off speaker, turning away to speak more privately. Chief, it's Midoriya. We've had another gang incident by the Musutafu shopping center. I can almost guarantee it's Uraraka. Izuku relayed to the higher-up and personal idol. If anyone would know what to do, it was Chief Yagi. There's something else. A former classmate of mine has gone missing from the area. Not surprising. Their activity has been increasing as of late. Just recently, was a report filed through the agency. The tired, slightly slurring words sharpened up at the sound of a missing person. Tell me all that you know. Supposedly one was. I've been meaning to ask Sergeant 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 about it, but it seems he's still out on his emergent errand. Here's the thing. We're pretty sure he's been identified just now during the shooting. Unharmed, right? That's fantastic if you found him already, Midoriya. But I get the feeling you're not telling me everything. Perceptive as always. That's why he remained chief of police for so many decades. He's linked up with a Yakuza group, more than likely the Uraraka clan. He's unharmed, acting as a driver. Kirishima can confirm since he's involved as well. Both of you meet me in my office first thing. There's something we need to discuss anyways with 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. For now, don't leave your apartment. Someone will gather you in the morning. Understood, Chief Yagi. We'll see you then. Izuku hung up the call. Whenever the Yakuza were mentioned, the chief became somber. Perhaps a hidden past dealing with them, maybe a personal grudge, but regardless, come morning, it was going to be a serious conversation. Kirishima will be meeting with the chief in the morning. Understood. Does he get involved a lot in Yakuza shootings? Not normally. But things are starting to get weird in the precinct, and I won't rest until I know what it is. Shoving his phone back into the damp pant pocket, the detective made for his discarded umbrella. The handle cover had broken into a dozen pieces, by his own doing, and some of the fabric panels were bent out of shape. It wasn't too much of a loss considering he'd had it for so many years. Flapping the rain out, he closed it back up. No point in using one now. Let's head back to the apartment. It's going to be safer to order something in at this point. We can't risk a member following back to a home address. Sure. So, what's the plan regarding this Yakuza group? Would they be easy to take down? 𝐒𝐩𝐽 questioned while scooping up the discarded and spilled 𝗧𝗵𝗲, frowning at the soggy homemade meal. Sorry about your meal, I'll replace it. Arg, I shouldn't have been so careless. Seriously. I just felt the overwhelming urge to confirm whether or not it was him. We're all worried about him, especially 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑘. Yet now we know he's safe for the moment at least, and no one got shot. Actually, you did the right thing, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝑘 started after accepting the ruined homemade dinner. Yes, he thought. It was terrible to lose such a good-smelling and tasting dinner, though better that than their brains blown out. Despite the haphazard approach to the situation, it was turning the odds to his favor. Because now I can calculate out a plan to get him back. And that plan is… 𝗧𝗏 turned and grinned widely at his friend. We're going to infiltrate the Uraraka clan? Midoriya, when I suggested sneaking into the Uraraka clan, I was mostly joking. You can't seriously expect us to pretend to be Yakuza for deeper intel on 𝗲𝗪𝗀. That's more of a death sentence than being shot at an hour ago. Kirishima expressed with half exasperation. As soon as they'd returned to the modest apartment, his classmate had gone to work on devising a plan, even going so far as to pull out a large whiteboard from the second bedroom. But that's the thing, Kirishima. The best way to get intelligence not available to the public or via conservative methods is to start thinking outside the box. Or in this case, 𝗧𝗏 exclaimed excitedly as the marker squeaked across the board, finally coming to a stop a few seconds later. He tapped the butt of the pen against the large diagram. Think inside of the box. This is what we know about them so far. They're at least 10,000 strong, active and non. They control Musutafu and surrounding areas that also include the coastlines. A powerful syndicate that has been around for nearly 300 years and still going strong. The Uraraka clan has heavy influence over a multitude of businesses, including banks, retail, stock markets. Which are more reasons not to mess with them? Look, Midoriya, I get where you're coming from, really. Don't you think this is only going to put 𝗲𝗪𝗀 into further trouble with them? Aren't they going to punish him for what happened earlier? 𝗧𝗏 paused. He hadn't entirely forgotten that detail. More so it slipped to the back of his mind during plan formulation. An incident like earlier could potentially see severe punishment, though over the decades the Uraraka clan records indicated their levels of violence have mellowed out. While absolutely a possibility, it was on the low-risk side. It's always a risk. Records indicate their levels of violence have dampened over the decades, at least with the rising of Kenji Uraraka. He's been the head of the household since the statistics began changing, nearly 30 years ago. 𝗲𝗪𝗀 can absolutely handle himself just as long as he keeps his head down and obeys their orders. Do we know who the other person was? The asshole who decided to play revolver roulette today. No clue. Their vehicle windows are always tinted pretty heavily. Whoever it was, they know how to handle a gun. Every shot was intentionally fired in a way that avoided casualties or injury. It's possible one of their higher-ups is behind it. There's still a lot about the Uraraka clan we aren't sure of, which is why we need to infiltrate their rankings. We have to find a way to take them down from the inside out, Kirishima. Can I count on you for this? 𝗧𝗏 looked at his friend, awaiting an enthusiastic, camaraderie response. 𝗲𝗪𝗀 ran both hands down his face, thumping against the back couch cushions tiredly. He hadn't come here for this. Mina was his main priority now. He hadn't even been able to call her back with everything that went down, the countless unanswered texts and missed calls growing by the minute. The questions of 𝗲𝗪𝗀's location had been found, but it wasn't ideal. Wrapping himself into something so dangerous, wouldn't it just put him in the same situation as his kidnapped friend? Man, look. I'm not expecting an answer now. I understand the hesitation. Mina is your priority right now. Settling back into your hometown is more important. This could easily evolve into something incredibly dangerous and life-threatening. What I'm planning could very well end my life. If it means putting an end to the reign of terror over Musutafu, I'm willing to do everything, including sacrifice myself in the process. Despite the plans scribbled out on the whiteboard, it never showed the real costs of infiltrating a Yakuza clan, a heavily influential gang. Today was nothing compared to previous skirmishes with the master puppeteer behind the billowing velvet curtain. At the same time, he understood Kirishima's obvious hesitation. His friend was moving back into town to start a new life with Mina Ashido. That was more important than anything else. Dragging someone else into a personal mission of his was selfish, ludicrous even. 𝗧𝗂𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya always vowed to save every life he could. Setting the marker down in the groove tray, the detective sat heavily in the chair across from his conflicting friend. He wouldn't force him into getting involved, wouldn't put his friend's life in danger. I need to call Mina back before she reports me missing, Midoriya. Just give me some time to think this over. I want to save Ojiro as much as you do, but I have so much at stake right now. Can you do that? Kirishima asked after worriedly looking down at the angry, vibrating phone in his hand. The device was about to explode from the sheer heat of constant calls and messages. Izuku nodded solemnly as the redhead stood to take the call on the secluded balcony. In the meantime, Izuku began cleaning the apartment up to declutter. All his time in the office meant less time cleaning up at home, and it certainly showed in the moment. It looked more like a bachelor pad than the home of a renowned detective. His mother would scold him for being so messy while at the same time empathizing. His line of work was difficult. It left little to no time for socializing, took every ounce of energy he had, and more often than not had him sleeping at his desk. It had already been 3 days since he'd actually slept in his own bed. The office cot was fine, but always left him feeling a bit stiff in the neck and back. Carrying the dishes into the kitchen to wash, Izuku let the menial task distract him from the turbulent thoughts. After tearing through the kitchen, living room, and ensuring the bathroom was in order to be shared by another, Izuku moved to set up the guest room. It probably wasn't going to be the most comfortable thing for Kirishima, merely due to his sheer size, but there wasn't really another option. Originally, it was his bed from his mother's house, the latest one from his teenage years. While the mattress had been replaced due to wear and tear, the frame still remained adjusted to his size. A frown ticked at his face at the thought. Maybe he should really update his furniture if more people were going to start showing up, especially his mom. It'd be safer for her to stay in his apartment, yet at the same time it could put a bigger target on her back. Flapping out the sheets to ease the storage wrinkles, he got to work making the bed. By the time all was said and done, it was nearing 6 and already dinner time. Peeking out at the balcony to check on Kirishima, Izuku noticed he was smoking with one hand ruffling spiked locks. A careful rapping on the glass drew his attention, and the detective stepped through the slider to join. "How'd the call with Mina go?" Izuku asked casually, leaning both arms against the railing to overlook the city. It wasn't a bad view. City buildings with a sprawling older neighborhood at the forefront. The sun always seemed to create the most vibrant hues of color when it just barely kissed the horizon, shadowy lines overstretching the city. Let's just say she's on her way over, and she's not happy. Kirishima exhaled heavily with a puff of smoke. He could feel the inquisitive gaze coming from his friend, and a hoarse chuckle slipped out. A small wave of the phone gave a silent answer. "I tried to explain everything the best I could, but you know her. She wants to hear it straight from the source. Sorry, Midoriya. There's no stopping her. No, don't worry about it. It's kind of my fault for getting you wrapped into this situation. I'll explain everything when she shows up." Izuku waved a hand lightly. It wasn't ideal to have more people know where he lived, but he at least owed the pink-haired classmate a solid explanation. "You didn't tell her I asked you to help infiltrate a Yakuza clan, right?" "Hell no. We'd both be dead. Are you kidding me?" "I ain't trying to die tonight, Midoriya," Ijiro exclaimed with eyebrows shooting to maximum height. "I told her about the shooting incident and how we may have seen Ojiro, but nothing more than necessary. She's been sick with worry. It's also a high possibility that Hagakure will be in tow. Those two are inseparable right now. Do they plan to stay together since you're here?" "More than likely. Hagakure doesn't feel safe being alone in her apartment, and Mina won't let that happen. I may end up having to go stay with them both in our apartment, but it's not even set up properly. The movers aren't showing up until tomorrow." Kirishima pressed the butt of the cigarette to his lips, hesitating, then promptly let out a ragged sigh before extinguishing it against his boot sole. "I need to quit this damn habit. Picked that shit up after high school. Doesn't do any good except making me look cool. You should see how many smokers there are in the office. Nearly 2/3 are constantly taking smoke breaks to ease the tension of working so many hours. My supervisor, Sergeant Aizawa, even makes the motion of holding a cigarette when he's really stressed out." "You'll fit right in," Izuku joked, earning a hearty laugh in return. I'm surprised you haven't picked up the habit, Midoriya. Seems like you're constantly stressed out with what's going on around these parts. Nah, I never liked the smell and it's not good for your lungs. I tend to take out my frustrations at the gym most nights. Keeps my mind off things. Speaking of, Kirishima announced after stretching his arms high above, grunting lightly when his shoulders popped audibly. I'm starved. What are you feeling tonight? I'll cover since I destroyed your lunch. I'm sure the girls will be hungry too. I'm fine with. A heavy pounding on the door had them both on guard, heads snapping back to look at the door. Kirishima withdrew his pistol and held it in the ready position as Izuku opened the door, hand reaching for his side. One thing he learned was to never go anywhere unarmed, even in his own home. Another round of pounding had them stealthily shifting forward. Either it was Mina angrily requesting entrance to the apartment, or it was someone luring them to a trap after today's brass shower. Izuku held up a hand, reaching for the covered peephole after glancing back at his friend. A tight nod. The metal latch shifted aside as wary Emerald peeked through. All he saw was a head full of pink hair and a scowl that would send even the toughest of men scrambling. It's just Mina. The detective breathed out as nimble fingers unlocked the deadbolts. Ijiro swiftly lowered his pistol, though kept it out just in case. She could have been followed. It was always a possibility with his line of work, but the risks were higher in Musutafu. Midoriya. Mina chirped happily as the door swung open, the scowl disappearing as she hugged him tightly. She pulled back to hold him at arm's length, quickly scanning over him with a cheeky grin. You've grown. Not that shy little nerd anymore, are you? You totes remember 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐳, right? Hi, Midoriya. 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐳 gave a timid wave as the pinkette strolled into the apartment in search of her boyfriend. Sorry about all this. Mina demanded we show up and get answers. Of course. It's nice to see both of you again. It's been a long time. Make yourselves at home. Izuku beamed while motioning for her to enter. Thank you. How can I ask you something? The blonde lowered her voice to avoid the others hearing, motioning for him to bend down a little. Both hands were twisting anxiously together. About Ojiro, Izuku stated, earning a nod of confirmation. Let's talk about it inside. I'll go over everything I know, promise. It took a few minutes for everyone to settle down. Mina was scolding Kirishima for not answering soon in between smacking him about how worried he'd made her. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 remained fairly stoic on the couch, eyes easily taking in the sparse decorations of the apartment. Kirishima, obviously, was trying to calm his fuming fiancé down. Izuku sat across from them with fingers intertwined over his knees, preparing himself for the difficult conversation to come. So, Mina started while sitting beside Kirishima and 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 on the couch, turning a serious golden gaze to the patiently waiting detective. I know this is sudden, Midoriya. I'm really sorry for barging in like this. It's not that I don't trust what Kirishima says. I figured you could explain everything better since you're more familiar with what's going on. And I know I'm skipping ahead right now, but did you really see him? We had a fairly positive visual confirmation of Ojiro earlier today, Izuku stated simply. Going into too much information right off the bat could overwhelm them both, especially 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐢𝐳. Though it's not 100%. While it appeared to be him, I can't confirm fully. He's okay. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐢𝐳 quietly interjected, shimmering azure eyes searching for confirmation in steady emerald. He appeared to be physically fine at the time of interaction, though he left the scene shortly afterwards and we lost track of him. How can you know for sure, though? Was it just the way he looked, or you heard his voice? Mina took over the questioning as tears welled in 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐢𝐳 eyes. She latched on her hands and squeezed firmly. Kirishima didn't go into too many details, just mentioned briefly what happened. I called out his name and he instantly looked over at us. That pretty much confirms it was Ojiro. Kirishima supplied quietly, staring hard at the table. His knees were lightly grazing. But like Midoriya says, it's not a full confirmation. While it looked like him and he reacted to his name, there wasn't a full visual. I know my gut is telling me it's Ojiro and I completely trust the feeling. What happens now? Does the city start looking into his disappearance? Mina continued. She didn't miss the glance between Midoriya and Kirishima. Whatever you guys are trying to hide, don't. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐢𝐳's been through enough. Not just her, but the entire class is worried as well. A few others were even talking about coming back to help search. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻, I need you to be prepared for what I'm about to say. It won't be light news, 𝗧𝗂𝐭 started after taking a steadying breath. Hiding it from her would only increase the duress she was under. A trembling nod gave him the go-ahead. The incident where we encountered Ojiro wasn't too far from here, right down the road a few blocks in fact. The bigger issue is who he was with. There's a notorious Yakuza group that controls the city and has been around for a few hundred years now. Due to other ongoing investigations, I believe Ojiro is working for the Uraraka clan as a personal driver or security detail. He's a part of a Yakuza group? 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐻 breathed with a hiccup, not bothering to wipe away the tears. But why wouldn't he? Shouldn't he have at least let me know? Why would he just run off and join? Did they force him to buy threats? Easy, easy. Mina soothed the blonde, one hand rubbing against her back and the other holding a hand firmly. We don't think he was forced to join. Being a driver means they've gained some level of trust with him and can see he has potential. If he's also doing security, then he's moving his way up the rankings. We don't have enough information to verify these ideas. They're nothing more than highly educated guesses. This all still needs to be run through the proper channels with the police. Izuku tried to remain professional despite the frustrations welling within. They'd been so close to getting him back, yet he slipped right through their fingers by escaping in a blacked-out vehicle that would most likely be dumped and burned. Leave no traces. What can you do about it, Midoriya? You work for the local police force, right? As a detective. Mina tried to contain the surging emotions, yet her voice was becoming thick with repressed grief. Kirishima rubbed her back reassuringly. Can't you tell them all this so they can get him back? I wish it was that easy, Ishido, I really do. While a report has been filed, there's a whole chain of command it would need to go through in order to be considered top priority. Even then, a mission to negotiate with the most powerful clan in the area isn't easy. The Uraraka clan overwhelms our force by thousands. Their level of influence could crumble so many businesses and lives. That's just how strong their hold on the city is. It could also put Ojiro into more danger by trying to intervene. So we just let him go? Let him become a part of a ruthless gang that could kill him at a moment's notice? Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that, Midoriya. There's another way and you know it. You're smarter than this. You can find a way to get him back. Mina abruptly stood, fists clenched at her front as she shouted at Izuku. Any hand that attempted to reach for her was shaken off, the pink cat refusing to break eye contact with the detective. Find a way to get our friend back. We'll all fight until the end to get him home. I don't care what it takes. 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐻 is suffering. We're all suffering. Izuku bit down on the inside of his cheek as Kirishima and 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐻 helped the pink cat back onto the couch to calm down. He wanted to help. More than anything, he wanted to help his friend get back home safely. But there were restrictions, rules he had to abide by at the police force. He couldn't just waltz right into the main mansion and demand him back. That would get him killed for sure. Kirishima didn't want her to know about the plan brewing. Her reaction now just confirmed it should be kept silent. I'll do everything within my power to ensure he gets back home safely. You have my vow. All three looked up at Izuku as he stood at attention, closed fist over his heart. Kirishima slowly dragged himself from his girlfriend before shifting to stand beside Midoriya, mimicking the same gesture. Simultaneously, they both bowed as trained in the academy. 𝗂𝐻𝐽𝐻 pursed quivering lips and stood with support from Mina, wavering the slightest before following suit. I'm putting Ojiro's life in your hands, Midoriya and Kirishima. Please bring him home safely. Ochaco thrummed her fingers against the dinner table out of slight frustration, the sound lost in the sea of rambunctious men feasting. Another elaborate celebration. A mix of every imaginable type of food from roasted duck to katsudon, a plethora of sides and drinks included. The Uraraka clan had acquired a long-sought shipment company that handled nearly 30% of Japan's imports and exports, making them the third largest in the country. The clan now owned just over half of all shipyards and docks in Japan, further lining their pockets with heavy profit. With heavy profit came more luxuries such as finer dining, vacations, improvements to the properties. It also meant her parents would be out of the house more often. The last acquisition had them gone for nearly 2 months. Of course, there were always people around. Just not the people she needed most. I can hear your tapping from the other side of the table. Aizawa shifted into the empty seat beside the heiress with 2 plates, one filled with roasted chicken, vegetables, potatoes, and oddly enough a bowl of rice. The second had meticulously placed desserts that slid to a stop in front of the brunette. She wasn't surprised. Anytime there was a celebration, her appetite waned, so she merely sat there observing. Aizawa always made sure she at least got some of her favorite desserts before the ravenous men got to them. A fork poked at the normally appealing 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝐵, doing nothing more than leaving small indentations in the squishy flesh. "You have the hearing of a bat," Ochaco mused softly. A scoff in response. "Bats use echolocation, not specially trained human ears. Upset you couldn't see all those cats today?" "No, a mother and father are going to be leaving for a while again to finalize the paperwork on the new acquisition. It just means I won't see them for weeks, if not longer. It happens every time the clan buys a company out. They go sign the papers, examine the goods, send a few local gifts, take some time off, then they come back to the daily grind. I don't exactly have parents for at least half the year. You know, they're doing it out of obligation. Ensuring the Uraraka clan stays strong with new business ventures is something you'll have to learn. Once the throne is passed down to you, you'll travel all over the world to meet with building owners, sign over titles, inspect warehouses. It's part of the job. Not a fun one at that, but necessary. It's how we've survived through the toughest of times." Aizawa replied in between bites, causally watching over the rest of the table. "These men understand the heavy responsibilities resting on your shoulders, Ochaco. Even if you can't be with your parents all the time, you still have family here. Lean on them for support." Ochaco briefly studied Aizawa before looking at the rowdy bunch of men. True, a lot of them she'd grown up with. They were like big brothers and uncles, always watching over her, teaching, encouraging, giving in to every whim. And she saw them as family, no doubting that. It just wasn't the same. Growing up as an only child, she'd only had them to rely on. Getting to know other people outside of the clan was heavily restricted due to security risks. Not even the children of higher-ranking thugs could play with her. It became a rather lonely childhood. She just wanted someone to talk to, gossip with, shop with, do normal young adult things. Sometimes it was just so suffocating living in these walls. "Thanks for the dessert, but I'm going to pass on it tonight and return to my quarters. I'd like to be alone for a bit." Ochaco shifted her chair outward, pushed it back in, and promptly walked away with sharp eyes watching. 𝗧𝗪 set his fork down, staring at the retreating heiress. Almost instantly, he could read the loneliness radiating from the slightly defeated form. This life wasn't an easy one, isolation from normal society being the biggest problem. Yet a person who seemed friendly could turn around and stab her in the back, taking out the heir to the Uraraka name. It was a risk they couldn't take. But at the same time, he needed to look out for her happiness. The heavy burden she was about to inherit would only suffocate her more. Being surrounded by thousands of bodies oozing testosterone didn't help any. Maybe that's why she was so insistent to get out of the familiar walls. While it wasn't his decision to make, he was going to bring it up to Kenji. Tonight, they were leaving in the morning to finish paperwork for the new company halfway across the country. Screeching back in his chair, 𝗧𝗪 tossed his napkin onto his half-finished plate and immediately made for the office where he knew his boss was residing. An appearance at the feast was tradition to thank the men for their hard work, but duties always called him away at the last minute. He'd barely made a minute's speech prior to departing for the prison cell. The 2 men guarding his door promptly stepped aside at his arrival, knocking 3 times to announce a requested audience. A knockback from the inside confirmed entry. Kenji was sitting at his desk sorting through papers while mumbling to himself about numbers and inventory. Fumi was resting on a lounge reading a book, kind eyes darting up at the disturbance. The mistresses of the household always held a softer side for the long-term Yakuza, sometimes referring to him as her son. She was the one who insisted on allowing him to stay after he was roughed up in the alleyway. Though barely a decade older than himself at the time, Fumi Uraraka acted naturally in a motherly manner. 𝗧𝗪 gave a proper bow in greeting, discreetly noting the way she flapped it off like usual. Still, protocol was protocol in front of the boss. 𝗧𝗪, what brings you in so late? Are you enjoying the feast? Fumi asked while setting down her book after marking the page. The readers perched upon her nose shifted up to rest atop slightly graying locks. With how busy they'd been lately, getting to the hairdresser wasn't easy. 𝗧𝗏 made a note to have a house call made before they left in the morning. Pardon for the interruption. The feast is wonderful as usual, madam. I'd like to speak about a personal matter regarding Ochaco, if I may do so. That statement instantly caught both of their attentions, two pairs of eyes swinging to land on him. Kenji dropped his papers carelessly, then leaned back in his chair, eyeing the posture and tone of his most trusted member. What's going on with Ochaco? Fumi questioned as her husband finally got up from his chair, deciding to stretch to ease the stiffness. I have some concerns regarding her overall wellness. Recent attempts to venture outside have failed for one reason or another. I feel she's beginning to recluse due to the lack of proper socialization with people her age. In other words, she's lonely. Lonely. Both parents replied, a concerned look shared. 𝗧𝗏 merely nodded. Ochaco doesn't get out as much as she needs to, and the other members here don't meet the typical young adult socializing requirements. While I understand the safety concerns correlated to letting just anyone into her life, Ochaco needs to find some friends around her age. She needs the leash to be unclipped. How do you propose to follow through with this idea, 𝗧𝗏? I'm assuming you have some sort of plan to remedy this problem. While we can only do so much as parents, our schedule no longer allows us the luxury of quality time with our daughter. Kenji tiredly dragged a hand over his throbbing eyelids. He needed to sleep. Racing thoughts have kept him up the past few weeks about the buyout. Even now, the work had yet to be finished. Do you recall giving me a time frame on that answer regarding 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐠? 𝗧𝗏 could see an eyebrow perk up at the mention despite a hand still covering both eyes. Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? Kenji drawled with the edges of his lips curling upwards. Fumi looked between them with furrowing brows, not comprehending the hidden message. While I can't guarantee how exciting it'll be with him, he's the best chance she has at escaping these walls and enjoying her life. Masahiro Ojiro was another consideration, though he was recognized earlier in the street. This means that the plan will have to be unveiled by morning with a few minor tweaks to the original wording. And I'll have to come up with a story about escorting a foreign official's daughter. He's perceptive. He'd figure it out quickly otherwise. You have my blessings, 𝗧𝗏. Kenji cheered, suddenly swooping around the desk to clap 𝗧𝗏 on the shoulder. Whatever needs to be done in order to ensure Ochaco is happy and safe. I trust you will make sure that happens? Perhaps trailing along in the background. Consider it done, Kenji. Whoa. Hold on a second. Fumi interrupted with hands thrown in the air. Both men turned to look at her quizzically. Why does it sound like you're handing her off to be married? Kenji. Dear, there's nothing to worry about. Just getting Ochaco a new bodyguard who can show her a life outside of these walls. Kenji quickly switched to appeasing his suspicious wife. And who exactly is this mysterious bodyguard? A detective under my care at the agency. The same one who saved Ochaco's life in the alleyway. 𝗧𝗏 filled in as Kenji was currently receiving a silent, yet threatening look from his wife. Apparently, he never told her. Big mistake. The way I see it, you would know best how to handle that situation, 𝗧𝗏. Can I leave it in your hands? Fumi asked sweetly, glancing over at the trusted man. Of course, madam. Everything will be handled. If you'll excuse me, I need to make some phone calls. I'll make sure your morning appointment is set prior to your departure. Appointment? Oh. You mean these wispy things? I hardly remember them with how the schedule is lately. Thank you for reminding me, 𝗧𝗏. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Fumi waved at the retreating Yakuza before whirling on her husband the moment the door clicked shut. Dear, why didn't you inform me of this matter? You wouldn't be hiding stuff from me, Oh, of course not, darling. I would never. 𝗧𝗏 grimaced as he heard the hushed arguing through the office doors, merely pulling out his phone to make a few calls. Kenji had a bad habit of not telling his wife about current events, including the most recent situations involving their daughter. Fumi Uraraka was a force to be reckoned with when it came to protecting Ochaco. The line rang once, twice, 3 times, then it clicked. 𝗧𝗏, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. How did your errands go? Well enough. Listen, I have a favor to ask. I know things are stretched tight as is, but I need 𝗧𝗵𝗲 for a special request. Aizawa could hear the seat shuffling through the line, indicating the man was leaning forward with interest and a bit of wariness. It wasn't often he asked for a favor regarding one of the detectives, so it was understandable for the hint of suspicion. Another personal request for security has come through the line. A few weeks, diplomat's daughter that is hanging around while her father is on business. I'll send the details via email. You'll have them by morning. What about the Yakuza incident? I've got that handled. There's a few favors to call in to get some more bodies in the office. Midoriya will be under my direct eye for the duration of the visit. He can handle himself. Shota slowed to a stop down one of the numerous hallways, staring hard at nothing while awaiting an answer. He wasn't an easy person to sway. Decades of experience, and the man could easily sniff out deceit and lies. But he wasn't the only one with years of exposure to the darker side of society. Nearly 30 seconds went by, and for a moment Shota thought the old man had become lost in memories of trauma once more. Get your favors in here by morning, and you can have Midoriya for a month. Any longer than that, and the cases will keep piling up. He's the best at organizing every file we have. I also want a full case report of who the diplomat is, where he's going, his duration of stay, country of origin. The works, 𝐬𝐬𝐻. We need to make sure his stay is tracked for legal purposes. Those are my only requests. Understood. All documentation will be submitted and ready by the time you open your email in the morning. Have you heard from Midoriya since he left this afternoon? I'm near his apartment. I'll probably swing by to check on him. Of course he hadn't. He was the one who shot at him earlier. Feigning ignorance at its finest. You didn't hear? Surprise filtered through the phone. Shota habitually notched a brow despite not talking to him in person. Old habits die hard, apparently. Midoriya and a new transfer got caught up in a shootout near the Musutafu shopping center. Suspected Uraraka clan activity after they identified a missing friend of theirs as the driver. They took off before any cars could track them down. Be on your guard. That group is up to something with an increase in public sightings. Supposedly, the next heir to the Uraraka name will be taking over by the beginning of the year. It's the only information we have on them for the time being. Word was getting around. Not only was Shigaraki encroaching on Uraraka turf, now it was becoming well known that the heir was soon to take over. Shota scowled deeply. For this whole broken leash deal with Ochaco to work, a low profile was required, at least until she ascended the throne. Now that the precinct was aware, things were going to become scrutinized under a microscope, including his scheduled disappearances from the office. He pinched the bridge of his nose tightly. What a clusterfuck. Anyone injured? Thankfully no. I'll need both of them and you in my office first thing to go over the details. We can bring up the month-long release from duty contract while we're at it. If you could swing by his apartment, that'd be great. I have a feeling our new transfer will be there too. Understood. Thanks, Chief. See you in the morning, 𝐬𝐬𝐻. Watch your six. The call ended. Shota remained still for a minute, digesting the information. Either someone was slipping details to the police, or they had a rat. An unknown leaking bits and pieces of confidential secrets directly to Chief Yagi. Nothing of the sorts had made its way to his desk, as it should when it came to the clan. That's how the system was designed there. Any incoming Uraraka clan intel was to be sorted appropriately then given directly to him. That's why nearly a quarter of the office was undercover. There was Hawk's note that arrived, just details that Shigaraki was on the move into Uraraka territory. Did it have a secondary meaning? An underlying warning? A full sweep of all members would take weeks, if not months to complete to sniff out the snitch. It could be someone of lower or higher ranking. 𝐬𝐬𝐻 scratched at his beard. He'd need some help with the interrogations. But first, he needed to check on his troublesome detective. _B_. Izuku watched as his friends settled around the TV after dinner to catch up one of the latest drama series, Love Without Boundaries. Despite not knowing anything about it, he soon found himself watching tidbits of the show in between cleaning up. A private investigator falling in love with the daughter to a powerful mafia boss. Highly unrealistic, yet just intriguing enough to numb his brain from the actual mafia boss he may encounter soon enough. Right now it was the detective being assigned a case to escort a powerful politician's daughter around town. Even if that were to happen, it wasn't in his job description to do as such. He was a detective, not a babysitter. Drying his hands on the hanging towel, he couldn't help but keep getting sucked into it. A no-nonsense detective with the drive to crumble an entire mafia empire. A reserved young woman sheltered from the real world. No way they were compatible. Why would they even consider pairing the two together? The detective could easily use her as a tool to infiltrate the mafia group, then take them down from the inside. One plot hole after another. And they looked obvious in public. Nearly shabby, on-edge-looking man with a primmed and proper young lady. Who wouldn't see through that obvious guise? Yo, Midoriya. You've got a visitor, Kirishima suddenly called out, drawing the real-life detective back to his senses. Somehow he'd shifted closer to watch the drama, not realizing there was knocking on the door. Sheepishly, Izuku thanked him before moving to greet the unexpected visitor. Sergeant Aizawa. What are you doing here? Just came by to check on you. Heard about what happened earlier. You too good? Shota asked with a small wave. Midoriya obviously surprised to see him. At least he didn't say sorry for nearly blowing your brains out. Yeah. Narrowly dodged having our heads blown off. I take it you heard from Captain Yagi on that. Izuku lowered his voice, closing the door just a little more to prevent peeping eyes. He didn't want to disturb them with work-related problems. We suspect the Uraraka clan was behind it, possibly carrying a higher-ranking member or even the boss himself around town. That new transfer, was he the one who answered the door? Izuku nodded. I need to have a chat with both of you, somewhere private. It's regarding what happened and how things are going to move forward. Sure. I have some other guests over right now, but the office should be fairly soundproof. I made sure to install some sound muffling panels for case audio. Lead the way. Shota gruffed with a nod. Izuku let his supervisor in, quickly drawing a few more pairs of eyes to the newcomer. They all greeted one another cordially, Aizawa even apologizing for interrupting the evening. Directing his superior to the office, the detective made his way over to Kirishima, who was half watching the show, half keeping an eye on the newcomer. A few words whispered into his ear, and both men followed suit into the office. Aizawa was already shuffling through paperwork when the door shut behind them both. You're the new transfer? Shota began the moment the lock clicked, not even bothering to look at the towering redhead while flipping through reports. Nothing about the Yakuza yet. Just normal cases going back a few months. At least his notes were thorough. Yes, sir. Eijiro Kirishima. The redhead replied with a swift bow. What's your specialty? No specific specialty, though I tend to support crime syndicate eradication efforts alongside daily neighborhood patrols. Length of term. 3 years. How much do you know about the local Yakuza? A red flag popped up from its bindings within Izuku. Why would his superior be drilling him about the local gang? He could see the hesitation within Kirishima, the redhead unsure of how to answer. Where was Aizawa going with this? Only what Midoriya has informed me of. Generational control, weakening violence records, guesstimated number of members. You were told specifically not to get involved in the Yakuza matter. Aizawa slammed down a printed copy of Nakayokura's case file, both men flinching at the sudden frigid tone. Or, did you not clearly understand my instructions earlier, Midoriya? Now you've added another target to the list. I should suspend you for your recklessness. Sergeant Aizawa, I can explain. Izuku trailed off as the shorter man strolled up to him, eyes ablaze with silent fury. A hand abruptly grabbed him by the collar, just like before, and pulled him in closer. Explain? You want to explain to me how you disobeyed a direct order? By all means, I'm listening. And while I'm listening, you can also come up with a reason for the whiteboard not so discreetly tucked away. Why does it show plans to infiltrate the Uraraka clan? Step by step. Shota hissed at the very nervous detective. To say he was pissed was beyond obvious. He was nearly downright murderous. All the hours of meticulous planning now beginning to swell prior to flushing down the drain. Why, there's this thing. Izuku sputtered out while trying to avoid eye contact with Aizawa. Scary. He was probably going to skin him alive. Holy shit. He fucked up. I'm going to be dropped 6 feet in the ground by the time you spit it out, Aizawa growled, narrowing his eyes even further. For what he was about to assign Midoriya to, he needed to scare him away from any Yakuza thought. Ochaco's safety was priority. God forbid he figure out her true identity. Have you heard of this new show, Love Without Boundaries? Kirishima suddenly interjected. Izuku sent him a small, discreet warning shake of his head as Aizawa turned an unimpressed gaze to him. It's about how a detective goes undercover to escort a politician's daughter around town and stuff. We were doing nothing more than speculating on how the Uraraka clan operates, and if it was similar to the series. Just stupid stuff, really. Really? Then did you know that in the end of that show, both parties end up dead because they were found to be hiding a romantic relationship with one another? And that it led to the complete and utter downfall of a powerful mafia, which in turn crumbled society due to their connections practically keeping the city running? A pathetic excuse. Since you're now involved in this, you're going to be reporting directly to me from now on. Why, yes, sir? Kirishima sharply snapped to attention, nearly giving himself a concussion in the process of saluting. Since you're both so keen to play the roles of a drama series, you're being assigned on a month-long deployment. Starting tomorrow, I suggest you read up on how to act as a bodyguard mid-area, because you're now in charge of the only daughter of a high-ranking diplomat. And you, Kirishima, you're going to be their driver, following every single move. Don't think I'll be letting you go alone. I'll be watching every step of the way. 𝗧𝗪 enunciated the last 5 words harshly to get the message through. The fear was practically radiating off in heavy waves. If he weren't enjoying their expressions so much in the moment, it'd be a photographable moment. Though, he supposed, the memory alone would suffice. Releasing Midoriya, Aizawa didn't even give him time to relax before tossing an envelope at both of them. They caught them before quizzically, fearfully, looking up at the 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲. A 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐲, Aizawa, sir, I thought you were joking? Izuku stuttered out as his fingers shakily undid the tape and metal prongs, reaching for the papers inside. A fast scan drained the color from his face, the detective scanning twice, thrice, before finally looking incredulously at his boss. You're not joking. Do I look like the type to joke? No, sir. Good. 𝗧𝗪 gave them an eerily cheerful grin. One other thing. Not a word to another soul, or I'll find you in the middle of the night, drag you out of bed, and use you as bait for the sharks at the docks. Got it. Both quickly nodded, afraid to speak another word as the office door was unlocked. Aizawa silently entered back into the living room to quickly converse with the ladies, apologizing once again for disrupting their evening. Izuku followed slowly behind with gaze averted from the curious ones on the couch. Kirishima was right on his heel, the envelope clenched tightly between fingers to the point his knuckles turned white. Upon reaching the front door, Aizawa opened it first, partially stepped out, then turned back to them both with a neutral expression. I'm entrusting both of you with this mission. Protect that information with your lives. Once you've memorized it all, burn it. Leave no trace. I'll see you at 9 sharp for a meeting with Captain Yagi. Understood, 𝗓𝗪𝐴 Aizawa. Both replied with fast bows. Fingers tapping on the door quickly drew them back up to see the officer giving an ominous grin. One more thing. If you continue to look into the Yakuza business, I'm going to put you through the most unimaginable torture known to mankind. Enjoy the rest of your evening. 𝗧𝗪 gave an easy wave, shoved his hands into his pockets, and strolled down the hallway whistling a cheerful tune. The door to the apartment slowly creaked shut. 9. That was when she was supposed to be dragged around by Aizawa for some errand he'd planned. Although quite out of the ordinary, it still gave her the freedom she yearned for. Her parents had already left for their official business trip, so the heiress was left to manage the household solo. Well, more so just act as the official face. The inner workings were being handled by those directed immediately beneath her father. Urgent matters would need to be handled at her discretion. Straightening out the invisible wrinkles for the 1000th time, Ochaco critically stared at her reflection. Chestnut locks pulled back into a braided bun with tendrils framing her face, auburn eyes concealed with gray lenses to lighten the recognizable eyes. Even makeup had been applied, though most of it was hidden beneath the medical mask she was forced to wear. Simple diamond twisted earrings adorned both ears. They were a gift from her father on her 12th birthday. She just never had the chance to wear them outside of the mansion walls. Light tan slacks paired with a white, thin, long-sleeved blouse and charcoal jacket made up the outfit for the outing. 3-inch heels added height and prevented the hem of the slacks from hitting any puddles or trash. Professional yet still considered casual in her book. Regardless of where she went, Ochaco had the weight of her family name always looming. Grabbing the simple cream baguette purse from the awaiting shelf, Ochaco made for the door to meet at the waiting point. Aizawa never mentioned how long they'd be gone, just that he needed to run an errand and her presence was required. Guards swooped in to guide the heiress to the front door where a car awaited her arrival. Everyone bowed out of respect, and while resisting the urge to wave off the silly gesture, Ochaco kept her chin tilted up. She would have to get used to it once ascension to the throne was complete. It was just a part of the customs she lived and breathed daily. Funny enough, though, Aizawa never seemed to follow that policy except in the presence of her parents. Perhaps it was because he raised and nurtured her from childhood. Perhaps he did it to be a pain. Or Shota Aizawa didn't recognize her as an official authority yet. One of the last arguments they had was him clearly stating that until she ascended the throne, Kenji Uraraka was the only authority he recognized. In a way, it made sense. Why give respect to someone who hadn't earned it yet? Being an heir was worthless unless the shimmering tiara was nestled atop the rightful crown. Demanding respect and having a Yakuza member bowing to weightless whims showed weakness and a lack of loyalty. Ochaco rolled her lips together beneath the mask. There was still so much she needed to know and only 3 months to do so. Unlike the last time they departed Uraraka grounds, Aizawa was primed in a black suit with hair slicked back into a low ponytail. His usual habit of sticking his hands into both pockets was nowhere to be found as he directed lower-ranking thugs. They all followed his orders quickly, the room seemingly in organized chaos. The clicking of her heels became picked up thanks to his inhuman non-bat hearing, and he turned on his heel. A fast nod of approval at the chosen outfit. "Your fashion sense is finally getting better now that a stylist is here," Shota remarked evenly as the heiress stopped a foot away. "Who says it's not mine? Being cooped up all these years just means I had plenty of time to play dress-up. I'm surprised you're not in your street clothes." "What gives?" Ochaco shot back lightly. Aizawa let out an amused huff, briefly closing his eyes, then turning them towards the main doors. "This errand requires more than looking like a comfortable hobo. Nonetheless, the lethality is still there. Ready to go. Are you going to tell me where we're going?" "Nope." Ochaco merely let out a fed-up sigh. She took back the thought from earlier. He was definitely doing it to be an ass. It was another cloudy day as they embarked down the stairs to the awaiting SUV. Ochaco glanced around for the blonde driver from the day before, yet he wasn't anywhere to be seen. A frown ticked her expression. They didn't do anything to him, right? He seemed so nice and even helped her with the roiling motion sickness that Aizawa created by driving like a maniac. Instead, another driver took his place. An older man, middle-aged or so, with dark hair and shades that matched the onyx tint of his suit. The white gloves popped starkly against the outfit and vehicle as he opened the door for her, offering a hand of support. Gratefully taking it, Ochaco nodded her thanks and climbed in. Aizawa slid in the other door. "What happened to Ojiro?" "I thought he was going to be my driver for a while," the brunette brought up after pulling the mask below her chin. With windows tinted darker than a moonless night, there wasn't a need to keep wearing it for the moment. "He didn't get in trouble for yesterday, right? That wasn't his fault. He's been pulled from the field temporarily due to being identified on the street. Your father won't punish him for something beyond anyone's control, Ochaco. They've moved him to the training room," Shota replied while pulling out his phone. Fingers flew across the screen as a message was typed then sent. Dark Gray shifted over to look at the heiress. "It becomes too dangerous when a civilian identifies one of our own, so we have to switch them to a different job until things cool down. Not to say he won't be able to go back out, it just won't be for at least a few weeks." "I see. Now, we need to get down to what's going on today." Shota shifted in the oversized seat to better face her. "I told you I had an errand to run. It goes beyond that. The whole point of going out is for you to socialize more with people your age. You're withdrawing. An isolated ruler becomes a deranged one. Are you expecting me to become a psychopath?" Ochaco asked with a snort, huffing out a laugh. Though his serious expression quickly wiped any joy from her body. He wasn't joking. "Sorry, continue." "We're headed to the UA police station to meet up with the people assigned with escorting you around town. You'll be given 2 hours initially to do as you please. Keep in mind that there won't be special treatment for you. You have to act like a responsible, normal adult. Don't flash your Yakuza card at anyone for any reason. Don't give them a reason to suspect who you are. Your first name is fine to use with these people." "Hold on. You always tell me not to give out my real name, but now it's okay? What's the deal with that?" Ochaco balked. What in the hell was going on? Don't use your first name. Now it's okay to use your first name. You'll see. Aizawa said. For a last name you'll be using the alias of Hanako. The awaiting party is aware of this. Your background is as follows. Only daughter to the high-ranking diplomat Akagawa Hanako, Northern Territory diplomat in charge of Northern European communications and peace treaties. He's here for work and is asking a personal favor for escorting you around the area until he returns from his business venture. You have 10 minutes to memorize this page of background information. Ochaco took the paper without further complaint, Auburn quickly skimming through the information. Likes, green tea, starry skies, sweets, mochi. Dislikes, dishonesty, aggressive car driving, unsweet foods. Did you literally take my own interests and slap them onto paper? Seriously? What about this screams discreet? Did you want to continue your career as a failed actor and potentially blunder your cover? Again. That's what I thought. More importantly, you need to go over the background of your father. There's bound to be questions asked. Keep it short and simple. Your bodyguard can tend to be a bit inquisitive, putting it lightly. Izuku checked his watch for the 100th time. Sergeant Aizawa was supposed to arrive by 9, yet it was already 2 minutes past. Normally, the officer remained punctual even when coming in looking haggard and sleep-deprived. It was threatening to rain again, so heavier than normal traffic was a possibility. Kirishima stood by his side with a seemingly wandering mind. Last night was a lot to take in, and despite the girls prodding for questions, they both had to remain tight-lipped. An Aizawa threat was a promise, not a speculation. He would use them as bait. As fun as the aquarium could be, becoming shark bait wasn't on their bucket list. Checking his watch again, the little hand had just hit 3 minutes past when a murmuring rippled through the office. Both Emerald and Crimson snapped towards the commotion. People were whispering amongst themselves as a group of higher-ranking officers made their way through the cubicles. The apparel alone were enough to discern undercover. Kirishima, being taller than his classmate, was able to get a better look at the mysterious person being ushered through the gossiping workers. Why don't you boys wait in my office? I need to help escort our guest to a secured conference room. It won't take me long. Chief Yagi stepped beside Izuku silently. If the detective hadn't been on guard, his presence would have startled him. A bony hand rested firmly against his arm, and Izuku looked down at the slightly shorter man. Then we can get down to what we need to. Deal. Chief Yagi was a skeleton of his former self, once brawny, enthusiastic, always rushing into harm's way. After a severe side injury that left him with slowly failing respiratory issues, he had to step out of the field to desk duty. Now he shuffled around the office and acted as a direct commander for risky missions. Dulled blonde locks were slicked back from his usual casual down style, the change only exacerbating his now gaunt facial features. Piercing blue eyes from younger days were shrouded with a layer of darkness that reflected decades of trauma. Even his suits no longer fit well, the material often hanging from the remnant muscles keeping him standing. Toshinori Yagi looked more like a walking skeleton than a former #1 hero. Of course, the green-haired man agreed. A head motion had both UA Academy graduates shifting towards the open door as the chief moved to greet the newcomer. Glancing back curiously once in the doorway, Izuku merely caught a glimpse of gray eyes staring right back. With a blink they were gone. I couldn't get a great look at her, did you? Her security detail is insane. Do you guys often get special cases like this? Kirishima asked once the office door silently shut, leaving the two in silence as they waited. Crimson trailed over the numerous awards and photographs lining the desk and walls, taking them in with, "Not normally, at least to my knowledge. I'm usually always on a case involving gang-related crimes and deaths. I've never seen her before, and the case file doesn't go over a ton of information, just the basics about her. Ochaco Hanako, age 20. Only daughter to famous diplomat Akagawa Hanako, Northern European communications and peace treaties. He resides further south but is entrusting his daughter to Aizawa's care while handling work. Huh. That's strange. What's up, Midoriya? Kirishima asked once he leaned back from admiring a golden-era photo of Captain Yagi. His friend's eyebrows were furrowed as he scanned over the file again, muttering to himself. Oh, there's that infamous muttering. You're starting to get a crazy theory, aren't you? What? Sorry, Still a bad habit. Izuku chuckled with a hand ruffling, wild looks. It's just that the name sounds a bit familiar from a case a few weeks ago, but that name isn't too uncommon. I've never known Sergeant Aizawa to take on a case like this. We've provided extra security for diplomats before, just never this directly. Think there's a specific reason he chose Sergeant Aizawa? It's nothing more than an old favor. Both men jumped at the sudden gravely voice. Aizawa had snuck in behind them silently. The men snapped to attention, much to the Yakuza's hidden amusement. Good to know they took his warning to heart. A hand dismissed the gesture as he sat at the chair closest to the wall, planting one leg over the other. It took a few seconds, though the two followed suit, slightly nervous as they waited for Captain Yagi. Izuku kept his focus on the slightly crumpled document clenched between fingers. Sergeant Aizawa, sir, can I ask a question regarding the details of this case? Ijiro raised a stiff hand. Once he got a brief nod of approval, he continued. I understand us acting as both bodyguard and driver for Miss Hanako, but is the time frame correct? Only 2 hours a day to begin with. That's correct. Miss Hanako has tended to live a more sheltered life, traveling with her father to high-risk areas. For her safety, she's been kept inside for the most part. There have been a few attempts on her life in the past. Shoda answered easily. Not a total lie. A few have attempted to assassinate or kidnap the only heir to the Uraraka name. It didn't end well for the perpetrators once he got a hold of them. I was notified of his arrival to the city prior to his departure for a tour around the country. He asked a favor. I agreed to that favor. It must be terrible being locked up all the time. Izuku muttered to himself, unaware of the brief, softening gaze of his superior. So, does that mean she's never hung out with people her age? I wonder if she would get along with Mina. You are not to allow unauthorized personnel near Miss Hanako. I don't care what her relationship is to you. Any and all unauthorized people are to be considered a threat. Aizawa interjected firmly. The background checks were yet to come back on the two women in Izuku's apartment last night. While they didn't seem the type to attempt harm upon Ochaco, it was a risk he couldn't take. Are you terrorizing the new recruits again, Aizawa? You really should learn to be nicer. Chief Yagi asked while entering his office, closing the door behind him. Don't mind him, he's always grumpy with new people. It's just his personality. I can hear you. I'm well aware. Chief Yagi let out a bolstering chuckle, a hand raising to his side as it died off. All right. We're on a tight schedule today, so we need to get started. Midoriya. About yesterday. Start from the beginning. Izuku started from the initial mission he was sent out on and explained every step of the process until reaching the part where Aizawa showed up at his door with 2 envelopes. Chief Yagi listened intently while Aizawa merely sipped on his dark roast, eyes remaining on the desk as he soaked in the words. Then it was Kirishima's turn, relaying his arrival to the city and running into Izuku. Overall, the meeting took about 10 minutes with full explanations. Without another word, Toshinori took a case file from the printer tray and placed it on his desk, sliding it towards the 2 officers. Masahiro Ojiro, age 21, 5'9", blonde hair, dark eyes. Missing for 3 weeks as of this Friday. Disappeared without a trace. No letters, no texts, no calls, nothing. The file was reported by his girlfriend, Toru Hagakure. Around this time of year, Ojiro goes to martial arts training up in the mountains. When he didn't come back after the anticipated date, this missing persons report was filed. According to what you just told me, Midoriya and Kirishima, you're fairly certain you identified him as the driver of a blacked-out SUV. Sound correct? Yagi asked. Yes, sir. I even called out his name, and he responded by instinctively looking over. We weren't able to get a full confirmation, but just from his physical response it appears to be him. The problem is we can't confirm who he's working for. Kirishima slid the paper back onto the desk after skimming through it to confirm the details. It's theorized that he's working for the Uraraka clan. Someone like Ojiro is useful due to his martial arts background and ability to follow orders. If that's the case, it's probably best to avoid direct confrontation. Ojiro would be safest remaining in their custody according to the latest statistics of the Uraraka clan violence data. Since Kenji Uraraka took over nearly 30 years ago, the levels of violence the Syndicate has committed dropped exponentially. While they're a force to reckon with, I don't believe he's in any danger right now. Izuku added, and the police chief leaned back in his chair to digest the news. After a minute or two, he turned to look at Aizawa, contemplating. You're brooding pretty hard over there, Shota. Lay your thoughts on the table. I agree with Midoriya. Trying to force a trade or creating a confrontation isn't safe nor wise. With the widespread control the Uraraka clan has over the city, it could lead to more than one incident. Ojiro sounds like he can handle himself just fine. For now, we'll continue to monitor and follow up on any leads that come our way. Acceptable. Shota deduced after a brief pause, shifting to look between the three. Toshinori seemed to accept the plan while Midoriya and Kirishima looked a little crestfallen about the news. He would personally ensure the safety of their friend. The only reason something would happen is if another member lost their cool. I understand he's your friend. At the same time, you need to understand that he's in a precarious position if he is confirmed to be working under the Uraraka name. Their violence may have dwindled over the past years, but that doesn't mean they aren't still capable of getting rid of nuisances. Keep your chin up and pray he remains unharmed. Izuku nodded, unhappy with the results. While he wanted to save his friend more than anything, Aizawa was right. Rushing in or agitating the hive could result in a more dangerous situation, and it was already precarious to begin with. Kirishima let out a heavy sigh, dragging a hand down his face. He couldn't imagine the weeks of stress the redhead was under knowing Ojiro went missing. Satisfied the matter was, temporarily, resolved, Chief Yagi stood from his chair with a grunt of effort. All right, it's time to get to work now. I'll be joining you three in the conference room, though Aizawa will be taking the lead. Is Miss Hanako ready? Yes. I'm going to remind you both of this. Shota stood with zero effort, one hand wrapped around his coffee while the other shoved deep into a pocket. Don't pry information out of her regardless of any burning questions. She's already been through enough and doesn't need strangers trying to get close. This is a job. Behave yourselves. Understood. Ochaco kept her eyes to the phone currently entrapped between both hands. Her parents had yet to acknowledge their arrival at their destination, and Worry slowly nodded. They'd left before the sun even rose. Shouldn't they be almost there by now? It was after 9 already. The estimated time was 3 hours by plane. Their departure was around 5 in order to be on time for their meeting. Miss Hanako, is everything all right? A man to her right asked lowly, crouching slightly to be heard better. One of the men who worked directly beneath Aizawa, Morimoto Tsurai. He was actually older than her mentor by at least 2 decades, though remained one of the most diligent members of the Uraraka clan for nearly the entirety of his life. Even before she was born, he worked under her grandfather. Check on my parents. Ochaco ordered quietly without averting auburn orbs. Discretion was key. Not like the whole room wasn't filled with strictly undercover Yakuza. Regardless, her temporary bodyguard could enter at any moment. Morimoto nodded before excusing himself from the room to make the call. She could be overreacting. Her parents were often swamped with maintaining their business ventures and ensuring the stability of the Uraraka clan. One time it took her mother a month to reply to a text, asking about something trivial. By then, even Ochaco forgot why she asked. But without them in the same city, it made the heiress uneasy. A knock on the door only a moment later had her instinctively standing, hands resting overlapped against her front. She'd worry about that later. For now, she needed to focus on the task at hand. Pardon the interruption. Aizawa spoke formally, a hand raised as he stepped into the room. Miss Hanako, thank you for your patience. I'd like to introduce you to the 2 detectives that will be escorting you around for the next month. We would also like to go over the terms of the contract if you're fine with that. Of course, Sergeant Aizawa. I appreciate the hospitality shown so far. Ochaco slightly bowed as her mentor-turned-officer motioned for someone to come in behind. Oh, how much shit he was going to get when they got home. Playing detective? Was that what he did in his free time? It was almost like that new drama, Love Without Boundaries. She'd known he was absent quite often during the daylight, and this just confirmed where he resided. Miss Hanako, my name is Chief Toshinori Yagi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please, let us know if there's anything we can do for you. Chief Yagi beamed, bowing the slightest angle his fragile body allowed. Ochaco returned the gesture though deeper, tendrils swishing downward. The pleasure is all mine, Chief Yagi. These 2 will be both your bodyguards and drivers. They're highly capable of protecting you during the daily outages. Feel free to request anything of them. 𝐈𝐧𝐿 picked back up as two officers dressed in UA apparel entered. To the right is 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲. He'll be your personal bodyguard and will remain at your side the entire duration of your outings. To the left is 𝐒𝐩𝐬𝐚𝐲, a recent transfer who will be in charge of escorting. Miss Hanako, it's an honor to meet you in person. Izuku stated warmly with a bow. Please, let us know if you require anything and we'll do our best to help. Kirishima mimicked the gesture as well. It's very nice to meet you both. There's really no need for formalities. You can just call me Ochaco. Ochaco dropped into a little lower of a bow to conceal the widening of her eyes. He fucking knew. Aizawa intentionally brought the man who saved her on a golden platter. It all made sense why he said to use her real first name. There was a chance 𝗧𝗵𝗲 would recognize her from that day. Creating a fake name could create suspicion into who she truly was. But did he recognize her with different colored eyes and a mask? With formalities done, let's get down to the details of the contract. There are some guidelines that need to be mentioned for both parties, ones that weren't discussed prior. Aizawa motioned for everyone to take a seat. Ochaco sat across from him with a "we're talking about this later" stare that he promptly ignored. Izuku and Kirishima sat about 2 seats away from her on either side, leaving breathing room for the young woman. Ochaco resisted the urge to glance at Izuku. It was nothing more than Aizawa restricting areas to visit, avoiding the more dangerous parts, areas with lack of police presence, borders of Musutafu. Not like Ochaco wasn't aware of all of this, but he had to put on a front to cover any footprints left behind. A few shops had been banned. Her favorite places to visit were obviously allowed. Even the cat cafe she'd used as an excuse to get near the alleyway where she was attacked was allowed. An eyebrow notched slightly at that remark. Why allow it all of a sudden? Was Shota realizing he couldn't restrict her every move now that Ascension was nearing? Or maybe it didn't matter anymore since he was pairing her with the rapist savior. The meeting went on for well over 30 minutes. While she wasn't growing weary, a coffee would help. That could be the first place to visit. Questions? Aizawa asked the group once he finished, the paper resting atop the desk. None on my end, Ochaco remarked lightly with a cup rising to her lips. While she wouldn't be able to extract any information from Aizawa at the moment, she'd at least try to dig further into the life of 𝗧𝗵𝗲. I'd like to make the first stop at a nearby coffee shop. Any recommendations? There's one actually right down the street, a few blocks from here. They specialize in iced drinks and bakery items. Izuku immediately piped in, facing the brunette. She could see brewing excitement swirling in earnest emerald. Interesting. Sounds great. Sergeant Aizawa, Chief Yagi, thank you for your time today. I'd like to start my errands before my other commitments. Gentlemen, Ochaco gracefully stood prior, brushing the wrinkles from her outfit. If you wouldn't mind escorting me to the coffee shop. I feel some walking is in order. Of course, Miss Hanako. We'll be taking our leave now. Izuku stood with Kirishima following, both bidding their farewells to the superiors. The Yakuza members slipped from the room without another word to go about their day. Aizawa would keep an eye on them, that Ochaco knew. No one dared to mess around under his sharp watch. Morimoto diverted his gaze away after she locked eyes, searching for an answer so desperately sought. The quick break informed her of the lack of information. A frown ticked at concealed lips. What was going on? Glancing over at Aizawa, who was escorting them from the building, she casually tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. A discreet nod covered by another coffee sip. He'd look into it. That was the great thing about him. Even the tiniest of details caught his attention. It was what made his stealth the highest in all of the clan, and the most valuable. This way, Miss Hanako. Would you prefer an umbrella now? Izuku asked while holding open the door for her to exit. Her heels tapped the concrete lightly. The weather is supposed to remain steady for the duration of your errands, though it's been known to change on a dime. I'm fine for the time, thank you. You don't have to be so formal, Detective Midoriya. Ochaco is fine. Of course, Miss Ochaco. I'd like to say that it's a beautiful name. Ochaco felt deja vu hit her like that rival clan member did with his cock. Just like the knight in the alley. Did he already recognize her? Looking up at him from beneath coated lashes, the Yakuza studied his expression. Neutral though wary of every person passing by, eyes constantly checking the surroundings, head practically on a swivel. He didn't seem to be flirtatious in any manner, more like open and honest. Auburn diverted back to the path they were treading. An inkling told her it was more than coincidental he said it that way. I appreciate the compliment. My parents mentioned that on the day of my birth, the first tea leaf yield of the year had ripened just over the mountain as the sun rose. They saw it as a sign of good fortune and luck. So, Ochaco was born. That's a very endearing story, Miss Hanako. You must be very special to your parents, Izuku replied warmly, briefly glancing down at the young woman. The familiarities were too much. Name: chestnut hair. Voice: dressing style. What he couldn't confirm in that stormy weather was the color of her eyes. But regardless, she was absolutely the woman he saved in the alley. For now, he'd keep it to himself. They truly are. May I ask you a question? Ochaco diverted away from her family. No need to dig into that monstrous spider web. The sound of tires slowly moving instinctively caught her attention, so she looked back to see a blacked-out SUV trailing a good 20 feet behind. Kirishima. Not the most discreet method of following, though. Who was she to complain? Hopefully a better driver than Aizawa. Of course, Miss Hanako. I'm a fairly open book. Since you're a detective, does that mean you deal with a lot of perpetrators? The reason I ask is merely to better understand your job title and responsibilities. No need to ask about the alley. She already knew it was him from the patches of freckles. And the fact that he openly gave his name. Typically no. It really depends on what I get assigned to. Most of the time I arrive on a crime scene and gather evidence, talk with witnesses, the works. There have been a good handful of times where I've directly interacted with a suspect. Izuku replied lightly as he eyed a trio of men watching curiously. A sharp glare sent their gazes elsewhere. They did kind of look out of place. I graduated from UA Academy and came directly here for work. It's been about 3 years now and I couldn't be happier with what I do. I want to make the streets a safer place for everyone. How admirable of a dream, Detective Midoriya. It sounds like you really love what you do. My biggest dream is to ensure everyone can live a safe and happy life. But right now it's difficult with so much going on. Crime rates are rising. Skirmishes between rivaling gangs have nearly doubled in the past few months, and there's even some issues with a local Yakuza clan. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sure you don't want to hear about all this. Izuku suddenly looked ashamed with a hand to his neck, giving her an apologetic smile. Ochaco shook her head lightly in response. It all sounds terrible, and I'm sure it makes your job more difficult. I don't mind how the conversation goes, to be honest. I don't really get out much. Having someone near my age at least gives me the chance for a normal conversation. You'd be surprised how lonely. Ochaco stopped mid-sentence, suddenly aware of what she was about to say. A head tilt away from her bodyguard avoided the surely empathetic expression thrown her way. Damn it. She was forgetting the strict boundary needed to keep her highly sought-after identity secret. Here she was just spilling every pent-up thought. Aizawa would surely hold another lecture. I apologize if that brought up any bad memories. Izuku spoke softly, eyes diverting from the now silent brunette. It wasn't intentional. He barely knew anything about the daughter of a powerful diplomat apart from what was in the file. But even then, it didn't take much to see how sheltered of a life she lived. We're nearly at the coffee shop. Is there anything specific you'd be interested in? I'd like to see the menu before deciding. Though something sweet sounds good. Ochaco clenched the purse handles a little tighter. She needed to see. They make a really good caramel macchiato if that's to your liking, or even the hazelnut and dark chocolate iced coffee is good for hot days and when you're craving something on the mild side. They have some great pastries as well. I personally prefer their cinnamon rolls. But there are scones, tarts, crepes. Izuku began on a tangent of what the shop sold, listing each item on his fingers until he had to start over. It wasn't until he reached for the shop door that he noticed Miss Hanako was wandering over to the alleyway. She seemed to be lost in thought, not really focusing on anything other than the narrow space between buildings. He could hear Kirishima pulling into a nearby spot with the door already popping open. Ochaco stopped at the entrance of the alley, staring hard at the narrow passage, the same isolated area where only rats and starving cats thrived, where a scorned thug nearly violated her purity. A few puddles remained from the latest round of storms, reflecting the stormy sky above. A single step, then another. One after the other, she placed down the broken concrete and trash-filled path. Her mind was racing in sync with her heart. This filth-splattered place would have been where the last breaths on Earth were taken, had it not been for something dripped onto her nose, causing the brunette to look up. Rain. A few splatters here and there, nothing more than light drizzle. Then they became larger and heavier, splashing against the puddles with force. She raised a hand to the skies. Water trickled from the palm and trailed down her arm, absorbing into the expensive jacket sleeve. It was cold, frigid in fact, against the racing heat of her skin. Ochaco swallowed. That single moment in time. The rain-pattering chestnut hair abruptly stopped, and the heiress looked over to see Izuku holding an umbrella above. A solemn look on his face told her everything. He already knew. Shifting to face him better, Ochaco made to reach for the mask concealing her identity. Tinted red lips slightly opened as the cover lowered, silently preparing to speak. Emerald searched Auburn intensely. "You remember that day?" Ochaco started barely above a whisper, watching for any sudden flickering of emotion. Izuku remained impassive, albeit attentive. "Where I was dragged down here and nearly assaulted. Yet you showed up out of nowhere and took down my attacker without a second thought. Whether or not it was divine intervention, I need to know. Why did you save me that day?" "Why wouldn't I save a person in need?" came the simple answer. "You could have been injured. You don't know what he was capable of. It didn't matter. You were being attacked and on the losing end. Do you think I'm incapable of defending myself? Not at all. I believe you're someone who can handle themselves perfectly fine, though that doesn't mean there aren't times when you need to accept the hand reaching out to help." "Accept the hand reaching out, huh?" Ochaco let out an amused huff prior to pulling the mask back up. "It's that simple, is it?" "Nothing is ever that simple, Miss Hanako, but everything doesn't have to be so complicated either," Izuku stated firmly as the rain picked up around them, nearly thunderous against the umbrella. His dark green jacket was beginning to become soaked at the shoulders, though he didn't seem to mind. The young woman was studying him as if to figure out an unanswered question. "I wish it were that easy, Izuku Midoriya. Life isn't a fairy tale. Not everyone gets the opportunity to reach beyond the darkness for that extended hand. Not everyone gets a happy, carefree ending." The heiress turned away with the intention to walk back towards the waiting vehicle. Coffee no longer sounded appealing with the turbulent thoughts plaguing her judgment. A gentle pressure against her wrist halted the movement, the brunette slowly shifting back to look at him. Auburn locked with Emerald, and for a single moment, the world seemed to slow around them. "Whenever you're in trouble," he started softly, resolutely, "feel free to call upon me, Ochaco. I am here." Aizawa watched from a neighboring rooftop as the only daughter of the Uraraka clan stood in the alleyway with his troublesome detective. He knew what her plan was from the beginning. She needed to accept the failure and use it to move towards becoming the head of the Uraraka clan. It had plagued her for nights on end. There were times he'd found her wandering the halls late at night or sitting out in the garden with eyes on the starry skies. No amount of words would heal that mental block. The Yakuza leaned back onto his heels, cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. While the situation wasn't ideal, it was necessary. The hunch that Izuku already knew who she was became noticeable during the meeting. Glances, intently listening, even going so far as to excitedly talk about his favorite coffee shop. To most it seemed the detective was attentive in his line of work, which was true, though Shota knew better. He could see the gears already turning in his head prior to departing his apartment last night. As soon as his eyes searched over her name, the flame flickered from a spark. Choosing to keep her first name not only made it easier to create a cover story, but would also garner his attention away from the Uraraka clan. Was it risky? Completely. Necessary? Absolutely. Racerhead, come in. A radio crackle drew his attention from the two adults. Go ahead. Confirmation of Fumi and Kenji Uraraka's arrival to their destination. Turbulence had them rerouting. Excellent. Keep me posted. Shota released the button on the intercom nestled snugly in the shell of his ear. One less thing to temporarily worry about. Sharp eyes watched as the duo made their way back to the awaiting vehicle. It seemed Ochaco was done for the day already. No doubt she wanted to go home and isolate for a bit. Swiftly sliding down an escape ladder to a nearby alley, the Yakuza member weaved his way through buildings to reach the back of the police station. He told Chief Yagi he was going out for a smoke nearly 10 minutes ago, his standard smoke breaks being nearly 15 depending on the level of stress. Hopping a bent fence with ease, the detective cleared the last obstacle and slowed to a casual walk through the parking lot. A few other members were lingering around for reconnaissance and security. It always helped to have extra hands in the police department. They gave a brief nod of acknowledgement before shifting into position. Snuffing out the cigarette on the bottom of his heel, 𝗧𝗪 tapped his badge against the reader and pulled the door open. Time to deal with the aftermath. A few subordinates stopped him along the way with questions about cases or new files to add to the growing pile on his desk. Phones were nearly ringing off the hook in the office, and for a moment Aizawa wondered if something had gone wrong in his short time away. Surely another member would have directly alerted him if it was gang-related. That's how they were trained. Report any gang activity directly to him. Morimoto, an older member of the clan, sidled up to the sergeant as he made for his office. A note slipped between hands as they talked about a case file concealing said note. Then he was gone. Shutting the door to his office and closing the blinds to indicate he was unavailable, 𝗧𝗪 threw the other files aside and nimbly unfolded the note. Dark eyes scanned over it multiple times, a scowl deepening on his exhaustion-dragged face. Unknown attempted forced entry to backup safe house last night. Nancy 34.5780, Echo 136.5276. Target slipped away. Fire. Unsalvageable. 2 down. Aizawa crumpled the paper with the strength of 10 men. Things were progressing faster than expected. A hooded figure perched precariously atop a tsunami-demolished house, eyes scanning the area almost lazily. Fast missions were no fun. There was still plenty of excitement to be had as the night was young, though the few lives swallowed whole by the burning flames of hatred was a small consolation prize. They were sneaky, hiding a safe house in a small, deserted area of Matsusaka City, far enough from the main location yet still accessible by sea. Clever Yakuza, though not clever enough. One by one they were going to smoke out every safe house until there was nowhere left for them to hide. Then, off with your head, Ochaco Uraraka. Mina shuffled through the endless mountain of packed boxes in search of her unfinished designs. She needed something to do while Kirishima was at work. After that night where Midoriya's boss showed up, neither of the detectives would utter a word of what happened. It was a little suspicious in her book. Why would they both be holding vanilla envelopes that quickly disappeared after Sergeant Aizawa's departure? It reeked of collusion. But she trusted Ijiro. Why else would she wholeheartedly agree to his proposal? Whatever he was doing at his new job, she supported from behind the curtain separating them. Finding the box she wanted, Mina snatched it from its hiding spot before parading to the middle of the living room. There were other more important boxes to unpack, though right now a distraction was needed. Toru had left to stay with her parents for a bit to leave the Pinkette with some breathing room, not that she minded the company, and wouldn't be back for a few days. Midoriya had informed them of what they gathered from the office. Ojiro was alive and fine, but the police station wasn't going to probe into his direct location. Interfering with a local Yakuza clan could jeopardize his life further. Oh, how Hagakure had bawled her eyes out through the night. The Pinkette held up a shimmering pink mini dress, lost in thought. If that happened to her, would she be able to just sit around knowing Kirishima could be in danger? Or would she rush in without thinking of the consequences? The unfished outfit drooped lower. She'd give anything to have him back home safely. That would never happen, right? Mina whispered to herself, the emptiness of the apartment pressing down. He comes home every night, not a scratch on him. Doesn't seem stressed or angry. That means Ijiro isn't doing anything reckless, doesn't it? Yet he still couldn't tell her about his job. All he mentioned was that the day had been easy, no problems, weather was nice, etc. Never going in depth about what he's doing. Even when probed, he refused to budge, like an unbreakable wall. It was a bit frustrating that he wouldn't tell her about his day. Couldn't. Not even Midoriya would budge, though that man was nearly impossible to break. Too dedicated to his work. That trait made him a great detective from what she'd heard. Of course, that's how Midoriya was. Always striving towards the top, despite any obstacles hinder the path. A low huff slipped out. Probably why he was still single. No time for dating when he was saving the world. Plopping the dress back into the box after brief consideration, Mina shifted to the couch while grabbing the remote. Any motivation she had shriveled up once she began thinking about the secretiveness of her fiancé. A few channel swipes until a familiar name popped up, instantly catching her attention. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲. It was such an intense, horribly cliché show that had her drawn into it like a bee to honey. A rough, hardened detective paired with a young, sheltered daughter of a diplomat. Even Midoriya seemed to get dragged into last week. While still fairly new, the series already was on its third episode of the month. In the beginning, it went over the backgrounds of both main characters, slowly easing into the moment they met. Today's episode was supposed to be a first interaction between them. Finally. I don't have the patience for this to happen so slowly. Come on, show me the good stuff. Mina cheered loudly, pulling her knees to chest and wrapping both arms around tightly. Even her toes were tapping impatiently against the cushions. Mushy, romantic scenarios were her bread and butter. Before the beginning credits could even end, her phone rang loudly. An exasperated groan, and the TV paused. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 is on right now, Girl, there are bigger issues right now. I've just witnessed Kirishima driving around with Midoriya and some random girl. I saw them leaving that super high-end boutique in downtown. I'm on my way to pick you up. We're going to tail them. 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐴 practically screeched over the phone, Mina yanking it away from a ringing ear faster than lightning. A finger turned the call to speaker. What are you talking about? Kirishima and Midoriya are at work right now. How would they be driving some rando around? Also, volume please. Look at the picture I just sent you. I'd recognize those two anywhere. A vibration alerted the pinkette to an incoming message. She opened the thread to see a clear picture of Kirishima standing beside a blacked-out SUV, holding the door open for a mysterious person as Midoriya carried a handful of crisp designer bags. Amber eyes narrowed as the photo was zoomed in. It was definitely Kirishima and Midoriya. But who was the mysterious girl? A mask concealed most of her face. Brown hair, light eyes, extremely stylish, and from the looks of it, expensive designer clothes. Honestly, she almost looked like the girl from 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲. You weren't kidding. Would I kid about something this serious? Please tell me you're dressed. I'm about 30 seconds out and you better be ready to fly into the passenger seat. Give me like a minute at least. I'm just in a tank and shorts. If we're going to tail, then I need to be in something inconspicuous. How do you know we aren't going to lose them in the meantime? Mina flew from the couch and into the bedroom, setting the phone down before tearing through the overstuffed dresser. It felt like a spy scenario, trailing the suspicious lover to uncover the mysterious woman. That's why I'm telling you to hurry. If you're not down here in 2 minutes. I'm coming. Mina muffled through the shirt being shoved over her head. Yanking on some high-rise, hip-hugging jeans, the fashion designer slipped on some sandals before jogging to the kitchen to grab her keys, sunglasses, and wallet. I'm headed out of the apartment right now. Are you right out front? Yes, practically blocking the front door. Flying down the apartment stairs like there was a clearance sale on rare fabrics, Mina Ishido hit the landing and shot towards the open door of 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝑒's car. The door had barely closed when the blonde took off, erratically weaving back towards the street. Mina hurriedly snapped the seatbelt on before she went flying back out the door. It took mere minutes to get back downtown and then the search began. Every street, parking lot, drive-through they scoured. After about 15 minutes, their hopes began to dwindle. Man, we lost them. I was so sure they'd still be around here. Maybe they finished their errands already. Toru huffed out, leaning over the steering wheel in defeat. Mina crossed her legs while scanning the area as they sat at a red light. Arg. Seriously. How did they get away so fast? Didn't Kirishima do some racing in his younger years? Maybe that's how they slipped past. Take a right here. There's somewhere I want to check before giving up completely. The pinkette directed with a delicately painted nail. A turn signal clicked on as the blonde shifted lanes and changed directions upon a green arrow. I have a hunch they're going to hit more high-end shops soon. And considering there's one that just so happens to be opening today, that's likely their next target. How are you so sure of that? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐴 questioned while switching lanes, keeping full attention on the road. She heard a mischievous chuckle from the passenger seat, quickly glancing over at the smug woman. Mina. It may or may not be the premature opening of a new shop called Finite Fashion, a store that holds a majority of my new collection, revealing fully at the end of the week. Mina, you didn't tell me this. 𝐎𝐩𝐽𝐽 squawked, inadvertently swerving slightly into the other lane. A loud horn jerked her back into the correct lane, and she waved an apology out the window. Seriously, we could have just started there. Sorry. No, you're not sorry. True. The pinkette laughed while sticking her tongue out. I'm unapologetically bad about reminding people about events. I get busy, you know. There, where the velvet ropes are lined up out front. Go ahead and pull into the parking lot. Are they even going to let us in? Security looks tight. 𝗎𝐻𝐽𝐽 mumbled and obliged. Nearly a dozen suited men were stationed around the property, guarding the parking lot, front door, side door. There was probably someone even on the roof. While it seemed overkill for a soft opening, a few celebrities were scheduled to show. They pulled up to the gated lot and stopped shy of the barricade arm, a man putting his hand up as he walked over. Mina popped her shades up as the driver's side window lowered halfway. I'm sorry, this is a private event and only those with invitations may enter. The man spoke lightly with a guarded tone. Eyes concealed behind sunglasses swept through the back and front, searching for any contraband or weapons. That's why we're here. I'm the designer for the line 𝐒𝐻𝐲 Aesthetics, Mina 𝐒𝐻𝐲. I know I'm not scheduled to show up until the grand opening later this week, but I couldn't contain my excitement. You can get with the store owner, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏. She's well aware of who I am, Mina stated matter-of-factly. The man studied her for a minute before reaching for the radio connected to his ear. While he stood and turned away to confirm her identity, 𝗎𝐻𝐽𝐽 leaned over to whisper. Are you sure this is going to work? What if we get thrown in jail for trespassing? Don't worry, there's extra perks about dating a police officer. Free get-out-of-jail card. Mina. Miss 𝗎𝐻𝐲. The guard interrupted their quiet squabble, both girls instantly turning their attention back. Miss 𝗵𝗃𝗃 will be awaiting your presence inside. Please go through the gate and park in a spot against the wall. Your friend here has not been authorized to enter the building until opening day, though she may remain in the secured lot. Any questions? No questions from me. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to get the proper paperwork submitted for next time. Mina thanked him profusely with hands pressed together. 𝗎𝐻𝐽𝐽 quickly parked in the spot with cheeks puffed up in annoyance. Her friend gave a quick apology prior to shutting the door. Mina would have to make it up to her later. Right now she needed to see what was going on with the troubled duo and their mystery woman. A guard opened the door for her, and she swept into the shop oozing confidence. Now it was time to switch on work mode. As she weaved through the back towards the main floor, a few racks of her clothing line caught her eye sitting off to the side. Diverting towards them, the designer skimmed through them, before pulling out a pink and purple patterned tube top in her size. The shirt she'd grabbed wasn't suitable for greeting 𝗵𝗃𝗃, nothing more than one Kirishama's old-school band shirts. Stripping without a care in the world, the pinkette slipped on the special design, then unclipped the straps from her bra before shoving them into her pockets. Versatile yet functional. Just how clothing should be. The shoes were the next problem. While they were still fashionable and cute, heels were a better fit. Luckily, she planned ahead. A pallet of shoes nearby offered the perfect solution. You can't have one-of-a-kind 𝗎𝐻𝐲 outfits without matching shoes. Searching for the black pumps, she yanked the box out and quickly swapped them. Now she was ready to meet 𝗵𝗃𝗃. With heels clicking across the wooden floors, Mina 𝗎𝐻𝐲 strode through the backroom door and onto the main floor. The setup was better than she expected. Staff dressed in all black, champagne bubbling and ready, her designs front and center. Excitement buzzed through her body. It was always incredible to see so many years of hard work finally pay off. How many tireless nights of designing, scrapping, designing again before she found her niche. Mina, what an unexpected surprise to see you here. I figured you'd be waiting for the grand opening this Friday. Why the change of heart? A voluptuous black-haired woman with piercing blue eyes hidden behind red glasses sauntered over to the young woman, arms folded casually beneath a bouncing chest. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏, fashion icon and businesswoman who single-handedly opened up the market for young entrepreneurs. A knee-length, black-fitted dress snugly clung to every curve, high slits on either side along with a plunging neckline draped with dripping diamonds. Crimson pumps created a sharp contrast. Only someone of her caliber could ever pull off such a daring look. Nomiuri, fantastic to see you. Sorry for the sudden drop. I was too excited to see my line premiering. I hope this isn't a problem for you. Mina gave a chaste kiss on either cheek, taking both silken hands lightly. Don't worry about it. In fact, I was going to reach out to you in regard to this Friday. There are going to be some valuable names swinging by, and I'd like to go over the schedule with you when there's a moment. The soft opening is about to begin. Care for a flute of champagne? You know I'll never turn down free drinks, Mina slyly replied as Nomiuri let out a mirthful chuckle. Nomiuri handed the designer a glass of bubbly just as the doors opened, a handful of people entering the store with piqued curiosities. While staying back for the most part, Mina studied each and every woman that entered the glass doors. Why wouldn't that woman show? It seemed obvious she enjoyed fashion, or at least looking professional. A lot of her line was for the party girl, though a handful of pieces were meant for the more serious lifestyle. 30 minutes passed. Then 40. Mina continuously checked her watch anxiously. Poor 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻 was probably growing bored, debating whether or not to step outside to check on her partner in crime. Just as she made her way to the ever-chatty Nomiuri, her phone rang. They just pulled into the lot. Blacked-out SUV with 𝗓𝗓𝐵 driving. It's a little hard to see through the tinted windows, but I'm positive it has the same plate. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻 loudly whispered through the phone, as if they could hear her with the windows rolled up. Whoa, security is swarming like crazy. Hold on, one of them is at my window. What do they want? Mina turned on her heel and began fast walking towards the back room to avoid drawing attention. You've already been granted access to sit in the parking lot. They can't kick you out all of a sudden without reason. Miss, you're going to have to temporarily hand over your phone. My apologies. No photography or calls may be made at this time. A male voice filtered through the line, causing Mina to slow to a stop, hand reaching for the door handle. May I ask why? I've been given access to sit here while waiting for my friend, Mina Ashido. She's in there with Miss Nomiuri Kayama right now. I'll put the phone away. I'm sorry, I have to abide by the rules. Your phone will return to you unharmed afterwards. It's a security risk I can't take. I'm just following orders. What the hell? Mina whispered as the line suddenly cut out. Was that girl powerful enough to have such intense security protocols? Grasping the handle tightly, she pushed down on it and swung the door open. Screw it. Kirishima, I need to call. Ma'am, you can't be back here right now. I'm going to have to ask you to stay on the floor. Another security guard. There were about half a dozen loitering around in the room. When had they arrived? She didn't even notice. Her patience was beginning to grow thin with the mystery bullshit. Excuse me, do you know who I am? This soft opening is premiering with my designer line. If I need to go into the back and restock my merchandise, then I am going to do so. I have to do my job, and if you have a problem with it, call Eijiro Kirishima. Mina planted both hands on her hips, cocking them to one side and lifting her chin defiantly up at the bulky guard. Who the hell did he think he was? Nice try, but you still need to return to the floor. Mina? What are you doing here? Izuku had just opened the rear door for Miss Hanako when the familiar voice reached him. Keeping the door from opening all the way, the detective quickly scanned over the guards. It seemed like they were preventing her from moving any further. What's going on back here? Midoriya. Thank goodness you're here. I showed up for the soft opening of my line debuting, and these jerks aren't allowing me access to my stock. Is Kirishima with you? 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐻 is still in the parking lot waiting on me. They wouldn't let her in either. Mina breathed a sigh of relief at the familiar face, but his expression had unease settling in her chest. He kept looking backwards at something just out of her line of sight, and his posture was tensed. If she didn't know any better, he looked almost disgruntled at her appearance. What's wrong? Mina, I'm sorry. I need you to head back onto the floor. Please. Izuku spoke firmly, emerald locking with amber. Confusion flickered across her face. She shouldn't have been here. There wasn't any word of the soft opening today. Kirishima never mentioned anything about it. I can't explain things right now. You mean about how you're escorting a young woman around with Kirishima as the driver? Yeah. Toru spotted you both earlier at another boutique. Is this why Kirishima hasn't been answering my questions about work? The color drained from his face. Did he really not notice 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐼? What car did she even drive? What angle was it taken from? Is that how they tracked them down so easily? The air quickly became tense as the guards shared hard gazes. Things were about to go south and fast. The hand remaining outside motioned at Kirishima, urging to back him up. Miss Hanako suddenly grasped onto the arm, waving reinforcements in, lowering it down to his side. She looked up at her guard with clear intent and hesitantly, Izuku stepped aside to allow access. Apologies, Miss Mina. I would be the reason for the heavy security. I assure that they mean no harm. They are just doing their jobs. Forgive me for the inconvenience. Ochaco slightly bowed to the designer, after taking a few steps inside. My name is Ochaco Hanako. And nice to meet you, I'm Mina Ishido. Mina quickly bowed once the security details spread out. Holy fuck. Whoever this girl was, she had enough authority to send the guard dogs packing. Even the air had cleared out considerably. Was she dangerous? Is that why Kirishima couldn't say anything? It was a bad idea to trail them. As in Ishido aesthetics? Ochaco asked with a hint of excitement. She'd heard about the new line unveiling soon, though she didn't realize this soon. It was by chance they found this shop. To think she was going to finish her shopping early and return to a boring, quiet mansion. You're releasing your new line today, right? Do you have any items you personally recommend? I have multiple racks back here and a full stock up front. What were you interested in? I see your attraction to midnight mysteries. Excellent choice. In fact, the designer behind that line is here right now since she owns this shop. Mina relaxed a bit more yet remained wary. Izuku still seemed rather wound up and watched their interaction intensely. He didn't seem happy about the situation. Is she? I've been waiting for the next release. If it's not too much trouble, she reined herself back in. Representation upon the world, Ochaco. Detective Midoriya. Could you ask Detective Kirishima to check on the young lady waiting in her car? I have no problems if she enters the building, though it's up to your discretion. I'll get with him on that. Izuku nodded before pulling out his phone. I feel bad for Toru. She's been sitting out there for a hot minute. Mina sighed while Izuku talked on the phone. Ochaco noticed and tilted her head slightly out of curiosity. They must have arrived together. Were they friends? She seemed to care for the health and safety of the girl. Was she not allowed on the premises? Unfortunately, no. Security wouldn't allow her to leave the parking lot. I see. Ochaco glanced over at one of the men, instantly sending him a warning glare as soon as he connected gazes. He understood and spoke into his earpiece. The level of security was beginning to grate on her nerves. Leaving a poor woman in her vehicle with this weather? While it wasn't summer, the humidity was still ramping up and the sun still blazed. Aizawa would need to correct some of the members on their behavior. It had been escalating without warning over the last week of outside time. Mina missed the whole interaction as the backroom door opened, revealing the other designer striding in gracefully. Miss Hanako, welcome to my shop. I'm Namuri Kayama. I hope your journey here was smooth. Namuri spoke warmly, greeting the young woman with a firm handshake. We were just about to clear the floor for your arrival. Can I get you anything? Champagne? Water? Snacks? A glass of champagne would be lovely, Namuri. Miss Ishido, is there anything we can supply your companion? Surely she must be at least thirsty sitting outside. The brunette turned to the pink-haired designer, hands overlapping at her front. Ochaco could tell the woman was still uneasy with her presence. Being Yakuza tended to have that effect on people. But it also seemed like there was something between her and Izuku. Friends? Lovers? Probably some water and snacks. I'm not sure if she's eaten yet today. Ochaco nodded and simply motioned at one of the guards. He began gathering items. Miss Namuri, Miss Hanako is a huge fan of your designs. Do you have anything in particular you'd like to show? Anything from the Moonlight line? There's a good variety of the new line here in the back. I'll gather some items and bring them to your dressing room while you get settled. Don't hesitate to ask for anything, Namuri smiled. Of course, I appreciate your hospitality. Both of you. Ochaco gave a brief, shallow bow as the renowned designer went on a hunt for apparel. Mina scrambled to respond, nearly throwing the sunglasses from atop her messy pink locks in the process. She didn't miss how the guard immediately got to work with just the wave of a hand. Whoever Miss Ochaco Hanako was, she was one powerful woman. Kirishima said he'll escort 𝐎𝐩𝐽𝐻𝐻 inside the building, but he needs a word with you, Mina. I'll handle things for now. Izuku spoke after hanging up the phone, looking sternly at the shrinking Pinkette. Kirishima was not happy Mina was involved now. It was a massive breach of security and put a target on her back as well, something his friend wanted to avoid. They already had to worry about Ojiro. Now Mina and 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐻 could be targeted. I'm sorry, Miss Hanako. I'll be right back. Feel free to browse through anything on the floor. Mina waved as Izuku escorted her to the floor, the false cheeriness shifting into nervousness. Was Kirishima going to be mad? Trying to follow them was a horrible idea, something that happened on a whim. There were so many questions that needed answered. Yet this wasn't the way to do it. She knew better. She should have trusted Kirishima. 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐻 popped through the door not even a minute later, looking a little uneasy, though seemingly unharmed. The blonde made a beeline for Mina, who latched onto her fiercely. Her friend murmured a question against her collarbone. Now wasn't the time to answer as a familiar redhead entered. There were brewing frustrations that Mina could see, and concern ready to break through the tension surface. A quick tapping had her friend release the tight hold, and a guard escorted her away. Mina fidgeted nervously as her fiancé approached, boots thudding to a stop a foot away. She didn't want to face him like this, not after the realization of her actions hit hard. They didn't say anything because of the level of risk in their mission. Something she just interfered with. Mina, look at me. Ijiro spoke softly, the faintest bit of strain underlying each word. Was he frustrated that there was a security breach? Absolutely. Sergeant Aizawa was going to ream both him and Midoriya into next year. But he was more concerned about the way his fiancée was reacting right now. Please. I'm not mad, I promise. I'm just concerned about this situation. I shouldn't have tried to follow you, Ijiro, I'm sorry. It just feels like you've isolated yourself from me. You never talk about work, and I get worried because how do I know this won't end up like Ojiro? One day you could just poof, disappear from my life. I know now this is dangerous, and that's why you've been keeping it secret. Her shoulders shuddered as a hand clasped over trembling lips. I've probably jeopardized your job in protecting Miss Hanako. Everything's been ruined. Nothing's been ruined, Mina. Ijiro interjected, sweeping the Pinkette into his arms tightly. Pink locks brushed against his cheek as he pressed their heads together. I know I've been hiding things from you, and I'm sorry. I was sworn to secrecy on the matter. The situation surrounding this is delicate. There are so many things that could go wrong. I didn't want you getting involved because of the risk it poses. There are a lot of people out there that would take advantage in a heartbeat. I won't tell a soul. Mina pulled back with a pinky extended. A larger one latched onto it and pulled it upwards, Kirishima gently kissing it. His smile was strained, albeit some of the tension was washing away. I trust you. Things may get crazy for a bit now, but I'll make sure nothing happens. I need to get back to work. Same shitty Chinese food place. Same shitty Chinese food place, Mina beamed, quickly kissing him then withdrawing. If you'll excuse me, I have a high-priority client awaiting my designs. Work your magic, babe. Ijiro beamed with a small wave, watching as the woman he was soon to marry model strutted her way back to the floor. She threw a wink and a kiss over her shoulder, just as the door slid shut. God, I love that woman. Ochaco traced over the various fabrics on the racks, checking styles for modesty. A lot of items had already been marked from the list strictly due to their revealing nature. Sleeveless, plunging neckline, cropped, fringed, way too short. Even shorter than she thought humanly possible. Izuku stood in front of the now locked entrance, scanning the room like clockwork. While she didn't mind his presence, he took his job a bit too seriously. Clearly he wasn't aware of the numerous Yakuza loitering around the property. Wherever she went, so did they. Though under the guise of private security, they had obvious differences. Harsher expressions for one. And the fact that they carried more than one lethal weapon on their hip at a time. Truth be told, the first week together was a smidge rough. Izuku tended to be on a tight schedule despite 2 full hours of freedom. No loitering, always on the move, constant surveillance, keeping strictly professional. It felt like being with Aizawa at times with zero snarky remarks. Ochaco figured it would be a breath of air, more than a small gaspful, yet it seemed to be the same amount no matter how things played out. At least she could play dress up and get coffee. Not to say she didn't have enough clothing or coffee at a whim's notice. Being amongst normal people felt invigorating. You don't have to be so uptight as you. There's nothing to worry about here, Ochaco thought aloud while shifting to another rack, not even bothering to spare a glance over. He heard her just fine in the 6 feet apart. Apologies, Miss Ochaco. Just the parameters of my job. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 replied evenly, though he relaxed the slightest bit. Considering this wasn't originally on the plan shops for the day, precautions need to be taken. I understand there is security already on site, but that doesn't mean they're confirmed with UA police agency. Do you ever do anything fun? Ochaco turned to him with the blouse grasped between 2 hands. I like to spend my free time exercising, watching documentaries, reading. Grocery shopping is a must by the end of the week. Occasionally I'll go for a rundown by the river. Normal things, I suppose, he replied. Ochaco averted her gaze to the shirt. Normal. What was that like? Did people go shopping for clothes and coffee often? Get to walk along the river banks or even stroll through a park without care? It must be nice, she thought with a hint of bitterness. Not to slander the rather cushiony lifestyle, endless restrictions meant less freedom, less happiness. Even if she bought every single thing in this shop, it wouldn't make her happy. The most expensive cars she could only admire. Endless coffee. Extravagant feasts. Private jets. Exquisite jewelry. There wasn't even the chance to relax on their outings, eyes always scanning for rivaling clans despite the beefy security. No doubt Aizawa had covered every possible outcome, yet she still couldn't breathe freely. That woman Mina. How do you know her? She's actually a former classmate of mine from high school. She split town to become a designer alongside Kirishima, who went to the same police academy as me. They're getting married at the beginning of the year, which is why they moved back to town. Wanted to be closer to family. 𝗧𝗏 bit his tongue about the other reason. His client didn't need to know about their MIA friend. What about the other girl just sitting over there? She a friend as well? The suspicious look I'm receiving right now speaks volumes. Ochaco picked up another shirt to examine, hearing how he shifted in place. Uncomfortable subjects, or due to the intense stare poking into the side of her head. Kind of the same situation. Hagakure is Mina's best friend. Practically attached at the hip, a soft chuckle followed by a nearly inaudible sigh. They met in middle school and just kind of clicked. Though sometimes they can be a handful. Elaborate. Well, 𝗧𝗏 rubbed at his bottom lip in thought, a habit since middle school. Let's just say that when there's alcohol involved, they perform some crazy stunts that nearly land them in jail. Party girls. I've heard about those. Though in my instance, alcohol should be savored, not downed like it's the last drop of water in a barren desert. I have a question. Toru called out from her position at the posh lounge area just in front of the store display sign. Auburn swung to Azure quizzically, taking that as her cue to continue despite the stare sending chills up her spine. The blonde swallowed. It was a stare that unnerved her. So, have you never been to a club before? Club. Ochaco replied with a notched brow. Do you mean a socialite gathering? Plenty. Toru. 𝗧𝗏 warned lightly, though the brunette waved off the concern, shifting closer to the blonde woman after hanging up a shirt. Ochaco chose to sit in the opposite chair with a flute of champagne swirling between fingers. A socialite gathering? What rich people do? No way. I don't have any high status like that. Probably never will. A club is a dimly lit place, usually a bar, where they have pounding music, drinks, and sometimes games. Most people go there to unwind from a stressful work week. Mina and I used to go a lot towards the end of the high school. That would be where the police drama happened. 2 underage girls dancing and taking drinks from strangers? Ask Midoriya. That's a big no-no. Hagakure leaned closer as she excitedly talked, oblivious to the fact that a few lingering guards inched closer. You both nearly got arrested for sneaking into that club, which is a 21+ location. The detective pointed out bluntly. That's the fun of it. The thrill you get when your heart's racing and you've got the 5-0 on your tail. Mina and I had a blast that night. Hagakure snickered as the memory came back. We were both heavily hungover the next day. You were hungover. A sommelier like me has no trouble recovering with a good night's sleep. Mina interjected the wildly spiraling conversation. Both arms were filled to the brim with plastic-covered outfits that crinkled with every movement. I apologize on her behalf, Miss Hanako. Toru sometimes gets out of hand when recalling our younger days. You act like this was 30 years ago instead of 3. Don't worry, I have countless more stories to tell. The blonde winked, then leaned back against the couch. I could take a nap on this thing. So comfortable. Then do so quietly, I'm trying to work. I have a dressing room waiting for you, Miss Hanako. Mina briefly lifted the pounds of clothing, directing the socialite to a nearby changing room. I understand your preference is more professional, so I didn't bother bringing any inappropriate items. Please let me know if you need any help. I'll be waiting out here. Thank you, Miss Ishido. Please call me Mina. You practically know my whole life thanks to that one blathering about my rebellious side. Mina let out a hearty laugh as Toru stuck out her tongue. The girls shared a brief giggle fest as Ochaco watched the interaction. Strange. Were friends like this all the time? Mocking one another? It felt like something that only happened on a TV show. Slipping into the changing room, Ochaco shifted off the jacket and hung it on a provided hanger. Overall, this place was nice. Not a gaudy level of luxurious, yet maintaining a clean, well-stocked floor. Miss Namiri was friendly, as were Mina and Hagakure. Normally, the only other women she interacted with were her mother, stylists, hairdressers, those who were trusted to lay a hand on the heiress. Fingers deftly unbuttoned the blouse. Now that she thought about it, were these two the first somewhat normal interactions she's had? Not including 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐽. That was still professional, though he liked to bring up interesting facts about the area, as if she wasn't fully aware of the history. He appeared to be the nerdy type, taking notes on everything, the types of documentaries he watched, even how he organized his days out. Apparently, he was a huge nerd for detective shows. They were good for real-life notes, he'd said happily. An amused huff slipped out. He was a strange one for sure. Certainly more talkative than Kirishima was. A rose gold, 3/4 sleeved blouse fit perfectly against her curves, the heiress twisting this way and that to test the fit. Mina was an excellent designer, she silently praised. Paired with it was a crisp white blazer with full sleeves slit at the ends and slightly loose slate gray slacks. Compared to her other clothes, these had more vibrancy to them. More life. Boxes of varying heels had been stacked onto the adjoining shelf, so she searched for a matching set. Tan and 3 inches. Perfect. Despite not being the tallest of the Uraraka lineage, there were ways to make up for the shortfall. She examined herself in the mirror, scrutinizing every single detail. While it appeared to be like every other high-end apparel out there, noticeable differences set Ishido aesthetics apart from the rest. The outer material felt more breathable, something highly sought after during the summer heat waves, fabric that felt like heaven against exposed skin, lightweight, and even carried unique traits. 2 cursive A's dawned as a crest above her heart, glistening with just a hint of sparkles beneath the fluorescent lights. A finger trailed over the emblem as light as a feather. Most companies tended to keep their trademark on the inside for a higher-end appearance. Bold move to place them on the outside, though completely reasonable. Why hide the creativity? Instead of trying on every outfit and wasting the last precious chunk of freedom, Ochaco returned to her outing apparel and carefully set everything back in order. She'd just take one of everything, including the long-anticipated midnight line still hanging on the wall. The lock clicked softly as the door swung open. Both girls were chatting enthusiastically on the couch, oblivious to her arrival. Izuku, of course, noticed right away and resumed his scanning. Wait. Don't spoil the episode for me. I didn't get to watch it today since you interrupted. Mina was shaking both hands at her friend who donned a devious look. I'm going to watch it when I get home, so zip it. But it's so good. I know the beginning started off slow with going over both of their background stories, but it's getting good. Detective Takimoto is such a hottie. The diplomat's daughter is like straight out of a magazine. Slender, fair, fabulously dressed at every moment. Such a depressing background, though. Who could live cooped up in a mansion their whole life and be so unaware of the outside world? Hagakure retorted while clasping onto the waving hands, shoving them down onto the cushion. If only they knew. Forgive me. We were getting caught up in the latest drama show. So, how did everything fit? Anything you liked or disliked? Mina yanked her hands free and jumped to her feet as soon as she noticed the woman standing there patiently. Please be completely honest with your review. Everything is wonderful. The coloring is vibrant and feels full of life while the material is breathable and light. The emblem on the chest is a nice touch as well. You've truly outdone yourself, Mina. Ochaco praised with fingers pressed together at chest level. The designer flushed bright from the compliments and bowed gratefully. I'll take one of every style and color, including the shoes. Oh, the midnight line as well. Could you have everything ready by the end of the week? Absolutely. I have everything in stock currently, so I can begin packing it up now. Thank you so much for your kind words. They truly mean a lot. I've worked so hard to get this business off the ground, and having you as my very first customer means the world. Thank you, Ochaco. You're amazing. Mina clasped her hands over the Yakuza's warmly, staring at her with teary eyes. It surprised Ochaco. Never had someone thanked her so earnestly. She didn't even notice when the pinkette pulled away to pick the order, recruiting 𝐒𝐩𝐬𝐚𝐲 in the process. It wasn't until a hand lightly tapped her shoulder that the heiress blinked and looked up to see 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 giving a concerned look. Everything all right? You froze up there. I'm sorry. I should have stopped her from touching you. I'll correct her for the future. No, it's all right, Ochaco murmured while lowering both hands. They tingled with warmth from the touch. It just threw me off a bit. I don't mind it, really. May I ask a favor? Anything, Miss Ochaco, Izuku replied instantly. May I come back to see them again? Aizawa watched as the heiress departed from the police station with almost a skip in her step, the smile beneath her mask nearly shining through. The first week was rough. Things seemed awkward between her and Midoriya. That was to be expected. While one of the best detectives on the force, it was due to his diligence in absorbing any and all information that pertained to work. And apparently the real world, too. Ochaco talked about how he could recite specific information in a matter of seconds, clearly and accurately. About how perceptive he was in intercepting a drunken stranger, faster than even she could react. How he never made her feel uncomfortable and earnestly answered every question. Overall, the heiress was much happier than before. Things were progressing smoother than he projected, except in the shadows of her radiating happiness. Lurking in the darkness was a threat surging higher and higher against the turf, slowly eroding it away grain by grain. Since the first attack on the hideout, 2 more had been hit. 3 in the span of 2 weeks. They were getting closer, breaking through their defenses with expertise and roiling flames. Each one burned to the ground, either to send a warning or smoke out the inhabitants. Shoda wasn't quite sure. 5 men dead. While they weren't considered part of the main regiment in Musutafu, those men that bravely fought to defend the Uraraka name to the end were still family. Proper burials were to be given along with condolences to the family. That brought up another issue. The fact that Ochaco's safety was compromised by one of the women he met in Midoriya's apartment. Technically both of them. He'd been sure to run thorough backgrounds the moment he left. While they were squeaky clean save for some minor police run-ins in their younger years, it didn't change the fact that it still happened. And he made sure Midoriya and Kirishima got an earful before Ochaco intervened, defending their actions. It was because of her words that they were let off with a strict warning, instead of being yanked from the field and dangled as shark bait at the docks. The plan for today was a movie day at Midoriya's apartment. Nearly 3 weeks on the dot, and they were hosting a party. Luckily, Shoda had already bugged the place and secured the surrounding apartments with a generous vacation offer to the residents. Yakuza would be temporarily moving in, listening in on the conversations, and monitoring every step. He didn't like it one bit, though his restrictions could only go so far. This was meant to get her out of the house, not lock her back up again. Her parents were entrusting their daughter to him, and come hell and high water, he'd protect her with his life. Ochaco fiddled her fingers anxiously against her lap as Kirishima made his way to the apartment. She'd never been to someone else's apartment before, let alone a boy's. Though did it technically count since it was her bodyguard's home? Mina and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 had planned the whole event as a better way for them to all bond together, promising a marathon of fun and food. While her appetite had been satiated with a fine meal within the last 2 hours, she'd attempt to partake in the fun food. A vibration from her phone alerted the Yakuza to a new message. Hi dear. Just checking in to let you know the business deal is going smoothly. We should be home within a month and a half, less if we can get paperwork sorted and sent out. I found you this cute glass sphere with a galaxy inside. I'll have it shipped out today before the next meeting. Love you lots. Have fun at your friend's house. A smile ticked at her face. Her mother always found the most random of gifts to mail home. But the away time had the brunette frowning. Another 2-month trip? The ascension was in less than 3 months now. What if they got delayed in returning? By ancient Uraraka clan law, the successor was to ascend the throne by their 21st birthday. On very rare occasions, it happened sooner. But anyone past that age would be seen as lacking the strength to uphold the strict values, weakening their hold over the name. Chewing on the inside of her lip, Ochaco sent a reply before locking the screen and turning her attention to the outside world. Less than 3 months now. In less than 3 months, she would be taking over as head of the Uraraka clan. It felt daunting. There was so much she didn't know despite the entire childhood of learning. The business aspects were left to her parents, since there'd been an influx over the past decade. 𝐒𝐻𝐢 was always there to help and guide, but it didn't feel fair to dump that responsibility onto him. He was already swamped to the point the bags beneath his eyes were growing deeper by the day. When questioned, he just chalked it up to a busy police season. Yet it didn't quite explain the increase in Yakuza presence wherever she went. While the 2 detectives escorting her may not have noticed, she absolutely did. Just average-looking people doing average people things. Buying groceries, walking the dog, taking their children to the park, working normal jobs. But she knew. Because the moment she locked eyes with them, there was the tiniest nod of acknowledgement prior to them moving on to something else. They were switching positions in order to relay her location. Never in the eye of the public, always behind a shelf in the back room, or even as they were sipping a coffee cup. Musutafu was swarming with Yakuza, and in a way swelled her chest with pride. Their connections had grown far and wide through the city and beyond. But why the sudden increase in security? It's not like the Uraraka clan hadn't already staked down inside the ever-busy police station, garnering command of practically the whole network across 6 major cities. Nothing flew under their radar. Both detectives escorting her were top-notch in their line of work, near-flawless records with some of the fastest reflexes she'd seen. There were times Izuku noticed lingering eyes even before she could turn around at the sensation. It had been drilled into the heiress from a young age to always be aware of her surroundings and how to correctly respond, but Izuku? He was born that way. No amount of training and diligence could compare to his natural instinct that rivaled her own. Hell, even Aizawa's instinct seemed to only be a hair above his subordinates. Speaking of, her mentor seemed to be more on edge lately as well. Exhausted, wary, irritable. While that was most of the time, Ochaco hadn't seen him in such a frazzled state. Not like this. He'd go through the normal process of escorting her to the police station while going over the day's plan. Then it seemed like she was instantly whisked off to do whatever she pleased as officers swarmed him with questions. When? Pride. He dismissed the concerns with a flap of a scarred hand. Though suspicions arose, Ochaco knew he'd never break. That's why he was the highest-ranked Yakuza in the clan. That's why, Miss Ochaco, we've arrived. Mina and Toru should be waiting inside. Kirishima interrupted the heavy thought tsunami as the SUV rolled to a stop. Izuku, like usual, was already bailing from the passenger seat to open her door. I didn't even notice, Ochaco mumbled to herself just as the door opened, and a waiting hand held out. Like usual, she accepted the gesture. The warmth from his hand lingered longer each time their skin touched. For what reason she didn't know, albeit it was comforting each and every time. Their hands slipped apart and hers naturally resided against her front, overlapping. Prior to tonight's festivities, I would like to bestow the gifts upon them, as thanks for the gracious invitation. I also have gifts for the both of you as well for your continued dedication to ensuring my safety. There's no need for that, Miss Ochaco, honestly. We're really just doing our jobs. Nothing extraordinary. Izuku instantly became flustered, the heavily scarred hand resting against his nape as the other frantically waved off the offer. Kirishima seemed less flustered as he unloaded the bags from the trunk. I insist. You're both taking time away from your friends and family to escort me around the city. Surely you would much rather be performing your normal duties. Ochaco pressed lightly. She wouldn't be a very good host without offering those providing services to the Uraraka name a reward. It wasn't in her nature to be inhospitable towards others. We really appreciate the offer, Miss Ochaco. We'll need to clear it through Sergeant Aizawa since it could be considered bribery. It's already been cleared with both Sergeant Aizawa and Captain Yagi. They have allowed it solely for this mission due to the circumstances. I hope you enjoy them. I personally picked them out. Ochaco cheerily interrupted Kirishima, turning a bemused glance in his direction. Thank you very much, Miss Ochaco. It's incredibly generous of you to buy us gifts. Izuku bowed immediately while Kirishima did the same with arms full of gifts. The heiress suppressed a chuckle behind the mask. Such bashful men. At least they were keen enough not to argue with her decision. After all, what she said went. It didn't take more than 2 minutes to arrive at the apartment door of Izuku Midoriya, muffled music seeping through the doorframe. While Ochaco couldn't understand what the lyrics were, Kirishima dropped his head back slightly with an exasperated sigh. I get the feeling they've already started drinking. That's their "we're drinking and partying" song playing right now. I told them to ease off on it. Are you referring to their wild past of partying and evading police? Ochaco inquired. Yes. Unfortunately, that habit hasn't entirely died down. The level of craziness increases exponentially when Mina and Hagakure get together. Izuku supplied as the key turned in the knob. Miss Ochaco, I would brace yourself for the scene about to unfold, and I'm apologizing in advance. I assure you, Detective Midoriya, I can handle anything thrown my way. Instant regret. From the moment the door opened, Okuko's fight-or-flight instincts kicked in as a confetti popper went off point-blank. Even before the first colorful square began its fluttering descent, Mina had her arm pinned behind her back and was in the process of becoming slammed to the floor. A startled shriek drew Ochaco back from the tunnel vision, and the pinkette hovered to a stop mere centimeters from the entry rug. No one moved. No one breathed. Not a sound was made. Music continued to blare until a soft click had the speakers shutting off. Blinking hard a few times, the heiress released the young woman and immediately stepped back as Kirishima swooped in. He helped his girlfriend up as Izuku quickly shut the door before locking it. Holy shit, I've never seen anyone move that fast before. Mina breathed once she was upright, wide eyes glancing between her 3 friends prior to landing on the stiffened brunette. That was... Ochaco started tersely until a bolstering laugh filled the room. Fucking awesome. Do you know martial arts or something? Seriously. That was amazing. I mean, I nearly had my perfect nose smushed into Midoriya's rug. But still. Where did you learn that? Mina gushed excitedly, hands clenched against her chest while she jumped up and down. Ochaco's jaw slackened. If it weren't for the mask, it would be hitting the floor. She wasn't mad? Toru, doesn't Ojiro know how to do that? I'm pretty sure he does. I just don't see him practice much outside of the dojo. Ojiro? Surely not. Did he align himself with the Uraraka clan in order to financially clear his name? Does Hagakure not realize this? Okay. Let's all settle down for a few minutes. Are you alright, Miss Ochaco? Izuku immediately began damage control in the apartment. Her relaxed body posture had become coiled up, tensed and ready to deflect again. Auburn eyes seemed to be staring into the abyss, seeing yet not. It was risky to try and touch her shoulder right now. She was ready to strike. Miss Ochaco? Is she okay? I didn't mean to startle her so badly. Mina worriedly stood by the couch with Kirishima standing slightly ahead of her, arm extending out. I was expecting Kirishima to walk through first. Let's step out onto the balcony for just a moment. Give her some time to relax. I've seen Ojiro get tensed up after a tight match, and it's always best just to give him some space. I've got her, Kirishima. Hagakure grabbed the pinkette and lured her to the balcony as the officers remained stoic inside. Kirishima remained by the furniture, warily eyeing the diplomat's daughter. He couldn't even react that fast. Hell, not even Midoriya could, and his friend was one of the quickest reacting people he knew. In the amount of time it took to blink, his girlfriend was nearly pancaked into the floor. It was unreal. He could pit Ojiro and Ochaco together only for the young woman to win by a landslide. While he didn't doubt the abilities of his friend, anyone was outmatched with that kind of reaction and powerful speed. He attempted to shift his foot forward, yet all it did was draw sharp auburn eyes directly to him. Who is she really? Izuku discreetly waved off his friend, formulating a plan to snap Ochaco out of her trance. Right now everything that moved was a threat. The loud noise of the popper must have triggered a self-defense trance, possibly from prior trauma. Being the daughter of a diplomat often surely meant dealing with targeted attempts on her life. He had about 2, barely 3 feet between them. Her back was to him, and she currently seemed focused on 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵. Using force wouldn't help anything, seeing as she'd wiped the floor with his face. That and he didn't make a habit of intentionally attacking women, no matter the situation. There were 2 things he could try. The first was to try and talk her down out of the trance, find a way to distract her, or even remove her from the environment. Second option was to make a phone call. Seeing as the first was more likely to trigger an unexpected response, Izuku leaned towards the second. His hand carefully reached into the pocket where his phone resided and slid it out, quickly unlocking the screen. A fast speed dial, and the line was ringing against his ear. "What is it, Midoriya?" "I'm busy here," Aizawa's gruff voice patched through. "Sorry to bother you, sir, but we've got a bit of a situation." Miss Ochaco seems to have gone into a defensive trance after having a confetti popper go off in her face. She nearly had a Shido pinned to the floor. "We can't snap her out of it. Put the phone by her ear. Do not put it on speaker," Aizawa ordered, and the detective did just that. Ochaco tilted her head to keep an eye on him, yet didn't fight the closed device. "Ochaco, you're not in danger right now. There aren't any threats. Your body is reacting just as it was trained. Reassess the situation and focus on grounding yourself. Midoriya and 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 are there to help you. The same goes for Ashido and Hagakure. They're your friends, not enemies." "Aizawa." Ochaco breathed out slowly, taking in a deep breath before reaching for the phone. Izuku released it immediately once the brunette had a firm grip. Pure instinct was screaming for her to remain on high alert, eyes still scanning for further threats. Yet all she saw was a very wary 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 and both girls looking in from the balcony. "Have you come back to your senses now?" "I didn't have time to think, just reacted." An amused chuckle on the other end had the brunette pursing her lips in slight annoyance. Of course he found her blunders amusing. A blush of embarrassment flourished beneath the mask. "There's a reason you were trained to react in such a way, to prevent you from receiving a secondary attack from an unknown. Relaxing in a dangerous environment is how you get killed. Go apologize to Ashido and try to enjoy the rest of your evening." "I'm swamped here with paperwork." "I will." "Thanks." Ochaco whispered the last part just before the line disconnected. The screen flashed indicating the call had ended. "Are you all right?" Ochaco shifted to look at the green-haired man standing a few feet away. Though his body was visibly relaxing, she could tell he was still on guard by the hardening of emerald eyes. 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 remained tensed by the couch, constantly glancing between the balcony and her. She handed the cell phone back over. This was a major screw-up. While she'd reacted instinctively to an unknown threat, it was against the people meant to be friends. Once she returned home, it was off to the dojo for training and more discipline. "Forgive me, I should not have reacted in such a manner. I hope I didn't hurt Mina." "Don't worry about it, she's tougher than you think. And honestly, I think she kinda enjoyed the sudden thrill." 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 replied easily with a loosening of his shoulders. What point was there in blaming his client? She'd reacted to a threat by disarming and incapacitating a target. While that target was his girlfriend, Mina had crossed the line with such an obnoxious welcoming tactic. Now he was worried about her work relationship with the young woman. Regardless, Ochaco started while straightening her clothing out. "It was inappropriate of me to behave that way. I apologize for any trouble caused and will be more mindful of my actions in the future." "There's no need to apologize, Miss Ochaco. Believe it or not, we understand where you're coming from. You reacted instinctively against an unknown threat yet regained control once assessing the situation. Neither 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 nor I could respond in the fashion you did. I should have ensured a safer entry into the apartment. I deeply apologize." Izuku immediately bowed, 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 following suit. Ochaco gently took off the mask, holding onto it lightly. She was the one who should be bowing her apologies, not her bodyguards. Yet those of the Uraraka lineage never bowed to those below them, not even to the highest-ranking Yakuza. Though meeting with the police chief and her bodyguards required formalities that didn't draw attention, the only people she would properly bow to were her parents. Respect. Lineage. Status. There were no exceptions to that rule, and she would not be breaking it so close to coronation. A slight head nod was what they received in return. As a gesture of forgiveness, I ask that you accept the gifts originally picked for gratitude. I shall acquire new items due to my egregious behavior. Please call Mina and Toru back in so they can accept theirs as well. There's no need for that. I will continue to insist lest you accept. Ochaco firmly interrupted Izuku's attempt at gently denying the gifts. A glance between detectives before they finally relented, and the brunette smiled. Add a bit of authority and people tended to cave quickly. Excellent. I do hope you enjoy them. Once all four were present and seated in the living room, Ochaco handed out each bag, then waited patiently in her chair, one leg tossed over the other. First was Mina, the designer already excitedly tearing into the expertly wrapped bag. For the up-and-coming designer, Ochaco had chosen a wide-draped silver chain with 3 diamonds, descending in size, dropping to a 4-inch chain dotted with a diamond. It had been a close choice though ultimately. The heiress chose something a bit out of the ordinary and more customized. Above the 3 diamonds on a thinner chain that spanned between sides were the initials of 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐳 Aesthetics in 24K rose gold. It was meant to be worn more for store unveilings and events, though the pinkette could choose where to wear it. Accompanying it was a matching set of dropped earrings. Next was 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐳. Though she didn't know the woman as well as her famous designer best friend, Ochaco still put a lot of thought into it. A thicker silver chain necklace with a 1/4 carat rounded diamond in an open-sided crown holder. The vibrant, reflected colors reminded her instantly of the eccentric blonde, and it was a fast sale. Though not as customized as Mina's, the necklace was still a luxury to behold. Similar to her friend, a matching pair of earrings accompanied. For Izuku and Kirishima it was more difficult. Though she knew more about the green-haired detective, the redhead seemed to be a bit of a different story. He didn't care for fancy things, neither did, and he often took the more simple approach when it came to accessories. An old watch, basic smartphone, a class ring, a few manly ear piercings. So for Kirishima, Ochaco decided on a simple black chronograph watch with a scratch-resistant sapphire top and crimson faceplate. His reaction to opening the box had the brunette nearly laughing. He opened the box, stared at the item with a neutral expression, then promptly slumped to the floor in a 𝗧𝗪𝐺 pose, shouting gratitude. Mina and Toru gawked over the watch with fingers twisting it every which way. Izuku, truly a man who cared little about luxuries and wealth. Ochaco spent 3 whole days trying to decide between a handful of options. They were weaned through after getting advice from Aizawa, the thug little more than nonchalant in his opinions, though helpful nonetheless. Choosing the same path as Kirishima, a silver watch with an emerald faceplate and silver line details suited him the best. Topped with a scratch-resistant sapphire top, the jewelry was also water-resistant and had an easy-to-grab bezel. Though not as blatantly detailed as Kirishima's, its luxury cost more than all 3 of the other gifts combined. He almost seemed hesitant to open it after witnessing his friend's reactions, though a prompting hand from her had the packaging slowly slip away. Emerald eyes widened to a comical level as they stared down at the watch nestled in a bed of silk. Izuku resisted the urge to place the lid back on and vehemently deny such a luxurious gift. His fingers clenched into a fist to quell the shaking before ever so carefully scooping the watch out. The weight was decent, indicating quality parts, and the chain clinked softly with each sway. Light reflected the emerald even brighter, illuminating the tiniest of details. He swallowed hard, debating whether or not to put it on and wear such an extravagant gift outside. Slender fingers appeared in his vision, and Izuku quickly looked up to see Ochaco grasping both ends of the band. A watch doesn't do you any good in your palm. Left wrist, correct? Ochaco asked gently, auburn boring into surprised emerald. Izuku's brain took a few seconds to process the proximity of the brunette before nodding numbly. The watch swiftly glided against the back of his wrist, then secured easily with the clasp. She stepped back and allowed him to marvel over the item. I truly appreciate the gift, Miss Ochaco, but I feel guilty for having so much money spent on me. Izuku spoke with the barest hint of a quivering voice. Consider it part of your payment for always protecting my life. You've both done more for me than you'll ever understand, Detective Midoriya. Please, accept this as my apology and my thanks. I understand luxuries aren't your forte. I won't force you to take any other gifts. Ochaco replied softly, hands returning to her front. I understand. Thank you, Miss Ochaco. Truly. Izuku barely held the bay of tears threatening to spill over as a genuine smile was sent her way. Ochaco felt her heart thump out of beat, and she responded with a warm smile, heat flourishing across her cheeks in a small wave. Her attention quickly diverted to the other three, who were on the floor in a 𝗧𝗪𝐻𝐻 poses, their cries of gratitude filling the room. This felt different than the thugs and commoners graciously thanking her father for leniency. Those were cries of relief at a spared life. These were cries of pure gratitude. Their cries felt warm, earnest, overjoyed. As Ochaco offered a hand to Mina, the pink cat looked up at her with overflowing tears and the brightest smile she'd ever seen. You're too much, Ochaco. I can't ever repay you for what you've done for me in my business. You're a kind soul and I'll always be here for you as a friend. Mina sobbed out as Ochaco carefully pulled her to a stand. There's no need to repay me, Mina. Your friendship is valuable enough for me. Ochaco spoke genuinely. Can I hug you? Mina warbled out suddenly, the heiress slightly thrown off by the question. A few seconds of hesitation and she nodded. That was all Mina needed as the pink cat tightly embraced the young woman, whispering her thanks over and over. Ochaco carefully responded to the affection by wrapping her arms around the trembling back. It felt different than a hug by her parents. Though still warm, there was a sensation of elation that filtered through, and it sent her heart racing. 𝐒𝐩𝐽 latched onto the duo and secured the brunette into a tight bundle of arms, a gesture Ochaco didn't mind. It took a few minutes before they all untangled and shifted back, faces red and tears still somewhat flowing. Kirishima bowed over and over, crying alongside the girls, and Ochaco couldn't help but laugh a bit. They were too much. Her friends. No more crying. We're all standing here like a soppy bunch of teenagers watching a drama, Mina declared while fanning at her misty eyes, the onyx eyeliner dripping. A compact emerged from her pocket, and she got to work clearing the smudges. Speaking of, we're supposed to be watching our drama right now. That's true. I can't wait to see the next episode. Ochaco, have you watched Love Without Boundaries? Toru directed at the heiress while grabbing the TV remote and flipping it on. It's a drama series about a diplomat's daughter being escorted around by a no-nonsense detective. They're total opposites, but you can tell there's chemistry blossoming the deeper the story goes. I have watched it, yes. It's interesting to say the least. Ochaco had indeed watched the series. Rather obsessively. A story practically based on her own life situation had her scanning for tips and tricks when going out on the town. While a made-up drama series didn't correlate with reality, she was still laser-focused on writing down all that she could. I believe I'm caught up on the latest episode, though I've been a bit busy as of late to check. Marathon time. We've got plenty of daylight to get through the episodes. You guys don't have guard duty tomorrow, right? Mina flopped ungracefully onto the couch cushion and batted her eyelashes at the red-headed husband-to-be. It always worked, and Kirishima flushed while nodding with a dopey grin. He was such a sap, but then again, that's part of the reason she fell for him. We're still on duty, Mina. Izuku pointed out with his dominant hand. The other was kept securely against the chair arm, protecting the watch from any harm. A scowl and tongue sticking was his only response. Besides, Miss Ochaco needs to return to the police station at a certain time this evening. You have 2 episodes. Stick in the mud, Midoriya. Can't you ever just let loose? Ochaco, is your schedule flexible? Maybe you could even stay the night. Toru joined in, both women giving the most pitiful, puppy dog eyes possible. This isn't even your apartment. So, don't you get all lonely since Melissa returned to the States? What's one night of partying like it's graduation night? Please say yes. Please. 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 This has nothing to do with Melissa going back to the States. No. Please. No. What if we just... Kirishima. Izuku pointedly aimed at his partner without breaking from the now intimidating stares from the girls. A showdown neither side wanted to back down from. Ochaco just watched on in amusement. Interesting to see who the victor would be, though seeing as this was Izuku's apartment, the winner was obvious. Kirishima began bargaining with the girls when her phone rang, dragging Auburn downward. It was an unknown number. Narrowed eyes stared hard at the digits. Not their area code nor any she recognized. A flick of the finger had the call denied. Just as she made to lock the screen, the same number popped up once more. Urgent response needed? Swiftly shifting towards the deck to hand off the phone to a neighboring Yakuza. Yes, she knew they were there. Ochaco unlocked the door. Again it was denied. Again it began ranging. As soon as the door shut, she leaned against the barrier between her and the neighbor. Unknown caller. Answer it. Ochaco ordered with a fast tossing of the device around the railing. A hand snatched it from midair and retracted back to the balcony. The ringing stopped once the call was finally answered, then placed on speaker, just low enough for only them to hear. Akamoto Bakery, how may I help? A young, perky male voice answered. Excuse me, is there someone on the line? Ochaco glanced over at the Yakuza with a hardened expression. They were testing the number to see if it belonged to her. A snapping motion with both hands, and the thug understood. Hang up the line and get rid of the device. Thankfully, her adventuring phones were burners installed with GPS scrambling software. No one could track the number to a direct location. After a few more tries, the line switched to static but didn't disconnect. What were they? Closer and closer. The guillotine drops, frayed roping. A demise awaits. Heiress of Uraraka. The raspy, low voice chuckled. Silence finally filled the air after a click. Immediately the phone was stomped into pieces, shards of plastic flying over the balcony edge and to the street below. Ochaco gripped the railings until her knuckles turned white. Was it Shigaraki? Another rivaling gang? A scorned lender? Panicking wouldn't help, but what the hell was she supposed to do? Her men were no doubt already beginning to trace the call to the original source, though if they'd found one of her dummy numbers, they'd have already gotten rid of the other end. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻. She needed 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻 right now. Paperwork be damned. The hand stuck out again with another burner phone, all the data backed up and ready to continue from where she left off. Taking the completely new phone, Ochaco searched for the first name in the contact book. Alert the rankings to be on guard. Whoever it was could be attempting to infiltrate the gang. Scramble the numbers on the remaining burner phones to throw them off track. Interrogate anyone you think could have leaked information. I'm going to call 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻. Yes, Miss Hanako. The Yakuza replied lowly, slipping back into the apartment as swift as the wind. Miss Ochaco, is everything all right? Izuku. Of course it was Izuku. Ever the worrywart. The heiress took in a deep, unsettled breath before turning to him. Already the crease between his eyebrows was puckering with concern. I need to take a personal call, please. And a quiet space to talk inside. Of course. My office is fairly soundproof. Lead the way. Ochaco ordered. Mina skewed her attention from her fiancé and best friend to see Midoriya walking back inside with Ochaco. Neither of their faces read happy. He looked dead serious, and she seemed perturbed. Pink-tinted lips turned into a pout as he led her into one of the rooms, slowly closing the door behind until it clicked gently. Kirishima dropped the relaxed mood, sitting up and sharing a look with the other detective. A quick shaking of green hair and he sat back against the couch, albeit stiffened up. Apparently it wasn't a good time. Fingers daintily traced the monogram necklace. Ochaco locked the door as soon as it was shut, flicking the light on while dialing 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻's number. Word often traveled fast between rankings, though this time it needed to be a personal call. A major security break meant losing the freedom she was just beginning to stretch constrained wings into. Barely a ring went by before it answered. What's wrong now? I've got a stalker. Unknown number kept calling and they knew it was my number, Ochaco explained lowly as Auburn grazed over the fairly mid-sized room. Walls were filled with maps of the city, tacked police reports pinned in corresponding areas of crime committed, stacks of paperwork littering the desk with minuscule space for even the keyboard and mouse, shade slats that were tilted upwards to prevent wandering eyes. It's been destroyed already thanks to a neighbor. Numbers will be scrambled and newest members interrogated for leaks. Whoever it was, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻. They weren't messing around. I'll get someone on it right now. Did you say anything to them? He was alert now. Any drowsiness in his voice was gone as a hard edge replaced it. You know what's going to happen now, Ochaco? I never spoke a word. They delayed in speaking after the line was answered. Then they rasped out a single sentence. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻. Ochaco let out a low, strained sigh. He was going to revoke public access now, meaning her newly found friends wouldn't see her again. Don't do this to me, please. I'm learning how to have fun and experience what it's like to do normal things. I won't ever get that chance once the coronation hits. These rules were made by your parents. Are you asking me to break that for you after multiple security breaches? You know I can't do that. I'm sorry. I'll have Midoriya and Kirishima return you to the station within the hour. That's all I can give you, Ochaco. I understand. There's something else I wanted to ask you. What do you know of the correlation between Toru Hagakure and Ojiro? Ochaco tried to keep her emotions reined in as they surged. He knew she was upset by the news. He always knew when something was bothering her. But both of their hands were tied this time by Uraraka clan rules created by Kenji. Hell, there were even similar rules dating back hundreds of years from prior leaders as a way to preserve the lineage. Breaking those rules to hang out with friends showed weakness over preservation of the Uraraka name. Why are you asking? Aizawa asked bluntly. Toru kept mentioning Ojiro does martial arts. My now former driver is named Ojiro and was recognized in public by both Izuku and Kirishima. I shouldn't even have to tell you, I've already connected the dots. He's working to clear his family debt, correct? Yes. A one-year contract to repay the debt distributed in order to save his family. Currently, he's in charge of training the other members on honing their martial arts. He's under strict no-contact orders with anyone on the outside world. I want his debt cleared from our books so he can return to Toru and his family. Relieve him of his duties once training is complete, and assist his family financially for the next 5 years. By the end of next month, I want him back with his family. It was the least she could do to repay the blonde for his kindness. The chance of ever seeing them again after this was slim, even though there was only 1 week left of escorting. A week she desperately yearned for. You're beginning to sound just like your father, compassionate yet steadfast. I'll handle it, don't worry. See you in an hour. Shota let out a low, proud chuckle prior to disconnecting. Ochaco felt even more unsettled. While the statement was meant to be encouraging, all it did was remind the brunette of the looming coronation 2 months away. And with the new threat ready to rear its ugly head, things were only going to get worse. But this was her destiny. To lead the Uraraka clan into the future and continue the lineage. While the coronation age was lawfully 21, there was another stipulation of donning the crown, a successor by 25, and the match would be chosen by her parents. Careful screening, diplomatic connections, genetic traits. She was lucky her parents loved one another despite the unbreakable contract. Turning away from the cluttered desk, Ochaco was going to make for the door, then a whiteboard caught her attention. It was shoved the best it could be into the corner with a blanket haphazardly thrown over it. Normally she wouldn't be intrusive upon others' personal items, but something within urged her to check. And intuition within the Uraraka bloodline was strong. The edge of the blanket slipped down to reveal the entire surface covered in a large diagram. Countless arrows, circles, blotches where a dry erase pen pressed repeatedly. Seemed normal for a hard-working detective. Except that her name was circled in the center. Not just her last name, but hypothetical first names. Guesses. Trying to piece together the puzzle of the Yakuza clan. A finger lightly traced over one of the lines that led away from the center, the marker coming to a stop at a particular word. Mashireo Ojiro. Question mark 2. Possible locations pointed back at the missing man, and most were crossed out, seemingly from frustration. The only one circled heavily was Uraraka clan. It seemed Izuku had narrowed down his location after the interaction a few weeks ago, and the details he'd uncovered triggered light goosebumps. This wasn't information a normal person had access to outside of the clan. Somehow he was obtaining it, through a legitimate source, no doubt. Was there a rat? Auburn widened slightly. Detective Midoriya had been trying to track her down since the alley attack. But what he didn't know was that she was the face of the Yakuza organization he was hunting, not the daughter of a diplomat. In prior conversations, he'd mentioned that they were trying to eradicate the thug presence in Musutafu in order to provide a safer city. The Uraraka clan remained steadfast in order to prevent the city from becoming a war zone with enemy Yakuza. There were at least a few dozen clans that would overthrow Musutafu in a heartbeat if the Uraraka hold weakened. What the hell was Aizawa thinking? Putting her directly under the care of a detective who wanted to eradicate her Yakuza members? Her family. Their family. Never had she questioned his choices until now. It wasn't like him to behave erratically and throw caution to the wind. He was the #1 Yakuza in the entire clan. He was trusted, respected. Yet this was how he treated the only heir to the throne? Like a bag thrown to the wind with no tethers? Ochaco lightly grasped at her chest as it tightened. The stress was weighing down and it became too much. After taking a fast picture of the board, the brunette reached for the handle. She needed out. Fresh air. Light. Anything other than being near the whiteboard threatening to unravel her entire world. A shaky hand unlocked the door and pulled it open, Ochaco nearly stumbling out in the process. Ringing ears mostly blocked out the concerned voices calling out, though she barely noticed, while reaching for the heels meticulously placed at the front door. The door was swinging open even before both feet slid against the insole. And then she was running down the corridor as fast as she could towards the nearest set of stairs. It didn't matter his apartment was on the 6th floor, all she needed to do was get away. Someone was calling after her, urgency in their voice. The third swing around the railings, and an arm latched around her waist, stopping the unsteady legs before they gave out against the top step. A hard jerk sent them both back against the concrete landing. Ochaco surged forward once the arm released, both palms pressing into the cold, rough ground. Her breath wouldn't catch. Vision was swimming. Head felt like lead with a body to match. "Miss Ochaco, I need you to calm down. You're having a panic attack right now. Focus on trying to ground yourself by identifying 3 objects," Izuku urged worriedly to the spiraling woman. She'd shot out of the apartment so fast that he didn't have time to grab his gun or phone, meaning they were vulnerable until Kirishima showed up. The brunette didn't even appear to hear him as she continued hyperventilating. "I know things may seem scary right now, but it's all right. I'm here. Take my hand." Ochaco blearily looked up to see a hand extending forward. Trembling, she reached for it in search of a grounding to reality. His fingers wrapped gently over hers, steadying the heiress. Auburn sluggishly trailed upwards to meet the worried face of the detective, the same one looking to wipe her lineage out. His face switched from mildly concerned to fully alarmed as all strength gave out and she drooped forward. A single, broken word was all that slipped out as the creeping darkness finally clasped over her mind. "Izuku?" Hospital doors slammed open as the black-haired officer ran at top speed. He'd gotten the call barely 10 minutes after speaking to the heiress. There weren't any indicators during their call, so what the fuck happened? Nurses called out for him to slow down, but he didn't. Wouldn't. Not until he knew Ochaco was safe and sound. Midoriya had sounded so frantic explaining that she suddenly ran from the room after a phone call, only to faint once he caught her on a landing. The only thing she muttered was his name. An ambulance came and quickly brought her to the ER with Midoriya by her side. Kirishima was released from his duty for the day, and the movie night was cancelled. A handful of Uraraka thugs lined the walls outside of the private suite, the men instantly standing at attention from his presence. Shota slowed down with slightly wheezing breaths. He really needed to quit smoking. A rapid tapping on the door before it opened, revealing a scene he always dreaded. Ochaco was hooked up to machinery. For liquids, oxygen mask, heart monitor, blood pressure band. Her skin was a few shades paler than the normal pink, slightly rosy tone. The bags beneath her eyes seemed more pronounced the closer he got. If it weren't for the sound of someone standing up, Shota never would have noticed Izuku stationed at the right. "Sergeant Aizawa," Izuku started with a cracking voice, emeralds swimming with mist. "I don't know what happened." 1 minute she was taking a call, then the next Miss Ochaco was sprinting from the apartment. "I'm deeply sorry for failing to realize she was struggling sooner. I could have done something. It wasn't your fault." Though rare, Ochaco can have panic attacks from overexerting herself. Shota explained without taking his eyes from the only heir to the Uraraka clan. It had been years since the last attack. Why now? Coronation jitters? Or did she see something in that apartment she wasn't supposed to? "You did the right thing by staying with her and calling an ambulance. In a day or 2 she should be fine. For now, you're dismissed from babysitting duty. I know the contract is signed until completion next week, but Ochaco is no longer medically fit to be gallivanting around. Take a day to yourself and we'll reconvene Monday morning with Chief Yagi." "Yes, sir," Izuku replied quietly. "When would you like the complete report?" "Leave that for later. You're dismissed. Get home safely, Midoriya." I'll be in contact. 𝗧𝗪 finally turned his eyes to his subordinate. He was upset as to be expected. It felt like a failure on his part to protect the high-status client despite no one seeing this coming. Midoriya would beat himself up for weeks. A hesitant glance between the resting woman and his boss, then Eva nodded. Understood, sir. 𝗧𝗪 waited a few minutes after the door shut before occupying the seat beside the bed, slumping down with a heavy sigh. Fuck. He was beginning to question pairing the two together. If what he was thinking was correct, then Ochaco figured out Midoriya had begun snooping into infiltrating the Uraraka clan. That damned whiteboard. It must have been shoved into the room she entered. He never erased it, either due to continuing the research or forgetting after the traumatizing threat. His plan should have been flawless. It was supposed to provide Ochaco with real-world experiences, not throw her into a hospital bed 2 months before Ascension. Things would have to move faster than planned now. While claiming undercover status was a last resort option, the looming Shigaraki threat grew stronger each day. More hideouts wiped clean, the death toll now reaching 24 with new recorded daily. They were moving fast. No doubt it was to flush out the main headquarters and Ochaco's hideout. But Shigaraki's men were also playing with them. Never directly targeting members, only burning down discovered hideouts, not even leaving threatening messages. Just toying with them until the limit burst and they came flooding out of hiding. Exhausted, stinging eyes narrowed at the 4-line protruding from the heiress' hand. Would they go so far as to target Kenji? 𝐈𝐧𝐭, sir, a member spoke lowly, kneeling down on the floor to look up at his superior. A fast glance gave approval to continue speaking. We have word that Chief Yagi has entered the hospital and is on his way up. Shall I deny him entry? No. Allow him and only him in. We have to tread lightly from here on out. Scatter the men and await further orders. 𝗧𝗪 answered. A simple scrambling of the guard. Nothing difficult. Besides, denying Yagi could raise suspicions as to why only he was allowed in the room. 𝗧𝗭. Ochaco looked tiredly up at 𝗧𝗭, a hand shifting to rub against her eyes. What happened? What's going on? Another fainting spell. Nothing serious. I need you to tell me what triggered it and why it's got you so wound up. 𝗧𝗪 leaned forward to rest against his knees, a little more relieved now. She blinked owlishly for a few moments, adjusting to the land of the living. Then the furrowing of brows came. You put me under the strict eyes of someone trying to infiltrate the clan. Yes, I did. Why? Why would you do such a reckless thing? He's got an entire whiteboard with more information than released to the public. He's tracking us. Ochaco carefully sat up as 𝗧𝗭 lifted the head of the bed up, moving the 6 tubes out of the way in the process. It's incredibly risky. I was cautious of that possibility during the planning phase. You're well aware how meticulous I am when it comes to your safety and the continuation of the Uraraka lineage. There wasn't anyone else I could trust to give the freedom you needed without an exponentially higher risk of betrayal. Besides, your father signed off on it without a second thought. Would you argue on his approval? A dark brow notched upwards, awaiting her answer. I would never question what my father does, 𝗧𝗭. You know that. You also knew he was the one who saved me in the alleyway, yet you still assigned him knowing my first name slipped. What if he finds out who I really am? It'd be disastrous because he'd have to be eliminated. Ochaco swallowed hard. The thought of someone as kind and caring as Izuku being killed just for unraveling her secret. Do you see him as an active threat? For the moment, no. He was warned to back away from that gravel path. The decision wasn't made lightly, Ochaco, though it's been the best choice all things considered. You're happier. Talking to normal people. Doing normal things. Had you continued to stay cooped up inside, I fear your mental health would have reached a dark place. 𝗧𝗪 leaned back when the heiress gave him a grimace, an ankle resting over a knee as he settled. While your little episode today puts a wrench in the schedule, Intel says you were enjoying your time in the apartment. Apart from nearly slamming Ishido into the rug and almost attacking Kirishima. I don't need the reminder, Ochaco hissed with a glare. 𝗧𝗪 merely shrugged it off, unaffected. I know I still have a long way to go before becoming a leader like my father. His resilience and compassion are how we've survived the modern world and its restrictions. Yet the strength he carries is more than what can fit in my entire body. Members will see that. Rival gangs can sense it. Shigaraki is already on the move to collapsing our rankings. You don't need to be worrying about that right now. I've got things handled. Shigaraki is doing nothing more than toying with us, trying to drive us out into the open so they can strike. Our numbers vastly outranks theirs. Even if they want to start a war and spill innocent blood, we'll be there to stop them under your leadership. I know you'll lead us into a brighter future, Ochaco. Your strength lies in loyalty and numbers, not what your body alone can hold, Aizawa explained. You're a pain in my ass, you know that? Shota chuckled, shaking his head lightly. She'd be annoyed with him, though never for long. She just didn't like being called out on her minuscule grievances. But accepting them was how Ochaco truly showed growth. You'd be bored without me. I'd be less stressed without you. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation, and Shota made to answer. A brief pause was had before access was granted to whomever stood outside. Chief Yagi gave a brief bow at her bedside with a bouquet of flowers in one hand. Ochaco accepted them with a weary smile, motioning at a table where numerous others resided. Those were from her family members in charge of monitoring the apartments. They were without fault, as no one realized what was happening until the shouting began. At least, she thought there was shouting. Memory was still a bit fuzzy. How are you feeling, Miss Hanako? I'm very sorry to hear about what happened. Poor Midoriya was beside himself when he called. Toshinori inquired gently as he stood a few feet away respectfully. By the time Midoriya called in a panic, Shota was already bursting through the front doors, then driving off with lights and sirens blaring. I'm doing better, thank you. I apologize for any inconveniences. An unexpected phone call had me a bit overwhelmed, and I needed some fresh air. Ochaco explained. Toshinori merely shook his head. There's nothing to apologize for, Miss Hanako. Your health is priority over anything else. We wanted to make sure you're completely taken care of during your visit. I'm sorry it has to end so soon. If your father ever decides to swing back through, absolutely feel free to request our assistance again. I will make sure to do so, thank you. Please give my condolences to Detectives Midoriya and Kirishima. Surely they had the scare of their lives. I'd also like to send apologies to Miss Ishido and Miss Hagakure. I understand they were excited about watching the well-talked-about drama series. You mean the one about the diplomat's daughter being escorted around the town with a detective? I've heard about that from my niece Melissa. She likes to mention there's a broadcast delay between here and the United States on a weekly basis. It's a bit funny. Toshinori shoved both hands into his pant pockets, an amused grin donning the permanently exhausted face. I haven't seen that show since there's no interest, but that storyline almost matches exactly to your life, Miss Hanako. Well, apart from the Yakuza connections. You aren't a hidden thug beneath that bubbly personality, are you? A Yakuza? I would surely hope not. Ochaco laughed aloud at the ridiculous notion, Toshinori joining with. Aizawa let his lips twitch slightly in amusement, though it was to keep his cover. Chief Yagi was a smart man, and any slip could draw him in like Midoriya to Ojiro. I've had my fair share of near misses from enemies of my father. Joining a gang would do nothing more than give him a heart attack and tarnish the family name. Besides, aren't they rather vicious and aggressive towards normal civilians? I just miss Hanako. No one as sweet and innocent like yourself would get wrapped up in the dark underworld of society. I merely found the speculation entertaining. It's true. Yakuza clans tend to show some level of violence towards outsiders and opposing groups, though I don't want to hinder your healing with darkened thoughts. I'll pass along your words to young Midoriya and Kirishima. Aizawa, can I steal you outside for a quick word? Don't cause any trouble while I'm gone. Shota warned with a finger pointed at the brunette, earning an over-exaggerated, innocent look. Nearly 21 years old and still acting childish. I mean it. You've caused enough for one day, Ochaco. Fine. I'll be sitting here anyways. The brunette waved him off in a shooing motion before reaching for her phone on the bedside. Once the two officers exited the recovery room, Chief Yagi led them away from prying eyes and ears in the nearest stairwell. Shota subconsciously rested a hand inside his jacket pocket where a smaller, secondary gun resided. The way he was acting had suspicions rising. Why suddenly bring up the correlation between that stupid show and her now former situation? Ochaco's reaction was genuine enough for even the most heartless of killers to accept. Maybe not so much considering smiling wasn't his forte. Still, that didn't explain the sudden frigidness filling the air between. No further intel had been leaked inside of the police station. That he made sure of. "Don't act so tense, Shota." Toshinori suddenly spoke as they entered the stairwell, the heavy doors shutting behind them. "You're acting like I'm going to reveal your biggest secret." "Can't help being on edge. I was in charge of Miss Hanako and now she's hospitalized for fainting. Her father isn't someone to mess with when it comes to his daughter. Besides, my biggest secret isn't even that big of a deal." Shota rolled his shoulders back to loosen some of the tension. Work had been killing him as of late between managing the Uraraka clan and dealing with typical police duties. "So spit it out." "It's not good." "You're right, it's not. I've gotten word that a rivaling Yakuza gang is moving into Musutafu city limits. While the Uraraka clan hasn't been making headlines lately apart from minor skirmishes with police, I'm concerned it's going to get out of hand and potentially start a war by the end of the year. Our men are doing everything in their power to gather information, but it's not enough. We need to better understand both sides. Don't you dare suggest infiltrating the Uraraka and Shigaraki clans, Toshinori. Do you understand the severity of getting caught? Death. And that's getting off lightly." Shota interjected a bit harshly. His backup plan was blooming to fruition, and he was less than pleased. It wasn't the right time. Not with Kenji and Fumi out of town. That would mean... Are you really going to risk the lives of good, hardworking detectives just to dig deeper into their workings? "I knew you'd react this way." Toshi sighed heavily, a hand running down his face as he turned to his partner. "Look, I've got Detective Tsukachi offering his help since his district has increased skirmishes between opposing sides lately. Not even school-age children are safe, Shota. Their numbers are vast, yes. They easily outgun us as well. Yet I'm gambling on their lack of ruthlessness to find an in. All we need is information pertaining to Shigaraki and Shigaraki only. What happens if you don't find anything, or the undercovers get caught? There are countless risks associated with this plan, Toshi. Out of all your reckless plans over the span of your career, this is the worst. We're out of options, Shota. I know you want to protect the city just as much as I do. In order to do that, some sacrifices may need to be made. We also have to factor in that Midoriya has eyes on him now thanks to that found note. Now, before you lose your cool completely, hear me out on this. What if we send you and Midoriya, potentially Kirishima as well, and a few others inside the Uraraka clan to gather information? No more than a few weeks tops. If Shigaraki sees that he's under the protection of Uraraka, the likelihood of them attacking in broad daylight drops significantly. It may stave them off our tail for a while until we can factor in a better plan. Shota steadied himself against the wall with a palm, the urge to punch the bricks into bits nearly overwhelming. Let Midoriya ride on in and have him realize Ochaco is in fact the future heiress to the Uraraka name? That won't end well. It would break her heart seeing his true reaction. He'd be angry, confused, hurt, betrayed. The whole reason he became a detective was because of witnessing heinous crimes growing up and admiring Chief Yagi. He wanted to eradicate them, not join them. If Midoriya found out he was most likely the reason for silencing his father, who witnessed a transaction. What's your time frame looking like? November to December. That's the only time the scheduling works best since we'll need to organize a control center and manage the teams. I've called in a few others that graduated from UA Police Academy. Katsuki Bakugo is an explosives expert who also specializes in undercover work. Shoto Todoroki, the son of Enji Todoroki whom you know, is a top-notch negotiator and following right in his father's footsteps. I'd also like to consider Eijiro Kirishima, due to his stellar reviews from his previous precinct and the fact that he's a straight powerhouse. Plus, he already knows the other two and Midoriya. A few others I need to look into. What about Masahiro Ojiro? Aizawa questioned after taking a not very calming breath in. Toshi searched his face and already the Yakuza could sense the hesitation. In the event that he's continuing service to the Uraraka clan, he could be used as a hostage and executed. If he recognizes the others, then the whole undercover operation could be bust. I'm aware of that issue. I'll need more time to plan around that fact. Rough ideas are to either meet with the Uraraka clan and negotiate a barter, or try to sneak him out during the operation. Easier said than done and highly risky either way. Give me more time to think about it. Toshi sighed with a heavy hair ruffling. If the intel he received was correct, then an all-out war would break out around the coronation of the Uraraka heir. All they knew was that it was happening at the first of the year. No physical markers were given, though their lineage tended to follow the firstborn male. I'll give you some time to think about the idea as well. I know it's against your policies regarding Yakuza intervening. I understand the need for more intel on Shigaraki, but running into the biggest Yakuza clan that's survived 300 years is egregious. Give me more intel before I decide to assist. Shota gruffed out with a strained voice. A hand clasped on his shoulder as his boss gave a weary smile. Thank you, Shota. I mean it. Your dedication to the UA Police Department has done wonders over the year. I won't keep you any longer from attending to Miss Hanako. Enjoy the rest of your evening and get back with me on Monday. Sure. 𝐬𝐻 waited until the door had shut and his boss was a good ways away before pulling out his phone, muttering curses beneath his breath. Fucking fuck. 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 There was no getting out of it now. Toshinori had a set mind like a steel trap. No amount of persuading could deter the high-ranking officer from pushing forward, especially since other precincts were getting involved. It was going to be a mass-scale invasion. The line rang only once before someone picked up. Move to the next phase. Again. Ojiro barked at the sweaty, weary Yakuza. There's no excuse for sloppy forms. Sloppiness equals failure in the world of martial arts. You'd be dead in a real fight against an experienced fighter. Tighten your core and steady your stance. Set. Go. Yells of ki filled the room as they began the drill once more, the sound of hits connecting and bodies slapping the floor satisfying to the instructor. To be honest, they were doing much better than in the beginning. While all had fighting experience and enhanced reflexes, their forms needed a bit of work. Besides, it kept his mind occupied from the outside world. Despite being trapped in practically a hidden, forest-surrounded castle to repay a family debt, Ojiro didn't mind it. He was housed, fed, given a good range of the place to move around. There were the orders he needed to abide by at a moment's notice, though they often weren't more than escorting or, like now, training the members of the clan to better their self-defense. No one treated him badly. Perhaps it was the way martial arts had trained him to stand tall, never back down. Masahiro Ojiro only began finding his courage once entering the world of fighting in middle school, the training carrying him through high school and into a career of guiding others. The current level of his black belt was 8 with a goal of achieving 10. Beyond that was mastering other forms. Just to get to level 8 took years of strenuous trainings, meditations, and even 6 months of isolation on a mountainside to hone the spiritual side. Martial arts was about finding harmony and peace within while respecting and accepting nature. Fighting was about self-defense, not showing off. They seemed to be managing well. Any issues? 𝐬𝐻 sidled up beside the blonde, watching the men with sharp eyes and crossed arms. They were already improving. Those who'd been on the D ranking list were currently throwing their all into disabling an opponent. Even if their rankings were dropped due to performance, all hands were needed. Within the next few weeks, things would become hectic. Deployments to other bases, extensive training, calling some legendary fighters back from retirement. Hell was going to break loose, and every Uraraka Yakuza was needed to man the front lines. 𝐬𝐻, sir, everything is going well. A few minor mistakes to correct, though they seem to take criticism very well. Ojiro made to quickly bow at his superior, though a raised hand stopped him. The ragged man didn't care for the formalities in the training room. Here, titles didn't matter. The men are doing better than expected, to be honest. Another week or so and I'll give them a proper grading system. For now, I want to restructure their stances and correct any bad habits. Good? You're a valuable asset to the organization, Shota replied, a thankful smile his response. He held out a vanilla envelope to the fighter, who glanced at it curiously. Your contractual obligation to the Uraraka clan will expire at the end of the month. The debt you took out to save your family has been cleared and funds will be allocated for the next 5 years in support. As thanks for your hard work. I don't understand, Ojiro started, utterly puzzled as he took the envelope. I was under the impression that I had to work off the entire debt within a year. What's changed all of a sudden? Not that I'm being ungrateful, it's the opposite. I'm just curious as to what the sudden change was. That would be my decision. Ochaco answered while walking in. Gone were the formal Ishido aesthetics, instead replaced by a gi held closed with a thick black belt. The room fell silent as all members bowed deeply at her presence. Take a break for now. I need the room for an hour. Yes, Miss Uraraka, chorused the men who quickly scurried from the room after cleaning the mats with the fury of a surging tidal wave. Miss Uraraka, Ojiro forewent the dismissive hand and bowed deeply. I'm eternally grateful for your generosity. I can never repay you for your kindness, though I offer my body and soul to the Uraraka clan for the span of my life. You got that down, Aizawa? Ochaco asked easily while scooping chestnut locks up into a bun, 2 tendrils of hair swinging back down to graze both cheeks. Recorded and documented. Don't look so worried, Ojiro. It's just for legalities. Besides, you already signed off when going over the original contract. When the clan calls upon you, you are to answer within 48 hours unless you are physically incapacitated or dead. Dead bodies don't do me any good. Ochaco snapped the hair tie against the tightly twisted bun and began stretching. I guess I didn't read the contract thoroughly enough. Ojiro chuckled awkwardly, then sighed in defeat, head hung. Just when he thought he'd be free. Guess he should have known better. May I ask, how often does that happen? As needed. The likelihood of calling you back would be moderate for the time being. We'll go over that later once this spar is done. You win. I'll tell you whatever you want to know within reason. That piqued his interest. And if you win, you'll serve as the official Uraraka clan martial arts master, contractually, until otherwise determined. I understand you're 2 belts away from reaching top level. That I am. Ochaco grinned confidently while shifting to the center of the room, stretching as she went. Let's put those skills to the test then. No holding back. In this room, status and formalities don't exist. Fight me with everything you've got. Are you sure? I really don't want to hurt you, Miss Uraraka. Ojiro replied uneasily. Setting the envelope atop a stack of unused mats, the martial artist began limbering up as well. The heiress laughed out loud with arms above her head. The chance of you hurting me is slim to none, Ojiro. And just call me Ochaco. No formalities, right? Of course, Ochaco. The 2 centered, bowed, and instantly slid into position. Ochaco opted for a ready stance as Ojiro slid back to a front positioning. Motioning with 4 fingers, the heiress offered the first strike. In the blink of an eye, he struck. Incapacitating an opponent was key in a high-stakes battle, so Ojiro made for an opposite shoulder grab with his left hand. For a moment she didn't move as his fingers grazed the top of the GI, then a hand latched against his wrist and back of the neck. The well-trained martial artist saved the faceplant at the last moment by throwing his weight sideways. In doing so, it threw the brunette from the solid stance she maintained. Both tumbled across the floor before darting back up with confident grins. Impressive instinct. No one's been able to break that stance easily before, Ochaco complimented while they circled, eyes locked onto the target. Adrenaline was flourishing through pumping veins and raising the tingling excitement. His fighting style was new, unpredictable yet strong. Unlike the masters she'd trained with, Ojiro was a marvel. With how your stance was, it became clear that the only way was down. You may add a little swing to throw the target off balance, though that only works on people who aren't prepared. And judging by your belt coloring and gold stripes, you've had some experience. Ninth Dan. Not bad. Ojiro replied with hands up in practiced form. Ochaco gave a grin. I may only be at 9, but no master has yet to defeat me in the ring. I've been training since I was born, Ojiro. Think your natural talent can beat an unbeatable? I say less talking, more sparring. Shota watched the 2 go at it for nearly 45 minutes, the strikes relentless and full force. Ochaco boasting about never being defeated wasn't a lie. No one had been able to take her down in the ring. Despite calling upon the highest-ranking masters from all over Japan, no one could outmatch her speed and tactical skill. Though he'd have to say this was a very close match. Ojiro naturally harnessed more strength and had honed his skill set to a fine point as Ochaco cycled through teachers in search of someone who could take her down. While he didn't doubt the heiress and her skill set, this might be the day she loses to an outsider. Are you too tired yet? The Yakuza called out after hanging up from another phone call. He had both the police department and the clan up his ass about one thing or another. Plus it was past his smoke break. Tired? I could keep going for hours. Ochaco wheezed back while sloppily dodging an arm bash. This is nothing compared to training in the mountains. Ojiro retorted from his slightly hunched position, the man clearly trying to catch his breath. I'm calling it a draw before you both kill yourselves. These are new mats. I don't want blood or dead bodies on them. Shota retorted with a hand raised, signaling the end of the match. Both parties groaned out of frustration. I'll give you a few minutes to cool down, then it's back to work, Ochaco. Ojiro, I need you to run an errand in an hour as well. I think I've worked enough today to earn some time off, 𝐈𝐧𝐭. Ochaco complained after properly bowing to Ojiro, regrettably accepting the match as a tie. He returned the gesture, though placed his hands against both knees to catch his breath afterwards. Quit bitching. Again with the attitude. Never going away. Shota snorted and threw a damp towel at them both before heading for the double doors. I need to handle some business. You have until I return. Water and snacks over here. Thank you, sir. Ojiro called out just before the doors silently shut. Well, I guess since the match was called a tie, neither of us get the prize. My offer still stands, the heiress replied with cracking open a bottle of water and chugging nearly a third before taking a breath. Ojiro gave a glance, though said nothing as he placed the towel against his nape and ripped open a protein bar. You would do great here, Ojiro. Plenty of space, unlimited access, free supply of mats and training tools, countless students. Not to mention the pay would be great. I'm truly grateful for the offer, Ms. Ochaco, but I'm afraid my family would get too worried about my whereabouts. I'm sure they're frantic right now. The blonde frowned against the bar as he took a bite. Poor 𝐒𝐩𝐬𝐽. She had zero idea where he'd gone, though his family had somewhat of an inkling. Especially my girlfriend. I never got to tell her I needed to go away for a while. You mean 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻 Toru? The way his head whipped around so fast nearly had her concerned for a neck injury. Wide. Saucer eyes stared hard for a minute before blinking and returning to a manageable size. She's surviving with the support of her friend, Mina Ashido. There's nothing to worry about. We make sure all personal connections are monitored and maintained. Wait, Mina? I knew about Kirishima being back in town due to the failed outing, but I didn't realize she was back too. They left right after high school, Kirishima to attend police academy and Mina to pursue a fashion career. I wonder why they're back after so many years. They planned to get married at the beginning of the year, hence why they moved back home. To be closer to family. Ochaco supplied easily. While it may draw suspicions as to why she knew that much, he wouldn't question it. The conflicting emotions on his face nearly told a story in itself. Alarmed, worried, wary, relieved, happy. That's great. We always knew they'd stick together since back then. I'd like to send them a congratulatory gift if I can't make their wedding. I'll bet the rest of the class will come back and attend. Man, that'd be a crazy reunion to have everyone together again. I want you to read what's in the envelope, Ochaco spoke abruptly. The envelope? Ojiro parroted before remembering the toss-side documentation. He shifted to a stand in order to fetch it. 𝐈𝐧𝐭 mentioned my contract ending in a few weeks and that the Uraraka clan would support my family for the next 5 years. That part is true. As thanks for your hard work and dedication to the Uraraka clan, I instructed 𝐈𝐧𝐭 to redraw a new contract that goes over the updated stipulations. What I stated earlier was also true. When the Yakuza call upon you for assistance, you are required to respond in a timely manner. Ochaco shifted to a sit on the mats, legs extended out tiredly. She hadn't had that much of a fight since taking on 𝐈𝐧𝐭. That was something she'd never do again. Got her ass hooped so fast that not even cameras could catch it. But I'm not cold-hearted. I won't force you away from family just for the fun of it. If you have events to attend, you will be given temporary release for the duration needed prior to returning to your assigned duties. You'll be able to attend Kirishima and Mina's wedding at the start of the year. The martial artist trailed off after skimming through the paragraph of changes. If he was reading this correctly, and he prayed he was, then Ochaco was allowing him to leave at whim any time. If he wanted to go home right now, he could. He could meet up with Toru. Wide eyes turned to the Uraraka heiress, tears beginning to brim. Can I really? Is this legitimate? I can go see my family in Toru? Today? Right now even? Yes, the heiress reassured gently. Are you sure? What if it gets discovered that I'm working under the Uraraka clan? What if 𝐈𝐧𝐭 sees me in public? That is still highly confidential. You can tell your friends and family whatever you wish, except your affiliation to the Uraraka clan. In the event of a leak, it'll be handled on this end. Do your best to remain secretive until your contract is up at the end of October. And don't worry about Aizawa. He's mostly harmless. I don't know how to thank you, Ochaco. Ojiro swiped at the tears slipping down tinted cheeks. He could go home. A hand rested against his arm gently, so he looked to see the brunette smiling tenderly. He assumed all Yakuza were heartless bastards in it for violence, money, and glory. But Ochaco, your company is more than enough, Ojiro. I have to get back to work now, but I'll have a driver escort you to your destination. Don't worry about your errand, it was nothing too important. Enjoy your time out. And thanks for sparring with me. It means a lot. Thank you. I will. Ojiro beamed. Call me anytime you want to spar, Ochaco. The heiress was left alone as the blonde departed to see his loved ones again, life renewing in his dark eyes. Ochaco felt the smile slip a few notches as she watched his back disappear through the training room doors. What little freedom she had became unreachable once more. Make no mistake, there was no regretting the freedom she had and often yearned for. With the Shigaraki security breach, life became more complicated. Their threats were increasing slowly over the weeks, and now they'd managed to slip into city limits despite countless security measures. Her life was more at risk if she were to remain in public. Besides, with only a handful of weeks left before Ascension, the heiress needed to remain focused on the work ahead. It wasn't just learning how to rule the centuries-old Yakuza clan, business management and purchasing, fund allocations, loan distribution and collection, maintaining housing, food, and training for the members, retaining clan territory throughout Musutafu and other districts' communication networks. There were advisors for each category of what molded her powerful clan. It wasn't possible for one person to manage it all, but she had to retain enough knowledge in order to approve their suggestions or make changes. She needed to be strong and unbreakable like her father. Her father, who guided the clan through decades of turbulence and economical sways, the one who remained firm yet understanding to the plight of Musutafu citizens and Yakuza. Ochaco Uraraka needed to exceed the expectations forced upon both shoulders. Toru stared into the cup of rapidly cooling tea as she sat outside the coffee shop Midoriya always praised. Fall was beginning to swing into gear as leaves changed shades and drop temperatures had citizens bundling up more. Normally it'd be a joyous season for the blonde, though the weeks trudged on without a familiar face. He'd been gone over a month now. No text, no letter, nothing to explain where he was going. One minute Ojiro was at his normal mountain training session, then the next he'd disappeared from the face of the earth. Despite the UA police saying there was nothing more to be done, there had to be something they could do. No one just disappeared like that without reason. It's getting so packed in there. Apparently, everyone wants in on the seasonal flavors. Mina grumbled lightly as she arrived at the reserved table with hot drink in hand. They said our scones will be ready in a few minutes. Kirishima mentioned swinging by with Midoriya on their lunch break. You good, girl? Do you think Ojiro is okay? Toru asked sullenly as both hands tightened against the cool ceramic cup. It's been over a month, Mina, and nothing. No word on if he's even alive. Don't think like that. We know how strong Ojiro is, Toru. He can withstand anything, even if he's been recruited into a Yakuza gang. Just have faith that he returns safely when the time is right. Mina gently redirected, placing her hands over Toru's. They felt cold to the touch. I know you're worried. We're all worried. Kirishima and Midoriya have been trying to dig further into his case. There's just not a lot of leads right now. They're doing their best. I know. I can't help thinking something will go wrong and he doesn't return to me. I also feel guilty that the entire class is coming back to help search for him. They've got their own lives to worry about. Sweetie, Mina started softly as the blonde let the silent tears hit the tabletop. We'll find him. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow. He will come back to you. I promise. I hope you're right, Mina. I always am. Oh, there's Kirishima and Midoriya. Hey, over here. Mina spotted the two officers on patrol and flagged them over, eagerly waving to get their attention. Let's do our best to enjoy our time out today, and we'll have a heart-to-heart tonight, okay? Toru nodded, quickly swiping at the tears before the other two arrived. She didn't need their pitying, sympathetic looks. They were trying their best, that she knew. It just never felt like enough was being done. Both detectives worked hard at their jobs in order to protect the city. A plastered-on smile as they approached, grins on their faces. Conceal, don't feel. Things would work out in the end, right? All she needed was faith and support from her friends, and Ojiro would return to her. He had to, right? How's my fave officer doing? Mina chirped happily as Kirishima settled on the chair beside, placing a chaste kiss against her cheek. And I guess you too, Midoriya. Though you're not my favorite man in uniform. Fine, I guess. Izuku replied with an awkward chuckle. Mina tended to be rather open when it came to speaking her mind. It's been a rough week of cases, and we're finally catching up on the overload. Being out of the office for a few weeks really cluttered up my desk. I couldn't believe how many stacks of files you were buried in. You could have made a house out of them. Seriously though, I'm glad we're getting a break because I'm worn out. Escorting that diplomat's daughter around was a piece of cake compared to hardcore cases about murders and Yakuza turf wars. Really, Ijiro? While we're about to eat. Mina cocked an eye at her man, who sheepishly apologized. How is she anyways? I haven't heard anything in the news about her father finishing his political tour. Maybe Ochaco's gone home already, wherever that is. Sergeant Aizawa has assured Miss Ochaco is safe and sound after. Izuku trailed off, looking away from the understanding gazes. No need to bring up the incident. It affected them, but him most of all. Countless nights of worrying, lack of sleep, even attempting to visit her in the hospital. He needed to apologize to her in person for his mistake. If only he could find her. Anyways, what've you two been up to lately? I know it's been hard to find time to get together with our schedules. I've been designing more clothes like usual, preparing for more store unveilings, the works. Always busy with Ishido aesthetics. Mina said with a nonchalant hand wave. The hand then reached up to slowly touch the partially concealed necklace given to her by Ochaco, an ache of sadness tinging in her chest. Ochaco was the one who helped launch my line off the ground. Now I have consistent clients clamoring for my designs, yet it doesn't feel as exciting as when she was here. They see the clothes as new and trendy, but that's it. That's why they buy them. It doesn't feel like they truly appreciate the clothes for what they are and not what my brand stands for. Maybe I'm just rambling on at this point. I get it, Izuku interjected the pinkette. Miss Ochaco, I think it was her reserved background that made it seem like material possessions didn't matter. She could see through the appearances and appreciated what was beneath the surface. I believe that's why she wanted to continue seeing you in 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐻. She yearned to experience what freedom was, and you two were the perfect examples. She was learning how normal life could be. That makes sense. There was so much she didn't know about and constantly asked either of us to explain further. I feel so bad for her. How could anyone live life always having to look over their shoulder and fear an unpredictable attack? Toru tossed her thoughts into the stirring pot as well. Ochaco truly seemed excited when she and Mina talked about how their school years went and how their other friends were. It was like she'd never had any of that. The necklace beneath her shirt felt just a bit heavier at the thought. Her life isn't something we'll ever understand. It's like they're too different of fabrics to mesh together in hopes of coinciding perfectly. Some things just can't be. Midoriya, are you sure Sergeant Aizawa won't give up her status? I think we're all in agreement we need to see Miss Ochaco again to convey our thoughts and feelings. Kirishima asked his partner after taking a sip from Mina's offered drink. He grimaced a bit at the sweetness, though remained appreciative of the hot coffee. Midoriya shook his head slowly. Damn. What about Captain Yagi? Have you tried him? I'd give it a go, though I don't have nearly as much hold in this district as you do. Captain Yagi has been getting sucked into meetings all day, every day. There's only been a few instances where I've seen him leave his office or the conference room. I think he's been trying to work with another major police station on a project. Even Sergeant Aizawa has been disappearing more often. Between them being unavailable and my mountain of paperwork, there hasn't been time to inquire about it. Sorry. Man, it's not fair. Ochaco is the sweetest person alive, and we can't even see her. I should have gotten her number when I had the chance. Mina plopped her head into cupped hands supported by the table. If her father continues to tour around Japan, then I'm sure we'll catch a glimpse. Let's not give up hope yet. Toru encouraged with a pumped fist. Smiles around the table encouraged the blonde even more. If she could hope to see her newfound friend again, then she'd continue to hold out for Ojiro. "I'm going inside to order a coffee, need one?" Izuku directed the question at his partner while standing. He'd barely had time to have one cup this morning, let alone another after hours of grinding. Lethargy was about to become his main personality trait if he didn't get more caffeine. "Yes. Black like always." "Thanks, Midoriya. I'll cover lunch tomorrow." Kirishima gave a thumbs up as he threw an arm around his fiancée. Izuku waved off the offer before heading inside. It was warm with countless cups of espresso brewing and packed bodies trying to escape from the chilly weather. While Japan had yet to swing fully into the fall season, the end of summer was obvious with colder temperatures and chilly winds. He didn't mind it, honestly. Seasonal changes were like flipping a page into the next chapter of life. A chance to renew oneself and reflect on how to better prepare for the upcoming new year. Soon temples would be holding festivals for Christmas and New Year, something the detective always looked forward to. He and his mother always went to the small shrine nestled atop a hillside that looked over Musutafu. Not many people knew of its location, so it was often barely busy. Izuku couldn't help but let his mind wander back to Ochaco as he stepped forward in the busy line. The incident had scared him pretty good. The sheer amount of panic on her face struck a deep chord within. Whatever happened on that phone call deeply affected the brunette to the point of straight-up fleeing his apartment. Was it something terrible like a family death? A threat from an enemy of her father? He'd never know. Despite countless pleas, his boss refused to give an update other than she was fine and returned home to recover fully. Even when trying to dig further into her family name and history through public records, there wasn't anything indicating phone numbers, an address, or even an active office for her father. Why should he question what his boss told him? It was like 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐵 Hanako didn't even exist. Yet she did. Her appearance, voice, mannerisms, they all existed. The softness of fingertips grazing against the back of his wrist as she helped put on the expensive watch was real. Emerald eyes narrowed the slightest bit. Things weren't making much sense the more he thought about it. Maybe Ochaco existed, but not 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐵 Hanako. And if 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐵 Hanako never existed, then who did? Izuku. A feminine voice drew the detective from his spiraling ramble, and he looked up to see a familiar head of blonde locks beside. "No way. How are you doing?" "Melissa. It's been a while. What are you doing back in Japan?" Izuku accepted the tight hug from his overseas friend. Despite months apart, Melissa Shields still looked exactly the same. Her signature red glasses and blonde hair were hard to miss amongst the sea of Japanese. "I didn't realize you'd be coming back after a few months." "Yeah. My dad is actually working on a massive project in America right now, so I have plenty of free time since he's tied up. Plus, I wanted to see Uncle Toshi and experience fall in Japan. It's so pretty here already." "What are you up to? Are you working right now?" Melissa chattered excitedly as she moved with Izuku and the line. "I'm just on a lunch break with my partner. I've got some friends out there as well. I'm grabbing drinks real fast." "Does Captain Yagi know you're back in town? He'll be excited to see you back." "Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you were hanging out with other people right now. I never told Uncle Toshi that I'd be returning. I figured it was easier just to surprise him." "Well, since you're here with other people, why don't we just catch up later?" "Don't worry about it. I'm sure they'd love to meet you. My partner is actually an old classmate of mine who moved back home recently, and he's getting married at the beginning of the year as well. His fiancée is a designer who recently launched her clothing line in town. Her best friend is here too." Izuku insisted after sensing the hesitation. "Seriously, they won't have a problem with you being here. If you're sure, do you need any help carrying drinks?" Melissa inquired as he reached the register to order, a paper cup of her own concoction residing in a palm. Izuku merely shook his head with a smile. Always considerate of others. After ordering and receiving the necessary sustenance to continue surviving for the day, Izuku and Melissa wandered outside to rejoin the group, who instantly gave curious looks. Mina especially, the pinkette going as far as to wiggle her eyebrows suggestively while asking if they had any special plans. Much to her disappointment, Melissa mentioned she was only here for a short while to see her uncle for a few weeks. Kirishima remained cordial and professional, much to Izuku's relief. He was already going to be hounded by the two women for not informing them of her unexpected arrival. Pretty sure Mina still thought they would make a cute couple. Their lunch break came to an end sooner than expected, so the two officers bid their farewells and strolled back towards the station. Kirishima explained how the wedding planning was going and how he'd even reached out to 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 Katsuki to stand in as best man. While he was still awaiting a response, the redhead abruptly stopped and turned to his friend expectantly. "You'll be in my wedding party, right?" Taken aback by the sudden question, Izuku blinked a few times before responding. "If you'd like me to be." "Sure. I've never been in one before." "Hell yeah. I've got 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏𝗏 shit. Don't think he'll be found by then?" Izuku asked quizzically as his friend stopped short, staring ahead like he'd seen a ghost. "What's wrong? I'm not hallucinating, right? Isn't that him? Standing in front of the police station." Kirishima lowered his voice while pointing with a shaking finger. Izuku snapped his gaze to the entrance of the police station, eyes widening. There, standing in front of the station, stood Masahiro Ojiro with a focused gaze on the front doors. "You're right, that's Ojiro. How did he?" Izuku stuttered out as he tried to comprehend what was happening. Zero warning for weeks, and now he appeared out of nowhere? What the hell? Wait a minute, Kirishima. Ojiro stared at the police station doors intensely, morally debating what he should do. While technically still bound to the Uraraka clan for the remainder of October, and on call the rest of his life, a part of him wanted to do the right thing and announce his safe return. But then they would interrogate him, force him into giving up the location of the Uraraka main house. The thought of Aizawa coming after him sent a heavy shiver down his spine. No way in hell did he want that Yakuza chasing him down in the middle of the night to finish the job. Yet, he'd seen the missing persons poster a few blocks down, where he asked the personal driver to drop him off. Personalized by 𝐒𝐩𝐬𝐽𝐻, he'd recognized that handwriting anywhere. The thought of how frantic and scared she was. "I can't do this. I can't betray Ochaco like that. She hasn't done me any harm. Maybe I should just wait until my contract ends." Toru can wait a few more weeks, can't she? Ojiro quietly argued with himself as passerby gave him weird looks. In his preoccupied state of mind, the martial artist failed to see the incoming fiery missile headed straight for him. Despite sensing someone approaching at the last second, it was too late. Kirishima slammed into him heavily, and both men hit the ground hard enough to kick up a cloud of dirt. "Ojiro, where the fuck have you been? Are you okay? Were you kidnapped? Blackmailed? Does Toru know? Did you know we were working today?" Kirishima rushed out as he pulled his friend into a tight hug, manly tears streaming down his face. Ojiro could only helplessly pat his friend on the back as his body was constricted by the hulking officer. "Shit, man. You've given us all a scare. Don't you know we've been looking into your disappearance for weeks?" "Good to see you too, Kirishima. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner. Things have been complicated, to say the least." "Hi, Midoriya. What happened, Ojiro? Where have you been these past few weeks?" "I'm glad to see you're at least alive and mostly unharmed." Izuku let out a shaky sigh as he offered a hand up to both Kirishima and his missing friend. The relief nearly had him collapsing onto the sidewalk. So many sleepless nights of tackling any small lead he could dig up. "Do you need anything? Water? Food? Should I call 𝐒𝐻𝐿? Don't." The blonde blurted out as Midoriya began pulling his phone from its holster. Both officers switched to business mode at the sharp tone. Izuku slowly put the phone back into its holster, moving both hands away from his body. Sorry, it's just, I don't know if I want to alert her yet. This whole thing is. Let's go inside. We can occupy one of the conference rooms and sort this whole situation out, okay? We're not going to push you past your comfort zone, Ojiro. We're just concerned about what happened." Kirishima reassured lightly at his friend's panicked expression. Not wanting 𝐒𝐻𝐿 to know meant whatever happened to him these past few weeks could potentially drag others into a deep web. Already Ojiro was thinking what his partner was. Uraraka. The station was busier than usual as tourists came in search of lost personal items during the country's busy season. A handful of regulars were visiting as well. Mrs. Yamamoto delivering weekly baked goods, Mr. Hanabishi chatting it up with some not-yet-retired workforce buddies, and even a local newspaper doing a report on the increased Yakuza and civilian skirmishes filling the city. Sergeant Aizawa repeatedly informed the reporter she needed to come back another day when there was time allotted specifically for interviews, though she persisted and drew more attention with a raised voice. The citizens of Musutafu and surrounding areas need to know. Is the Uraraka clan still planning to hand over the reins in January? Are there rival gangs moving in due to this transition? And the biggest question of all, who is Shigaraki? 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 demanded with the microphone a mere inch from Aizawa's mouth. The officer's lip twitched in annoyance at the persistent questions. We have a right to know as citizens, yeah. You say that every time you barge in here demanding answers. And you get told the same thing every single time. Come back during allotted journalist hours. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 finally snapped and shoved the microphone out of his face rather roughly. Escort them out of here and put a no trespassing order under their names, the news station, and any affiliates. You've pushed me one too many times, Miss Kazuki. Now you're banned until otherwise noted. Banned? You can't ban me from the property. It's public access. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 shot back as multiple officers swooped in to corral the unruly reporter and cameraman. This isn't over, Sergeant Aizawa. I will get the answers my viewers need to know. Or just wait for the official release like all the higher-rated stations do, instead of groveling for the first speck of gold hiding in the dirt. Aizawa snorted in response, shaking his head tiredly as the indignant squawking died down. His hands reached for the crumpled cigarette box in his chest pocket and nearly empty lighter until tired eyes caught sight of the unexpected visitor standing between Midoriya and Kirishima. Ojiro. Judging by the color quickly leaving his face, the martial artist wasn't expecting to see him outside of the mansion. Oh, that's right. He never knew he was an officer in the local police force. What, Midoriya? I need a smoke break more than anything right now. I'm sorry, Sergeant Aizawa. It's just that we've found our missing friend. Well, more like he showed up in front of the police station and we happened to run into him. His detective quickly explained. Given freedom and already he runs to the police station? Perhaps he was wrong about the kid, though there didn't seem to be any issues earlier when sparring with Ochaco. That was another interrogation for today's list. Give me 15 minutes to smoke. Put him in conference room 3 and continue with your paperwork. More was dropped off at both of your desks. Yes, sir. Midoriya and Kirishima quickly ushered their friend to a quiet place as their superiors shifted towards the roof access. Ojiro wouldn't rat. He was smart enough to know the consequences of releasing private Uraraka information, especially to an officer looking for an in. Besides, he'd drilled it into his head from day one that the Bay Sharks had the taste for human flesh if any danger were to fall upon the Uraraka name due to negligence. Though they were just fed a hefty meal the night prior, there were always more sharp mouths to feed. The chilled autumn air tousled messy onyx locks around as 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 leaned against the building. A few clicks of the lighter, then a vigorous shaking. He forgot to get another one after his chore last night. Reaching into his pocket for a backup pack of matches, Aizawa placed the nicotine stick between curled lips. With all the bullshit going on lately, he'd been tearing through cigarettes like crazy. Not to say it wasn't his only form of stress relief. It was just the most habitual. And his worst. Debating for a few seconds after retrieving the strike box, the detective let out a rough sigh. The matches returned to the pocket, and the cigarette snapped in half before being disposed of in a nearby receptacle. He needed to be in top shape for the approaching war. Smoking like a freight train did nothing but slow him down physically. Even his Ashi was beefing up internal securities around the main base. Dozens of new cameras, trip sensors, ramped up signal strength, new biometric, double authentication locks. Even the higher-up members had been equipped with GPS trackers and two-way private intercoms. If there was ever a time for a traitor, it would be before the coronation, and who better than a long-standing member? All swore loyalty to the Uraraka clan, though Aizawa couldn't trust anyone. Kenji and Fumi were still out of town dealing with the new business acquisition. Their expected return was a few weeks before Ochaco's ascension. He was in charge of ensuring she was ready, and the constrained time prior to the ceremony was spent preparing. Ochaco needed fittings for the ascension kimono, custom-made months in advance, had to have all paperwork switched to her name and authority, needed to make a public announcement that she would be inheriting the family title. That was just the main formalities. That didn't include addressing all those affiliated to the Uraraka name, urging them to remain strong in the face of a new leader. 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏 expected heavy pushback on that end. No powerful, man-led Yakuza clan wants to be dictated by a female leader. It broke tradition. Not to mention women were seen as less powerful within the rankings, though nonetheless a necessary force. After 300 years, the Uraraka clan would have its first female heir to take on the family name. Ishikawa Uraraka was the former leader of the clan, Kenji's father. Though he left many decades ago, the old man resided up north and maintained a smaller section of the gang. Mostly he probed into leads about new business aspects with his youngest adopted son, Kaga. Very few knew of Kaga Uraraka, now deceased, and for good reason. The man had attempted to take a woman hostage and force intimacy in an alleyway. While crimes were allowed underneath his adoptive father's authority, taking advantage of women in such a grotesque manner made the clan look bad and was heavily shunned. Therefore, one night as his son gambled away hard-earned clan money, he was jumped in the same alleyway as his attempted crime, then taken to the bay for feeding time. While there wasn't much more information 𝗧𝗏 could find on the matter, it was obvious he'd been taken care of. Considering Kaga wasn't full Uraraka blood, the loss was barely noticeable apart from the deep depression it brought upon Ishikawa. The worry he had for Ochaco regarded lack of respect from other gangs. No one would take her seriously unless she proved to the world she was ready to say, "I am here," which is why he was pushing so hard for her to begin working every day. The little bit of freedom was absolutely needed for her mental health, but now he worried she would spiral if this undercover plan went into action. Midoriya would wholeheartedly join in, and Toshinori already planned on him being a main asset. That interaction between them wouldn't go well. But maybe it was needed. Maybe Ochaco needed the realization that honoring tradition and family meant sacrificing things she cared about. Nice day, isn't it? The barrel of his pistol aimed so fast at the uninvited guest that the son barely had time to reflect from the blackened metal. A low chuckle and the person placed both hands up in the air. 𝗧𝗏 hadn't heard them arrive, meaning they took unconventional methods to reach the rooftop where he currently resided. Even that was a difficult trek, seeing as high walls with no place to grip provided little help. Tell me who the hell you are and how you managed to slip past high-end security measures. You've got a lot of balls waiting for me to come out here. 𝗧𝗏 threatened with dangerous eyes. He'd never seen this person before. Ragged appearance, stark white hair that was scraggly and unkempt, gaunt expression like that of corpse, face that resembled acid-charred flesh. Yet it was his eyes that were the most unsettling. They absolutely radiated with bottomless insanity. Tinted blood red with nearly pinpoint pupils, even in the shade of the AC unit resting above. Now, there's plenty of time for that later. I just wanted to formally introduce myself before. Well, that's not really my business to say, is it? My master will be the one to announce the special occasion. The man let out a gravelly bark, fingers itching at his left cheek. The yellow and jagged nails left slightly raised trails over the damaged flesh. You can call me Tamura. Tamura Shigaraki. You've made this an easy decision then. Guess your body will be the message your dear master is waiting for. 𝗧𝗏 snarled as his finger slammed down against the gun's trigger. Fucking around with a member of Shigaraki could end in disaster, and he needed to be eliminated now. Information be damned. This bastard was going to be delivered back to his leader on a slab of cold metal. You picked the wrong person to fuck with today, Tamura Shigaraki. Oh, such a violent one. 𝗧𝗏 Aizawa. Tamura cackled while deftly dodging the bullets that expertly fired in his direction. He was good. Just not good enough to land a proper hit. My master was right. You are highly skilled at what you do. Is that why you're Kenji Uraraka's favorite little thug? 𝗧𝗏 ignored the personal hit as he ran out of ammo, tossing the gun aside and practically ripping the large, serrated blade from its leg holster. One hand reached for the hidden scarf coiled around his shoulders as the other twirled the knife and readied. If he'd managed to find him and the police station, then it was only a matter of time before they traced back to the mansion. Tamura pranced around the roof without a care, glancing over the sides of the building as if it were viewing platform. Bastard wasn't even being serious. You know, Tamura drawled as he finally diverted his attention back to the threat now inching closer. The look he was receiving made his skin crawl. He'd been warned of the man's skill beforehand, though seeing them in real life was much more exciting. This was nothing more than a friendly visit. I'm starting to think you don't like me very much. Whatever chewed on your face must have left most of a brain cell for you to figure that out, 𝗧𝗏 retorted, tightening the grasp against his tactical scarf. He needed to get a better vantage point than strike. Throwing him from the roof was an option. Surely the rest of the police station heard the gunshots by now and were preparing to burst through the door. Meaning Yakuza also heard the shots and were rushing to position. Friendly visit or not, you're a threat that needs to be handled. I'll even be considerate and offer you one chance to surrender. Deny that request and it'll be an instant death as you're thrown off the highest corner of this roof. Man, I'm starting to regret not bringing backup. Oh, wait. I did bring backup. A sharp snapping of his fingers filled the air. Silly me. My one brain cell must have forgotten that important part. Shota could sense them all around. At least 5 others. Strategically placed out of sight until the right moment to strike. He couldn't risk taking both eyes from the white-haired menace cackling to himself. Outmatched, he thought darkly. Not the first time nor the last. A low buzzing over by the door caught his attention. Hizashi was actively monitoring the situation, no doubt relaying information down below. Just needed time to. A blade grazed his cheek as it made for the camera, shattering the lens immediately and frying the unit. Shota had no choice but to look towards the attacking source. Wispy blonde hair wrapped up in Odango buns, gleaming golden eyes, and a wide smile filled with unnaturally elongated canines glistening with blood. His blood. The blade used to destroy the camera had retracted by a wire cable, and the freak had the nerve to lick his blood from the blade. What the hell kind of people did Shigaraki employ? But it wasn't just the blonde girl pretending to cosplay in schoolgirl apparel that caught his eye. A man decked out in a long tan trench coat, black and white face mask stood by her side holding what appeared to be marbles of sorts between each knuckle. On the right of Tamura was a purple-haired, masked man dressed in a white tank top, thick red scarf, gray khakis, and sport knee guards with shin supports. Bandages wrapped most of the way up to his shoulder with wrist guards. Belts wrapped around his abdomen to support a sword holder against his back. One of the blades resided casually in a flexing palm, the third crouching atop one of the ventilation shafts. Was dressed in a full black and white bodysuit with red wristlets. There were only eye holes on the suit that didn't even reveal what was beneath. The fourth and final member joining Tamura looked like he'd just strolled out of a crematory. Heavily burned skin around his eyes, mouth, neck, and arms had been reattached by heavy surgical staples. Tattered black and silver cloak fluttered behind as he stared with piercing blue eyes, sizing up the target. Messy black locks partially concealed the stinging stare, though not enough to force the Yakuza to back down. Black pants and a white t-shirt made up the fairly simple outfit. Fucked up party you've got here, Tamura. Freak who loves blood. A living piece of half-decayed charcoal, fetish boy in a bodysuit, grown-ass man in a trench coat playing with marbles, and I'm going to assume a wannabe Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Or a fanboy. In case you weren't aware, Halloween isn't until the end of the month. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? The man dressed up as a street fighter exclaimed, clearly offended. Do I look like a lizard? Fetish boy. More like fetish man. Get it right. Nah, he's right. This suit seems like a fetish, to be honest. Fetish man argued back and forth with himself, clearly suffering from a mental break causing split personalities. A freak? Maybe you should look in the mirror, creep. The blonde cried out with a shaking of her fists. How I dress is none of your business. You tell him, Toga. Oops. We weren't supposed to say our names. Too late, now he knows. It'd be rude not to mention our names since we know his. The unhinged man shouted out, quickly slapping a hand over his mouth, then crossing his legs and throwing his arms out wide. Twice, you're not helping the situation. Shut the hell up. Charcoal drawled tiredly. Both hands shoved a little deeper into his pockets, and the motion wasn't missed by Aizawa. Hey, now you just said his name. Ah hell, there go our secret identities. What now, Tamura? Seems this little visit is getting out of control. I'm expecting backup in 15 seconds. The trenchcoat man leaned over to the unimpressed leader of the disorganized gang. Tamura grunted in annoyance, then stepped forward. Shota prepared to snatch his wrist up the moment it raised. If he could get at least one of them, preferably the leader, then things would shift to his favor. Being out of ammo wasn't ideal considering his backup gun was sitting in his desk. Higher restrictions at work meant shit results in situations as such. I think our business here is done. Though, there is one last thing I wanted to mention about a certain heiress. 𝗧𝗪 launched the scarf from the confines of his police uniform and managed to wrap it around 𝗬𝗲𝗄 Shigaraki, binding both raised hands together. A hefty pull right as the roof access door exploded open sent the intruder crashing against the concrete surface, tangled in a mess of constricting fabric. The remaining squad lunged forward to attack as the Yakuza swiftly slammed a knee down against 𝗬𝗲𝗄's back, pinning him down with every ounce of weight. The tip of his blade sparked as it slammed beside the Shigaraki member's face. He leaned down close until sneering lips were a mere inch from his ear. "Remember this as your saving grace. There won't be another, 𝗬𝗲𝗄 Shigaraki. If you ever show your face in these parts again, I'll make sure no one remembers who you were." 𝗧𝗪 warned lowly prior to leaning back up. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 stared wide-eyed at his captor before letting out an insane laugh. "So scary. Just like Master warned. Let me see your hands." "No." Izuku ordered with gun raised at the closest unknown. As soon as gunshots were heard, the entire building went into lockdown. Getting staff and civilians was priority before searching for missing personnel. Kirishima was guarding Ojiro in the event of a gang-related attack, his correlation still unknown. A quick glance revealed Aizawa pinning down one of the attackers, gun discarded off to the side and serrated knife in hand. "Drop your weapons and get down on your knees. Keep your hands above your head." "Oh, I know you." 𝗬𝗲𝗄 cackled gleefully while straining to look up at the newcomer. Izuku gave him a bewildered look in between tracking the now motionless crew. "You're the one who found the note." "Izuku Midoriya, now that's a name to remember." "Shut the hell up," Aizawa demanded with a digging of his knee against 𝗬𝗲𝗄's spine, though the man merely cackled louder and squirmed excitedly. "Dabi." Shigaraki wheezed out. "About damn time." Dabi, formerly labeled charcoal, gave a crooked grin as both hands shifted from his pockets. "Allow me to assist," Trenchcoat announced. The marbles resting in his knuckles flew towards Aizawa as Dabi began aiming for them. Aizawa heard the flickering of a lighter. It all connected as alarmed eyes swung from 𝗬𝗲𝗄 to Dabi, then back to Midoriya standing in the doorway with more officers thundering up the stairs. He had a life-altering choice to make: release 𝗬𝗲𝗄 and throw himself at his detective, or attempt to stop the inevitable fireball about to wipe them all out. Shigaraki won this round. Snapping the bindings from his captive's wrist, 𝗧𝗪 lunged for Midoriya. 2 gunshots rang out, followed by searing pain beneath his right eye and excruciating pain in the right elbow. A Shigaraki sniper? 3 retaliating shots pierced the fall air. Those he knew were Uraraka. Latching onto Midoriya's waist, the two tumbled into the doorway. "Sergeant Aizawa." Izuku cried out as blood flew into the air. He didn't see the direction the bullets came from, meaning he couldn't retaliate accurately. All that caught his gaze was piercing red and a maniacal grin as fire raged across the rooftop. "Keep your heads down." The sound of an explosion filled the packed stairwell prior to the door being forced shut by emergency protocol, the action remotely activated by Hisashi. Both he and Midoriya slammed into the steps until a few officers caught the brunt of the forceful tumbling. There was shouting and calls for an ambulance as Aizawa gathered his bearings, ears ringing painfully. A straight attack against a higher-ranking Yakuza became a call for war. Only blood would satiate the rage sure to rile his men. Heat rushed from beneath his eye. No doubt his elbow had shattered, or in the very least fractured from the bullet. "Shota, Midoriya, are you all right? What happened up there?" Captain Yagi rushed to the aid of his friend. Worn blue eyes frantically darted around to assess the situation before landing on the blood pooling against the stairs. Heat was beginning to lick at the heavy metal door. "Has anyone called an ambulance yet? Get the fire department rolling. I want all available units to set up an 8-block perimeter." "Don't bother," Shota grunted while sitting up with the aid of Midoriya. "They'll be long gone before any units can clear the roof and start searching." "You know who did this?" Toshinori stated lowly as chaos flurried around them. A tight nod confirmed his suspicions. Gang-related. Shigaraki or Uraraka? 𝗬𝗲𝗄 Shigaraki and his entourage of scum claimed he had a message pertaining to the heir of Uraraka. "Never got to finish it before I subdued him. This is going to start an all-out war, Toshi." Whatever plan you're going to concoct, I suggest you do it now. Wait, they were part of the Shigaraki gang? Izuku nearly whispered. They planted the note on that body, possibly even killed that man, marked him. How did they even? Not now. Aizawa demanded as paramedics made their way up the stairwell. Other parties didn't need to be overhearing confidential information. When the time comes, you'll know. Go assist the others and ensure Ojiro gets home safely. Have him come back once everything clears up. Hey, focus on yourself, Shota. I can handle things here, don't worry. We'll get you taken care of, Captain Yagi assured as two officers supported Aizawa to escort him to an open area while awaiting paramedics. Once things settle down here, I'll come visit you in the hospital. Anyone I can call for you? Nah, I'm sure they've already been made aware of what's happened. _B_. Ochaco flew up the stairs to the hospital with a few extra guards in tow. From the moment the news trickled back to the mansion, the heiress was showcasing full authority. All members were to converge closer to Musutafu and maintain strict patrol schedules. Member initiation froze. Every single Yakuza was to be armed at all times. Increase security at vantage points and nightly sweeps through the city. Not a speck of Musutafu should be left unturned. This shouldn't have happened. Aizawa was the strongest there was. For him to be ambushed and attacked at work was... Miss Hanako? Ochaco jogged to a slow, chest heaving from the long distance. She sprinted in heels, no less. Izuku Midoriya sat in the waiting room of the surgical wing. She'd just abruptly entered. Beside him was Kirishima, Ojiro, Captain Yagi, and a few non-Yakuza officers. It made sense for there to not be any of her men as they were swarming the city in search of Shigaraki gang members. Ojiro glanced nervously at the heiress before diverting his gaze downward. His presence didn't matter right now. Izuku? What are you doing here? Wait. Miss Hanako, I'm so sorry to meet again under such circumstances, Toshinori interrupted firmly, a hand raised at his employee as he stood. Izuku pressed his lips together. I understand you may be concerned about Aizawa, but rest assured he's getting the best care in the city right now. I heard the police station was attacked by an opposing gang. How bad is it? She asked breathily. Her heart wouldn't slow down, the beats painful against ribs. No parents, Aizawa down for the count, 2 months to go. Already the anxiety spiked higher with each step towards the operating room. Shattered elbow and a deep laceration beneath his right eye. He was still in fairly high spirits as the ambulance brought him in. I really hate to do this, Miss Hanako, but since this is an active investigation, I'm going to ask you to leave. I'm truly sorry. Toshinori tried his best to break the news as gently as possible. The shifting of emotions on her face was lightning fast, from frantic to cold indifference in a second. I can have Detective Midoriya or Detective Kirishima escort you back home. They will do no such thing, Captain Yagi. In fact, Ochaco replied with stern authority and chin slightly tilted. Ojiro felt a shiver go up his spine and tensed, wary of what was about to happen next. He'd never seen her this worked up when it came to Aizawa. They were close family, considering he practically raised her. Ochaco mentioned how her parents were out of town for the moment, and her mentor was the only one there as a strong guide before the daunting coronation. Now the chief of police was telling her to leave. I believe it would be best if you... Ojiro shot to his feet faster than any of them could respond to the thickening tension. One hand latched onto her upper arm as the other redirected her body via upper back. The withering look he received was intimidating for sure, yet it was better than her enforcing authority over the wrong fight to pick. I am so sorry. Sergeant Aizawa just means a lot to Miss Ochaco. They're practically family. I'll take her out for fresh air. Be back in a bit. Izuku watched them both leave with growing suspicion, fluorescent narrowing at the odd behavior. Do you realize what you're doing right now, Ojiro? Ochaco hissed once they passed through the same doors she burst through minutes ago. Nearly every inch of her body was trembling with barely constrained emotion at the situation. Get your hands off me. Not until you comprehend what you are about to do back there. You're trying to enforce your authority over the wrong person to fight. Do any of them realize who you are? Truly. Ojiro kept a firm grasp on her upper arm as they walked, making sure to keep his eyes forward and voice low. Already he could feel the countless stares zeroing in on his grasp, though they made no attempt to intervene. Perhaps they knew. or we're waiting for the call to have him wiped from Earth. I understand you're upset about Aizawa. I truly do. But you need to be rational about this. He's alive. Injured, yes, but alive. It'll take more than a skirmish to take him down. That doesn't change the fact that I'm being denied visitation rights. No one can stop me from seeing him. I'm ordering you to release me so I can continue to do just that. Ochaco seethed through clenched teeth, the heiress digging her heels against the tile flooring until they both came to a screeching halt. I'm sorry, Ochaco. That's an order I'm going to have to deny for your own good. Ojiro stood firm, gaze never wavering from the brunette. Do whatever you want to me. I don't care. I'm trying to protect you right now. Why can't you see that? Because the only person I have left right now is lying on a surgical table. My parents won't be home for months. Maybe not until the end of the year or beyond. I don't have anyone else. Ochaco shouted into the closed pediatrics wing of the hospital. Neither nurse nor Yakuza were seen, leaving the two truly isolated. The heiress yanked her arm free and took a few steps back, a clenched fist against a racing heart. You don't understand how I grew up, what it was like to grow up with no one other than family. The only time I've had more than just a bit of freedom was when I was hanging out with Izuku and Kirishima, Mina and Hagakure. And even then it got cut short thanks to a security breach. I don't get that luxury. I can't just go where I please whenever, Ojiro, unlike you. I have an entire network of people to protect, to lead, to ensure my lineage continues into the future. My future is set in stone. My parents. Ojiro started hesitantly as the heiress sniffled hard, swiping at the frustrated tears that slipped out. It took a few moments, though she finally looked up at him behind an arm. They put everything onto my shoulders since I'm the oldest. I was always in charge of watching my siblings during the day, even when I had school, extracurricular activities, work. I became a parent because mine didn't have the time. When I finally got into middle school, I walked past the martial arts club one day and instantly became intrigued. That was my escape from being a parent at 12. You know what they said to me in response? Make sure you keep helping your siblings, Ojiro. That's what they said. Despite me having a completely packed schedule with little free time, I never had time to myself, Ochaco. Not until I moved out of home after high school. I understand where you're coming from. I honestly do. And while I can't fully comprehend how your family works or why you do what you do, I'm empathetic to your plight. I've been in similar shoes. But one day I had to say enough. What's stopping you from standing up for yourself? Heritage. Tradition. A blood oath to always protect and carry on the Uraraka name. As the only female heir to the current leader, it's my duty to step up and take over once I hit 21. Being that lineage is handed down to the firstborn male, the pressure is nearly tripled to prove I can be a strong leader. That's why I have the family crest tattooed on my back, so I can always remember where it started and how far we've come. Ochaco replied softly as fingers dug against the top of the tattoo. The silence between them grew as neither knew what to say next, the only sound a nearby clock ticking softly. I guess I truly don't understand how your world works, Ochaco. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed it'd be easy to tear apart from your family like I did. Ojiro apologized quietly after a few minutes. Everything he assumed about Yakuza was wrong. He never thought about how generational power affected each new heir, how their lives were restricted when it came to simple, everyday activities like getting coffee or going shopping. Publicly, Yakuza were notorious for their crimes, lawlessness, and overall callous personalities and appearances. People didn't trust them. Couldn't trust them. I don't want you to think I tore away from them for that sole reason. Ever since I left home, they've struggled with household income since my mother got sick. Dad works himself to the bone, and now my younger brother has stepped into my role. I align myself with your family in order to help them. I may never forgive them for stealing my childhood away, but that doesn't mean I resent them. Acceptance is the first step to inner peace. You sound like Aizawa. Yeah, maybe a bit. Guess I've been hanging around him too much. Ojiro chuckled, shoving his hands into his pockets. While she didn't seem entirely over the incident, the tears weren't flowing. There seemed to be so much built-up emotion within the brunette that she couldn't properly express the frustrations, fears. I'm going to go back and check on how things are going with his surgery. Do you want me to bring you something, or would you like to come back to the waiting room? I'm fine, thank you. I just need some time to collect myself. I'm sorry for snapping at you. Stress has been eating away at me lately and this incident pushed me over the edge. I apologize, Ojiro. Ochaco finally turned directly towards him, bowing slightly with hands at her front. Though he was surprised at the gesture, the blonde let out a soft sigh and a small smile. Even though she was breaking protocol right now by bowing to him, it was just a part of her personality. A part that made Ochaco her own individual and not just another Yakuza title. Don't worry about it. I understand being under a lot of stress. Are you sure you'll be alright by yourself? Should I find someone? No need, we'll manage things from here. A man abruptly muttered in his ear, and the martial artist swung his head around to see at least 4 heavily armed Yakuza assisting the heiress. They were stealthy enough to fly under his radar. Head back to the waiting room and await further instructions. Understood. Ojiro slowly made his way back to the surgical wing of the hospital. Conflicting emotions swirled within as he replayed the conversation over and over. She was frantic running into the hospital, probably ever since she got the call. He was her #1 priority, he's the only one she had right now. With both of her parents gone for a vaguely determined time, 𝐈𝐧𝐭 was the closest family member she had at arm's reach. And with the chance of that safety net being yanked away for good, no, he wouldn't think like that. 𝐈𝐧𝐭 seemed to be one of the strongest and most respected Yakuza of the Uraraka. Surely a minor skirmish with a rival gang wasn't enough to take him out. But those injuries were no joke. A shattered elbow restricted movement for half of his arm. Fighting with one arm was plausible though not ideal. It seemed to be his dominant hand as well. If he were attacked again once healed, would it make him an easier target? Could he fight again after this? And what about the Shigaraki gang who launched the attack? Would they continue to push into Musutafu territory before overtaking the main estate? 𝐈𝐧𝐭 had rushed him up to date on the current situation with their other bases being attacked and members being slain. Did that mean their #1 rival was trying to weed out her location? He stopped short of the doors that Ochaco burst through just minutes ago, glancing through the viewing windows. It seemed Captain Yagi had left for the evening, or was taking an important call, meaning only Midoriya and Kirishima remained with another officer hanging out by the receptionist desk. They didn't know. Their aspirations to wipe out the Yakuza for a better future now included him. Forever he was tied to the Uraraka name. Would they strike him down as well? Throw him in jail for the rest of his days? His hand slowly reached for the handle. Even if he admitted his alliance, they would still trust him, right? Welcome back, the receptionist brightly exclaimed as the blonde entered the room once more. I'm afraid your boss was called away for an important call. I hope that's not a problem for you. Not at all. Thank you for relaying the message. I'm just going to go sit with my friends over there. Has the surgery started yet? Ojiro asked quieter in case the others hadn't been informed. The nurse nodded. I believe it just started a few minutes ago. The doctor is estimating at least 2 hours for repairs and damage inspections. Your friend is in good hands. Let me know if you need anything at all. I will, thank you. Everything good? Where did Miss Ochaco go? Izuku asked once Ojiro settled between them heavily. Ochaco is just taking a bit of a breather in a closed waiting area. The news really shook her up, Ojiro explained. She and Sergeant 𝐈𝐧𝐭 go way back, all the way to her childhood. Guess he's been like a second father to her. I don't blame her for freaking out and getting agitated about being turned away. So, I understand if you're not ready to talk. Kirishima started carefully while leaning back against the chair, a loud pop procuring from the moment. But what happened all those weeks? Where did you go without warning? It was something I had to do because my family is in heavy debt. I'm okay. Nothing bad happened. I'm just contractually obligated not to give extensive details. Why didn't you say something? We all could have pitched in to help. Kirishima exclaimed only to be gently shushed by the receptionist. He gave a sheepish head bow in response, quickly lowering his voice. Seriously, it wouldn't have been an issue. That's what friends are for. I appreciate the offer. It's just the deal was too good to deny, and it covered the debt. All I need to do is train Ochaco and her bodyguards in martial arts. And even then that's only a few days a week, so the remainder is assisting with anything else she needs. Ojiro prayed they took the excuse. While not technically wrong for the most part, it's all he could think of without blabbing she was Uraraka lineage. That does seem to be a good deal, Izuku added in, fingers pinching at his bottom lip in frenzied thought. Right? The best part is the contract completes by the end of the month. Of course, I've offered to come back whenever she needs me to. I actually don't mind the busy work. After my annual training in the mountains, there's usually not much for me to do locally. Besides, she really puts up a challenge. I couldn't even beat her earlier today. The match ended in my first tie. What? Both officers quietly shouted. You couldn't defeat someone? Let alone a girl. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sputtered out in disbelief. You've never tied and very rarely lose. She can't be that good, right? Not that I'm saying females are weaker or anything. It's just a bit surprising. Though we've seen Miss Hanako utilize those martial art skills before. That's true. She nearly slammed Mina into my entryway rug after being surprised with a popper. Mina still gets excited talking about it. You should have seen it, Ojiro. I've never seen someone react so fast to a potential threat. Then she went into a strange trance like she was waiting for a secondary attack. We had to call Sergeant Aizawa to talk her out of it. With you mentioning their years of knowing one another, it makes more sense that he could pull her from it so fast. Izuku input, quickly noticing the odd look on his friend's face. It was like he was trying to figure something out, yet it conflicted. You alright? Was it something I said? I just didn't realize you guys already met. When was this? Was that where she was going with Aizawa in the mornings? To meet up with his friends? How in the world did that start? After the shooting incident? Also a Hanako as an alias? He'd need to stick with that name from now on to avoid suspicions. Little over a month ago? Izuku confirmed 𝗧𝗵𝗲's question with a nod. Damn, already been a few weeks. I guess her father is on a diplomatic tour around the country, and asked Aizawa for a favor. Midoriya and I were instructed to escort Miss Ochaco around town a few hours a day. She really hit it off with Mina and 𝐒𝐻𝗄𝐻. They'd flip if they knew she was here. It's been a bit rough since her sudden departure. What caused her to leave so suddenly? Ojiro inquired as his own interest piqued. Ochaco never mentioned the outings after Aizawa nearly riddled his friends with holes. I was preoccupied with training her team that I didn't notice. Miss Ochaco ended up having a severe panic attack after a phone call in my office. She made it down 3 flights of stairs before I could catch her, and that was impressive because she was in heels. Izuku half-heartedly joked, though his face told otherwise. Both hands interlocked over his knees as he leaned forward, reminiscing about the incident. She was so freaked out that I couldn't get her to calm down. After taking my hand, all she did was mutter my name then faint. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had to call an ambulance since I didn't bring my phone. The month-long contract was voided that day. This is the first time we've seen her in public since. That's insane, Ojiro breathed. I never realized that happened. I know she's under a lot of stress lately. Maybe that's why. Possibly. Anyways, apart from you being on a casual name basis with our former client, what's the deal with you not wanting to call Hagakure? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 suddenly diverted back to the topic Ojiro was avoiding. The subtle flinching caused a red eyebrow to raise. She's been worried sick. I know, I saw the missing persons poster before I arrived at the police station. This contract I'm in restricts external communication due to security protocols. It's serious enough that they took my personal phone and gave me a burner one to use in case of emergency. Even documents are monitored going in and out, so I couldn't write a letter explaining. I feel horrible about it, honest. But with you offering to call her earlier, Midoriya, I panicked. The blonde admitted softly with closed eyes. So close yet still so far. She needed to stay safe until he was done. Just a few more weeks. I don't want to risk Toru getting involved until I'm free and clear from my duties. Something might happen, then she could be kidnapped, held hostage. By Miss Ochaco? Not likely unless she's secretly a Yakuza going undercover as a politician's daughter. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 snorted at the absurdity of it. Izuku remained silent at the remark, expression unreadable as hair shifted to further cover his face. Ojiro let out an awkward laugh, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. Have you been watching too much of Love Without Boundaries? It's all fiction, man. That stuff never happens in real life. If only they knew. Right, probably too much of that show. I totally wasn't expecting you guys to be in front of the police station earlier. I'd been given a free pass for the day, and that's kind of where I ended up. I was going to turn around until you tackled me into the concrete. Nasty bruise forming from that, thanks. Oh, my bad. I just got so excited to see you alive and well that I didn't think much, or really at all. Blame instinct. You always like to react first, think later, Kirishima. True. It's one of my defining qualities, though. Totally why Mina fell for me. Izuku tuned out the conversation as it switched to wedding talk. Warning bells were ringing in his head once more while mulling over what Ojiro mentioned. He'd been affiliated with Ochaco prior to them stepping in for 3 weeks, unable to contact the outside world for security reasons. Becoming defensive and skirting around direct answers when prompted. Even for a supposed politician's daughter, it seemed odd. Ochaco could easily talk about her normal life, yet Ojiro immediately diverted on similar topics? And what of the fact that the last name given had limited records? A verified birth certificate, no driver's license, not even a local address. Some of those could have weak explanations. The rest couldn't and didn't. Like the shooting incident where Ojiro was spotted driving a very expensive, blacked-out SUV. Despite him mentioning partaking in other chores under Ochaco's request, going from a martial artist teacher to driver didn't make sense. Familiarity of the area would swing the twitching needle closer to plausible, but that's what specific drivers were hired for. Not someone hired to teach martial arts. The time span was too short to be hired for one position and then switching to the other, unless there was a reason behind the decision. Like being spotted in public by 2 friends who happened to be detectives. Add on what Sergeant Aizawa mentioned earlier, about him knowing when the time comes. Was that why Captain Yagi was in so many meetings with high clearance? Was the UA Special Police Force about to engage in Yakuza turf wars? His boss seemed so confident in his answer too. Like he knew what they were planning to do. But what bothered him the absolute most was when he returned home after being dismissed by Aizawa in the hospital. He entered the office to find the whiteboard without its cover on, and a line connecting the Uraraka focal point and Ojiro's name had been smudged. That board hadn't been touched after the threat to leave it alone weeks prior, and no one but him entered the room. Ochaco was the only other one in there. Why was that line traced over with a finger or piece of cloth? Curiosity or a deeper connection than the eye could see. Izuku slowly stood. What he was about to do could get him killed if his thinking was correct. For the sake of the city, their home, he had to know. Was Ochaco Hanako really Ochaco Uraraka? Bathroom, Midoriya? Ojiro asked suddenly, Virescent quickly darting over to him. He'd been watching him travel down the spiraling thought train. The blonde had a hunch he was getting up for another reason with the seriousness of his expression. Yeah. Which way? Down the hallway, take a right, then it's on the left, second door down. I was planning on getting a drink. Why don't I go with? Want anything, Kirishima? Nah, I'm good for now. Midoriya already covered my coffee earlier, and I've had my fill of being pampered today. I'm going to give Mina a call downstairs real quick if you two are going to step out for a minute. Kirishima stood as well, stretching high above his head before reaching into his pocket. With a nod of acknowledgement, the two set off from the waiting room. Did you get bored with the wedding talk, Midoriya? Noticed you spaced out for a bit. The martial artists casually struck up conversation as they wandered down the empty hallway. Not very many people were having surgery so late in the afternoon, and less people were waiting around all night. Nah, just thinking of something else. Been an exhausting day. Izuku replied weakly, tossing a brief smile at his friend who suddenly became interested in going the same direction. The vending machines weren't down this hallway. That was a bit insane. I've never seen a police station go under lock and key so fast. I was worried when you suddenly ran off into the chaos, gun drawn. Did you have to fire at someone up there? The situation turned too dangerous as a fire started. Sergeant Aizawa got shot in the line of duty from an unknown sniper, hence the facial wound and injured arm. What bothers me the most is these people managed to corner him without triggering any security measures. They destroyed a camera in the skirmish, too. Whoever they are, they're not going down without a fight. Overly excited about an intense interaction with unknowns. Constant hand movements to distract from the path they were traveling down, possibly in hopes of diverting away from a certain area. Cover up. Ojiro was attempting to keep him away. He knew where Ochaco was. Man, I chose the wrong time and place today. Ojiro laughed with a headshake. There it was again. Redirecting. Joking about a serious situation. It was completely out of character. Izuku slowed to a stop, his friend doing the same though staying a few feet back. The intensity of the gaze drilling into his head gave away the casual chatter. Slowly turning to face his friend, he swallowed hard as his mouth dried out. "Ojiro, there's something I need to ask you." "Anything, Midoriya," he answered earnestly though his expression said otherwise. Dark eyes traced over his face constantly, studying any sleeved emotions and tensing up when something unexpected flashed by. Masahiro Ojiro was smart and had strong intuition for someone so young. It also made him dangerous during combat. "Are you working for the Uraraka Yakuza?" Strained silence filled the hallway, both men staring intensely, one unwilling to back down as the other remained impassive. Izuku already had his answer just from the clenching jaw of his friend. Though he wouldn't ever speak the truth aloud, Ojiro didn't need to, he'd already figured everything out. If Ojiro had been initiated into the Uraraka clan, that confirmed his second theory. "I don't know what you're talking about." "That's a rather strange question to ask suddenly, Midoriya. Are you sure you're fine from what happened earlier?" "It seemed pretty traumatic being on the front line," Ojiro asked quietly, no longer jovial. A gaze that darkened in warning despite a face that remained neutral. Every muscle in his body tensed for a potential fight. They were being watched right now. Out of sight, out of mind, yet never truly alone. Uraraka Yakuza were no joke after an attack on a high-ranking member. "Should we get you looked at?" "There's a reason you're avoiding the question, Ojiro," Izuku interrupted sharply, going so far as to take a step forward. Ojiro took a half step back. "Not to run but to fight." "Stop pushing, Midoriya. He's warning you." "Nothing you said earlier lines up with what Miss Hanako has previously mentioned. You both had similar stories though you instantly redirected, avoided a straight answer. Your reasoning for taking that job was because you were desperate to save your family debt, something only a major loan company could do. Or, stop." Ojiro warned lowly though his friend persisted forward with another step. "Don't, Midoriya. Leave it alone. You signed a loan with the Uraraka clan, didn't you? Midoriya, please. By doing so you've now branded yourself as a member despite your contract expiring at the end of the month. You're never truly set free. You will always. You're going to get us both killed," Ojiro hissed fearfully with a quick glance around. Izuku faltered only slightly before continuing forward until they were a foot apart. "Leave it alone. I'm fine, I'm safe. Don't get involved in this. I care about your safety, Ojiro. All you had to do was talk to us. We could have found a way to save your family. Now it's nearly impossible to get you free. This was the wrong choice." Izuku eased back on the accusatory tone. It wasn't his place to judge what his friends did just as long as they remained safe and away from Yakuza. A scarred hand rested firmly on his friend's shoulder. "Look, I can get you out of here and take you to see Chief Yagi. He might be able to negotiate a deal with the Uraraka clan and have you fully released, no ties. You don't understand anything about this situation." Ojiro had enough of the heroics and shoved the hand from his shoulder before backing up, more guarded than scared. Izuku remained rooted in place with his hand slowly falling back to his side. "When I said I was fine, I meant it. Not a scratch on my body. 3 meals a day. A private room. I am happy." "Then why would you abandon Toru like that? Without a word? You want to know the other reason Kirishima and Mina came back to town? Because you went missing." Izuku retaliated out of frustration, hands thrown up in the air. He wasn't understanding the severity of the situation he dug himself into. His nerves were already fraying thanks to the shootout on the station roof. Now the cherry on top was his friend being a Yakuza. "Almost all of the class plans to come back to help us find you. That's how desperate Toru is to have you home. What you did was incredibly selfish, Ojiro. My family was going to be thrown out on the streets, Midoriya. My salary can barely cover my own rent and food, let alone for my family. Mom got sick and Dad has been working himself to death trying to keep up on bills. My younger brother is now taking care of my siblings at the age of 9. That's not fair for him to live the life I struggled to escape. Why can't you just drop this? Because I care about you. You're my friend. You disappeared and everyone had the thought you were dead. How do you think that would have played out if Kirishima or I had to go knock on Toru's door and say we found your lifeless body somewhere? Leave Toru out of this. I'm trying to protect her, By disappearing without a word? Did you really think that was the best option, Ojiro? What else was I supposed to do? I couldn't contact anyone. You should have tried to find another way. When Kirishima identified you while you were out driving, a damn message in a bottle could have been thrown. Anything. That's enough. Ojiro instantly fell to his knees in 𝗔𝗧𝗪, face obscured by trembling hands. Izuku stiffened at the familiar voice and clenched both hands tightly at his sides. He didn't want to see her face, not after confirming what he feared. The heels clicking against the tile floors rang loudly in his ears. Virescent softened at the sight of his friend trembling against the ground. Dread washed over as the detective realized he'd pushed way too far and endangered his friend. Probably even his own life. Forgive me. Ojiro sobbed quietly against the floor. I didn't mean for it to get this far. I tried to stop it. This wasn't your fault, Ojiro. Raise yourself from the ground. A soft voice ordered lightly as the heels slowed to a stop. When he barely moved, the shifting of clothing indicated someone crouching down. That was when she entered Izuku's peripherals. Ochaco had a hand extended out for his friend, patiently waiting for him to grab it. Tendrils of chestnut blocked most of her face from his view, so he remained stoic to see how it all played out. There was no noticeable malice in her voice, just understanding and sadness. Once Ojiro lifted himself up, accepting the hand though using his own body to shift to a stand, he avoided all eye contact with the detective. A guard appeared out of nowhere and shuffled him out of sight, leaving just the two standing in the hallway. So, it's true then, Izuku started hoarsely, quickly clearing his throat of pounding heartbeats. When Ochaco failed to move or speak, he took that as his cue to continue. Ojiro is a part of the Uraraka Yakuza. I really wish you hadn't interfered with this, Izuku. She spoke softly, sorrowful. He was missing for weeks. I understand your concerns. Your friend had his own reasons for doing this. Ojiro understood the consequences of our agreement. You know how upset Hagakure has been, how she's had to practically beg all of her friends to help find him. You tried to be friends with her. I wanted to be friends with her and Miss Ishido. I wanted to be friends with Kirishima, Ojiro. I wanted to be your friend, Izuku. None of that was fabricated, I can assure. I treasure the time we spent together. Then why did you lie to us? Izuku rasped out with swelling emotions. There was one thing that Izuku Midoriya couldn't tolerate, and that was being lied to by a supposed friend. You could have just been honest from the start, Miss Ochaco. I don't even know if that's your real name or not. You could have lied to me when you were getting attacked in the alleyway. Your last name, it's not Hanako. There aren't any records of diplomat Hanako ever having a daughter named Ochaco, or any children for that matter. He also hasn't toured in nearly 10 years due to ailing health. Who are you really? Ochaco remained silent, turning away. It took a few minutes of composure before she finally, tentatively, faced him. Overflowing auburn had his reaction turning to stunned with a zing of regret. Izuku's body slumped a few degrees while taking in her expression. She looked absolutely tortured at the situation. No hand tried to swipe away the tears pouring over reddened cheeks, the saline staining the tile below. Quivering, pursed lips opened to take in a shaky breath. Because I was trying to protect you, Izuku. I didn't want you getting wrapped up in my lifestyle. I lied to protect you from what's about to happen in this city, to let you continue on with a normal life instead of being watched every waking hour and dream-filled night. To prevent more innocent blood from being spilled in the streets. What are you talking about? Izuku breathed as her teary gaze shifted to the gifted watch still residing on his wrist. Slender fingers reached for it, though he instinctively tensed up and pulled back, closing his fist. She hesitated, then withdrew, clenching both hands together tightly. I don't understand what you're getting at. Ochaco is my real name. I didn't lie about that part. Ochaco sniffled against the back of her hand, seemingly in an attempt to regain emotional control. Your last name, then. My full legal name is Ochaco Uraraka. I am the only heir to the Uraraka bloodline and will be ascending to the throne by January, she announced steadily with an unwavering gaze. Izuku's heart plummeted into the pits of his stomach as the name echoed around his mind. His brain suddenly seized up out of shock, causing him to stand there with a slightly slacked jaw and frozen body. The detective felt numb all over as she waited patiently for his response, the occasional small sniffle filling the tense atmosphere. Virescent widened in horror as recalled conversations aspiring to wipe out all Yakuza surfaced, conversations he had with her. The Uraraka heir. She never commented. No, she couldn't without giving away her identity and risking an attack. Everything was beginning to fall apart, and 𝗧𝗑𝐴 stumbled back until he hit the wall, slowly sliding down to sit against the floor. Ochaco remained standing, hands formally resting against her front as she watched. He gripped onto his hair tightly as it dawned he'd royally fucked up. Not even Captain Yagi could fix this. I will have to advise against you saying anything, 𝗧𝗑𝐴. Ochaco started off so softly he wasn't even sure he heard it right. If this had resulted in other people becoming aware, they would have to disappear. I will not intentionally harm you, your family, or your friends as long as you abide by this rule. I will use the full extent of my powers to protect what you cherish most. One promise is all I ask of you. 𝗧𝗑𝐴 watched as Ochaco crouched down once more, the brunette fully shifting to rest against her knees on the white floor. Even if he could speak at this point, what the hell was he supposed to say? Thanks for not killing me right away? I never meant those passion-fueled conversations about cleaning up the streets of Musutafu by eliminating all Yakuza. Something soft and warm grazed across his hand before gently shifting it out of his hair. Then the same happened with the other hand. Ochaco carefully clasped both scarred hands together. She gave a contemplating stare, then lowered her gaze to the hands she currently held in one palm. You will most likely not see me after this interaction, she began, grazing over the scars on his hand with one finger. Almost curiously she traced, as if imagining how they happened. It would be best for you not to seek my company either. The world is about to become dangerous, and I don't want you involved any further. Why, you mean because of the Shigaraki incident? He finally managed to slip out while watching her fingers shift over his scars. A part of him wanted to instantly recoil from her touch, for with a snap of her fingers, she could have him disappear from existence. This was the main reason he stayed away from Yakuza. Unpredictability. Her nod was the answer. Shigaraki is a powerful rival gang to the Uraraka. We've been fighting for decades, though not often publicly. If we falter in our protection to the city, then they'll take over. 𝗧𝗑𝐴 finished in a whisper. I've admired your intelligence, tenacity, and unparalleled sixth sense from the moment we met. You have the makings of a great detective. By saying this, I want you to understand where I'm going, why I didn't want you involved in this territory war between gangs. You have a bright future ahead where you can make the world a better place. In my world, my path is engraved in stone from 300 years back. People will always scorn and jeer at Yakuza. It's how society has been for hundreds of years. The past few generations have shifted the focus away from the crime aspect of our family name, yet there will always be bloodshed as long as opposing forces exist. So, what does that mean when you ascend the throne in January? 𝗧𝗑𝐴 asked hesitantly, trying to digest every ounce of information being thrown in his face. Ochaco was willingly admitting information never released before, so maybe he could get to the root of the turf war. Her smile slipping away ground that thought process to a halt. Did she figure it out? Ochaco graciously stood and took a partial step back, turning to something out of sight from 𝗧𝗑𝐴. As she turned back around, the severity of the situation weighed heavily on them both as a gun pointed directly at the detective. He tensed up, placing one against the wall in order to push off and dodge the shot. Her expression remained fairly neutral, though body language oozed intense authority. Auburn eyes steeled to an emotionless stare. Not an ounce of hesitation in her bones. Would you really pull the trigger against someone you considered a friend? 𝗧𝗑𝐴 swallowed hard, glancing around for a fast escape route. The best option would be to try and take her out at the legs while thrusting up on the hand holding the gun. Of course, her reflexes were nothing to sneeze at. She seemed to debate for a few seconds prior to pulling the trigger. A loud click filled the air as 𝗧𝗑𝐴 shot forward, hand reaching for the gun. He grasped onto Ochaco's wrist while simultaneously sweeping at the nearest leg. Though as he threw his weight to overpower the heiress, she latched onto the back of his arm, then rolled herself forward with a jerk. They both went tumbling against the floors, sending the gun skidding 10 feet away. Ochaco moved first to grab it until a hand latched onto an ankle. Taking the opportunity, the brunette shot a shoeless kick against his shoulder, briefly loosening the hold for an escape. It didn't deter him long as an arm wrapped around her waist from the back, and a lot of muscle pushed down over her twisted hips. "Don't do this. We can talk this out," Izuku begged as he tried to fend off the heavy-hitting hand and arm hits. He didn't want to fight, didn't want to hurt her. "Miss Ochaco, please. Then prove to me you can fight back. Prove to me you can survive what's coming," Ochaco ordered, landing an elbow against his collarbone. He fought back the cough of pain and snatched the offending appendage, pinning it down at her side. "If you can't even fend off an opponent to retrieve a gun, how do you expect to win against highly trained Yakuza? Fight, Izuku." Izuku inhaled sharply. Ochaco was on her back, twisted legs pressed against the tile and immobilized, both arms pinned, one above her head and the other angled out from her waist. Fierce determination shone through previously steeled barrier, and for a moment he just sat there, incapacitating a powerful Yakuza heiress. Yet there was something odd about her reaction, the way she said to fight. How she stopped resisting and was just waiting for a response. His hands released from her arms slowly, shifting his body and swaying to a stand. "Enough of this. I'm not going to fight you, Miss Uraraka, and I won't give you the response you want for self-justification. Rest assured, I want nothing to do with you or the Yakuza from this point on. It's already ruined my friend's life and caused innumerable amounts of grief. Your turf war is why Sergeant Aizawa is in surgery right now, and it never should have happened if you claim to care about this city. This conversation will remain confidential since sending men would only further trouble the people I care about. Remember this, though, if you try anything to hurt the people of Musutafu, I will take you down." And here, Izuku calmly removed the expensive watch from his wrist. Without hesitation, he tossed it back to Ochaco, watching as she carefully caught the jewelry. "I don't need your bribery either. Leave me and my friends alone." The brief moment of utter surprise flickering across her face spoke volumes. Izuku studied how her eyes lowered in thought, the heiress gently handling the watch as if it were the most delicate thing in the world. After nearly 20 seconds of digesting his proclamation, Ochaco stood and brushed herself off, all the while remaining focused on anything but him. She scooped down to grab the gun, and for a moment Izuku thought their fight was about to start all over again. But to his surprise, she pitched it sharply in his direction. He snatched it midair and, thanks to countless hours of training, immediately made to clear the chamber. Except there wasn't anything in there. No magazine either. Glancing it over, he found it was a tactical training gun made to simulate the real thing. She never planned on actually shooting him. 𝗬𝗪 darted upwards to find no one standing there. He whirled around, yet he was the only one remaining in the hallway, training gun in hand. Ochaco Uraraka had disappeared without a trace. Why would she? "Midoriya, there you are. Man, didn't you hear the drama going on downstairs? I just had to assist with an arrest of a guy going nuts in the ER entrance. Hey, have you seen Ojiro? He hasn't come back to the waiting room." Kirishima called out to his friend from the other end of the hallway, waving a hand to catch his attention. Izuku shoved the prop into his jacket, ensuring it was fully covered before turning to his friend. The freshly watchless wrist remained partially concealed in a pocket. He had something urgent come up. Shota slowly stirred after the anesthesia wore off, leaving an odd feeling in his lungs once manual breathing turned on. The bright lights of the recovery room had his free arm covering his face. A few blinks and intense thinking had the memory of why he was in the hospital coming back. His right arm was pinned tight against his body, wrapped in bandages and stuck in a sling. Tape stuck to what little stubble he could grow as a thick pad of gauze covered beneath his eye. Various tubes connected to a movable forecart, a multitude of fluids keeping him hydrated and pain-free. A gruff grunt confirmed the situation. He'd been ambushed atop the station. How the hell they got up there he didn't know. No one should have been able to climb that high without some sort of assistance. Unless that was a rat in the station that slipped the group a security card. He didn't want to think of that. Hisashi no doubt was tracking them down through the city cameras. The more important thing was, "Don't go." A mumble drew sluggish eyes towards the noise. Ochaco was resting against the side of the bed, head planted on folded arms and sound asleep. Hair and clothes were disheveled like she'd gotten into a schoolyard fight. Shota blinked a few times. Had she been in a fight? Even the jacket resting over a nearby table had various levels of dirt staining the back, white blouse rumpled beyond normal movements. Focus shifted back to the flushed, teary expression that remained. Crying. The amount of stress she'd been under was enormous. Without her parents around to help prepare for the ceremony, it was up to him and other higher-ups to assist. But with the issues going on at the police station, now exponentially more dangerous thanks to Shigaraki, there hadn't been much time to help. Ever since she was little, Ochaco stuck to him like glue. Who could blame her? He'd raised her like his own when Kenji and Fumi were away or too busy managing the clan. While Ochaco had the entirety of the Yakuza to guide and assist as she grew, she mainly stuck to him and both parents. Friends weren't a thing as a child. It was too much of a security risk. Young children tended to blab about anything they heard. So she grew up surrounded by a lot of big brothers. Especially a certain one who spoiled her constantly. With Machi. Aizawa aside. Poor thing must have sprinted here the moment word reached the main house. He never wanted to worry her. That was the main thing he avoided doing. Whenever she cried, it meant hell for whoever dared to cause such sadness. Out of every single member of the Uraraka clan, Shota Aizawa was the most protective. A hand rested gently against her crown, smoothing out the frazzled chestnut locks. Things were going to get worse from now on. But at this moment, you don't need to worry about me, Ochaco. I'm not going anywhere. I promise.